Conference playoffs start this week, but we still do have a step down from our varsity division that is finishing up the regular season. So that's where we'll start our games tonight. But before we get into the schedule and everything like that, hello, my name is McCormiel. With me, as always, is my incredible duo, Cash, and we have finally gotten to the climatic point here in the NACE Star League season. So we'll bring you through the schedule real quick. First and foremost, we have Cleary University going up against Kaiser University. This will be for playoff seeding. It is a very important match that has tons of implications on it, but we'll get to that in just a moment. Second match here for COD, and the last one for us of the night will be Wichita State taking on Ontario Tech. That will be for a spot into the actual conference play-ins for the round of 8 instead of the NACE Star League playoffs for the Call of Duty portion of things. Later on in the night, though, we'll go and switch things over to Valor, or Rochester will be playing up against University of Windsor in a nice little Valorant matchup. So that will be where we are going throughout the entirety of tonight. Let's talk about our match here first and foremost, though. Clearly coming into this undefeated. Kaiser at 4-1, Cash.
Yeah, and Cleary also haven't dropped a map. I mean, you've got Gibby Beams, Plank, Bowie, and T-Mac coming into this one. On the other side, you have Pharaoh, Wake, KJT, and Inferno. But again, to focus back in on Cleary Esports, haven't dropped a map at all here in Varsity Plus. And for Kaiser, you dropped a couple maps, but you still boast a 4-1 record. Still some stuff to play for tonight, as it's the last week of the regular season.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, being able to walk away with the first seed out of your conference going into playoffs, always great. But especially since you're undefeated in your map set, you're undefeated in everything else in that regard too. Being able to walk into a high standing in this series is going to be great. So we'll start things off on Hotel, Asilo for 2 and 3. That's our guaranteed map set. And if we need to go to the distance, 4 and 5, we have Hydroelectric for 4 and Hotel for 5. Oh, beautiful. Jump straight into the game. This is great. I love it when things go fast. That caught me off guard. I'm actually just so happy that we're able to hop into map 1 here, because this is going to give us a true test to see what Cleary's made of. You know, having an undefeated map set coming into this with no series losses overall, and really just getting the best of your opponents in every series, Cash. You know, this is really not the test of is Cleary going to be the #1 clear seeded team. It's going to be, is Kaiser going to be able to put up a fight against the likes of an extremely talented, incredible Cleary roster?
Sure, and you had put the importance and the implications of getting that one seeding in your conference, and that's going to put you the immediate bid in the conference championship, where 2 and 3 will fight in the conference play. And so, again, so much for these teams to fight for. Kaiser kicking things off in the purple, Cleary in the blue, and for now, Cleary in control of P1, gonna garner some good time, but now without Kaiser getting 10 on the board.
There's good reads here from Cleary. You see Bowie over toward the back line, trying to find one. It's a pinstripe kill feed that goes 2-2 split back and forth, but for the time, Cleary inside of the zone. This Kaiser now trying to make their way forward. It's going to be Inferno trying to take the first gunfight. Snaps to a teammate up top. Hey, buddy, that's not who you're shooting at, but it's Plank who's now looking for a challenge on the second. 3-1 now for Cleary. The rotation over towards the right side of the mini-map will be on here in just 10 seconds.
Still it's grabs, but you'll see Cleary start to find form, back things up, and through the top side of the map is where the Seahawks will be pushing through. You find a good kill if you are KJT. That's going to open things up and start spawning Cleary down towards Spa's side. But again, a pinch developing now with Bowie spawning out. Push is going to be through the front, but now you're on time if you are Kaiser with a 10 to 15 point lead, and mayhem ensues.
Arrow pushing up. He's got Wake there with him. It's Gibby Beans who's able to find not one but two. Pharaoh and Inferno in the back line trying to go ahead and clear things out. As Cleary's able to back on off, T-Mac will escape with his life. Inferno turns back over towards the hill, and this will allow Kaiser and the Seahawks to get into this hill yet again. T-Mac don't want to refrag, will be behind one. Bowie through the front for another, and as everybody is going to be here for the Kaiser Seahawks, still it's pandemonium towards the hill at the moment, as Bowie once again will try to find his way in towards the hill.
Seahawks retaining control, continuing to run up the score line. Bowie finds a two-piece. Gibby tries to get the third. It'll be basically a 1v2 on the hill for scrap, and Kaiser walk away with it. Cleary with their tails between their legs, going to be hurting back towards P3, as now Kaiser putting the pressure on through the front already. 8 seconds left, and these spawns still very much influential as well, so these next kills could be critical for maybe shifting some spawns out, but you can stand down, wait for your teammates. If you're Kaiser on the outside looking in, they should be poised and set up for a pretty quick break.
I like how they're taking their time here, making sure they clear their angles out. However, it really doesn't pay off. Patience is a virtue this time, though. They're going to have to just try back again. KJT is going to be sitting here just waiting on the outside as everybody else spawns up in the middle of the map. Gibby Beans here for one. Tries to snap up to a second. Goes for the third as well. Hey, Wake, you got a player. You got to kill him. Or else you're just going to be trying to play from the outside in yet again. I mean, this has already taken 25 seconds off the clock for the initial gunfight here in towards the kitchen. Cleary is in firm control here by P3.
Now we're going to back up. Teammate cover as well as counter cover, and using it to his advantage, finds another as well on a 3 spree. Everyone, at least with a kill streak on the team, going to be 7 in a row for him, and it's been a perfect hold for him where they needed to respond early after P2. They've been able to. This will give them a slight lead going to P4. Kaiser going to stand down and get on rotation, but it's these subs flying fast around the map, playing in the face of the other players. I'm looking specifically at Bowie, Gibby Beams, the way they've been able to influence the map here, and out to good score lines also. Excited to see what they continue doing here. For grabs, Cleary actually going to get here with the late second kill on to P4.
There it is. Gibby Beams, the first one here on the bar. As Clear were able to get the majority of time back over in the kitchen, they go ahead and get themselves a lead and can start building on top of this now as Kaiser still trying to find themselves in the hill. Wake in, 100 HP, back up and on top. They keep snapping their teammates, which is crazy. But regardless of the fact, you know, it's still a nice hold here for the time being. Gibby back in towards it, though, is going to be able to find one. KJT on the outside looking in, gets cut down, beamed right to the head. Now another one is falling. I mean, really, what it's coming down to right now, Cash, it's just the fact that, you know, with how fast these subs are flying for Cleary, Kaiser just aren't able to get a lot of breathing room. And every time they seem like they might have been able to break into a hill, they just kind of have to fight off their back foot.
Absolutely do. They need to just settle into a rotation, start to lock down, and then branch out from there. The aggression got countered hard, and, well, Cleary got 2 good hills for it. Still just a 10-point game as P5 looks to pop, so damage control, at least done the best you can for Kaiser. Now as P5 looks to pop, you once again get killed as it looks to open. You're going to be spawning off the back. You're waiting for your player KJT in the flank. How long can you find some picks and wait for this time to work out for your teammate hitting the route?
This little double for Pharaoh. T-Mac, though, who trades it back. And everybody falls. KJT, the last one here, and close for Kaiser to make this push happen. And keep the disruption and contention in towards the point. Gibby will fall. Wake and KJT will pair for a double yet again, but it's Bowie on the refrag who's able to be there. 3-1 trade now allows Kaiser to be in the lead of the kill feed yet again. And as Pharaoh has broken themselves in here on P5, everything has started to fall into place for Kaiser to be able to get themselves back to a manageable margin. They might find themselves in the lead here if they choose to keep the scrap time, and Cleary rotates over to P6.
You can probably find the mid-map. Answer going to be nothing. Not going to find good timing. Pent between 2 players on rotation. Kaiser Seahawks look to be flying across the map, and you see Bowie spawn out here. So a pinch could be developing that could work out for Cleary, but for now, they have the numbers, they have the presence. as this new hill looks to pop, and they are fighting from a 10-point deficit.
Mac in the corner, player on the staircase. Wake making his way slowly here under through the garage. Has a nice little flank route here on the Cleary roster. However, everybody else is falling around the hill, and Wake will now fall, and Inferno will go ahead and join him in the grave. Up and towards the top of the catwalk. Gibby will have to back off for a second. Pharaoh will beam him, though. That's a double for him as he can start pushing out these backside spawns. As Cleary is still in control of the hill here, 35 fresh seconds of time still to garner for either team. As Kaiser has broken their way in, Plank looks to be the spoiler here in the back lines. Unfortunately, with 1 HP, he's forced to back off.
They have no idea where he is. Each team, though, playing like they're not sure where the next spawns could be coming. No one really with significant map control. Everyone just kind of playing with what's in front of them. Cleary now going to have to try to re-break, but again, the scoreline handshaking back and forth relatively through each hill. Will be Kaiser in control, and will be garnering a last bit of scrap time, but as the battle for mid-map goes down, Cleary Cougars look to walk away with it to start. Spawns will be a little bit everywhere, even going to flip at that. We'll see who's able to get control here as we start off a second set of rotations.
6 hills in, Kaiser maintaining themselves a nice lead here. Cleary, not the best start, an uncharacteristic start here for them early on, and another set of kills now comes in from Kaiser as they wipe everybody out of the middle of the map. Gibby, though, from the back line is able to snap to 1, gets to the second and the third as well. There's still one up on top of the catwalk. Wake is going to be there, but for the time being, Gibby has done enough and everything that he needed to do to get himself and Cleary into the middle of the map, and what Kaiser was able to build for themselves, well, it got shut down by one person.
Gibby really paving the way for this Clear squad to stay in it the way that they are. I mean, Clear outslaying fairly noticeably this Kaiser squad, and it's just Kaiser again finding the kills at the right time to warrant them a break, where if Clear can string some of the kills as Gibby found a 3-piece into momentum, into finding hill time, things should surely turn around for them here, but you know Kaiser aren't going to go down without a fight, and E2 still up for grabs. KJT the only one going to be here. How quickly can your reinforcements get in before you maybe lose, well, a gunfight respawn like you just did?
Yeah, and I'm going to use that last point you made and then piggyback off a previous point you had, too. I think that goes hand in hand with why each team isn't really 100% sure of where the next hit's going to be coming from or where the spawns are going to be hit out from. Because when you have a team that's out-fragging another so heavily, that means they're getting kills around the map that aren't necessarily important when the score line is as close as it is, which then causes a lot of confusion. Spawns can flip out a bit more chaotically since everybody's just kind of scattered around the map, and that forces a lot of discombobulation, and the teamwork just isn't there 100% of the time. So, you know, that's a big factor of why this map has been so close.
Absolutely so. 22-point lead for Cleary here as P2 is still in their control. Trying to cross that 200-point mark. Kaiser have slowed down significantly as far as finding kills go. It's consistent 3-for-1s in the feed favoring the Cougars, and they're continuing to walk away with this time now, not quite at the 200-point mark, and the Seahawks
he needed to go.
Looking to try to gather this, and as you had said, arrows turn around to try to fight for scrap. Now you put yourself in a bind on rotation where you weren't able to get a lot of time. This is kind of where Cleary kicked off a tear for a couple of hills. They need to get in early here, but already at a man disadvantage. This one going to be challenging.
Yeah, Wake and Pharaoh just needed to turn tail and get over towards the kitchen side of the map because they had a free rotation through the restaurant. Instead, with like 20 seconds left, you know, they spawned in. They were like just kind of dead sprinting back over to P2, and that put them out of position to get over towards this kitchen hardpoint, and where Cleary was able to get the majority of their time here inside of this hardpoint. But once again, they're being allowed to do so. 71 HP left on Pharaoh. He's trying to make a flank route all the way through the back spawn side, and now the rest of the pinch is still hitting through the front as Gibby Beans is able to take down one. There's only 3 players left here now for the push, but it might just be enough. Plank, Gibby left alive now, and everybody that's inside of the hill is just squirming around. They can still win off this hard point pretty easily. It needs to be a contest at least for 10 seconds here from Kaiser if they want to force another hill.
And that means you have to completely fly across the map and look to continue to contest it and try to get in early. So really no room left for error for Kaiser. It's going to be 2 for 2 in the feed, and you still have 1 player standing for Cleary. 5 seconds left for them to close this one out. They could just do it here.
They had to get through the doorway, but it's also going to have to be a rotation over towards the bar, and guess who's there? It's Cleary. They're set up. They read this perfectly. They made Kaiser force their own hand, and unfortunately, they're going to have to pay for it. Nobody going to be close here. Gunfight's all going in the way of Cleary, and as the final time ticks through, the Seahawks will fall in an early map 1. Cleary will stay undefeated with a 250-192 hardpoint win in map 1.
A great showing out of them. They're at the mid portion. It was played close, but again, this 3-piece, perfect timing for it, just to really show that, okay, they Cleary Cougars turned things up to another level with the second set of rotations, winning a majority of not only their gunfights, as you can see on the scorecard here, but again, possessing the map better, rotating earlier, and winning those gunfights on transition, I think was also something they started to set themselves apart with. I mean, Gibby 24 of the 35 were non-traded kills.
Sure.
Slower performances for others on Kaiser University, so you were outslayed. It started to show more devastatingly in the scoreline as the game progressed. And I mean, again, everyone with over 60 seconds of hill time, really nothing to sneeze at here for Cleary in this first map.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because that was going to be my next point if you didn't touch on it. Everybody being able to not only be surpassing that 60 point or the 60-second margin, but everybody having over 90 seconds if they weren't Gibby, who was flying around the map and outslaying everybody on the opposition. Yep. So credit to Gibby because he was a huge success. When it came to breaking into a multitude of the hard points, being able to get that first foot forward in the assault into the hill, he at least in map 1 was a shining star for this team, and I expect that to kind of continue to be that way throughout the rest of the series because of the aggression and the pace of play that he has for himself, which has kind of turned everything into a really great spot for Cleary because you need that one person who can just mindlessly fly around the map, make the right plays and quick thinking decisions while also being able to have that gunny up at all times and be confident in any one-on-one gunfight he takes. Because there was multiple times you saw 1, 2, especially that middle map hard point where he popped that 3-piece. That was pretty. That stopped all the momentum that Kaiser had for themselves when they broke directly in the middle of the map, and what would have been a 4 versus 2 there in a very easy gunfight to take against them, it ended up being just, hey, we didn't watch our back, we didn't get the wine push, and once again we weren't just 100% sure of where they were going to be pushing from, and that shut us down and forced us to lose that. And I really think that was the turning point where things started to snowball for the side of Cleary, because that allowed them to then rotate over towards P2, string that together, and then of course Kaiser playing the back 20 on P2 and not getting out early to rotate back over towards the kitchen side. That was kind of the nail in the coffin and the final dagger that sent them down into the despair in map 1.
Yeah, definitely so. And I think that's a perfect point you bring up to start talking about Search and Destroy, a map that just by the way it plays slows down. It just does. And I'm interested to see what Gibby brings to this Asilo Search, where Asilo is a map that'll play traditionally slow anyway. Sometimes it's not as quick as Mercado off the break. Sometimes you'll get those all 4 players fly mid-map and you end up just having an absolute terror of gunfights. A lot of the time it does play slower around the A-bomb side, working picks on those outer lanes. With Gibby in the mix and flying around as fast as he was there on map 1, players like that don't generally slow down. Sure, they hit their timings a little bit differently, but again, I fully expect Gibby to be able to fly around, find some good kills, those first blood openings for the team to make things easier on both sides of the bomb. And again, for Kaiser, not only, it was a tough loss, it was a manageable loss though. It felt like with what Gibby was doing, should have been a greater scoreline. I mean, 60 points is nothing to sneeze at. They kind of shot themselves in the foot with that P2, as you had mentioned there, to really put themselves in a bind. So nothing that Kaiser can't correct going into map 2. I think, kind of the priority of thinking coming into this needs to be, you got to slow Gibby down, be mindful of where he is around the map and make sure he's not hitting a route to try and, again, play spoiler on our strategy. And also just, again, keep the game in front of them, right? Be able to say, okay, what can we control here? If we can control wrapping as a team to the bomb site, and that's a decision that we have influence on, let's make that sound decision. Let's go together where, again, that P2, right? You think that's one where they could have been like, get out on rotation, everyone fly. So the comms need to be a bit cleaner for Kaiser, you can tell, going into map 2, but nothing that they can't seem to bounce back from here.
Yeah, and just kind of going off that point too, like there are a lot of attributes on a map like Asilo where yes, your Vazna players are going to be very influential on the map. They're going to be probably the most important part of the push, but especially if a team starts getting out over towards the B site, or they start to favor outer lanes comparatively to hopping into the middle of the map, where I think Cleary's going to be a bit more comfortable. That's where your ARs are going to come into play, and if you are allowing yourself to shut down that aggressive SMG presence from Cleary, if you are Kaiser, that's where you have to dominate the way in the AR. So if you win the battles against, say, T-Mac, or you're able to, kind of get Plank shut down in that same regard, I think that opens the door of opportunities a lot more for you on the map, and you're going to be able to have a lot more spatial awareness of what's going on around the entirety of Asilo, opposed to it just kind of being like, all right, let's shut down one guy and we've done it. Because in this situation, sure, with how he was shooting in map 1, it kind of does feel like a raid boss down. We can then move forward, but until that point, there's going to need to be a multitude of adjustments opposed to just shutting down Gibby, and being able to actually move around the map and be able to take up significant space.
Yeah, it'll make the game easier for him. You don't just want to hyperfixate on one person. Do what you can on the map to make it easier, to where even if Gibby's the last one left, well, we've taken care of the rest of the map and know exactly how to play from here. So many different ways they can take it, which is nice because they have options as far as how they can look to clean things up going into map 2. And as you said, we stay on Asilo for map 3 as well. So it's really going to be telling of, coming into the search, you'll still have an idea of who's had reps on this map, who's going to be more comfortable on it in their play style. You come into this 5-0 if you're Cleary and Search and Destroy. And for the side of Kaiser, it's going to be 4-2. So again, they're not bad in this game mode, maybe even arguably one of their better game modes as far as what's left standing for us. So excited to see what they bring to the table. Snipers are always, kind of an asterisk that you have to keep in the back of your mind of who could play that and end up being effective on that top hill side, overlooking the B site, or maybe getting tower and doing more of the same. Either way, we kick things off here. Cleary Cougars with the bomb offensively. Kaiser Seahawks already in and around the A site, looking to play this one a bit aggressive.
To the doorway. Opened up. Wake falls. Inferno falls as well. KJT is going to be able to at least trade one out, but it is going to be Cleary with that 3 to 2 minute advantage. 20 seconds ticked off the clock. Tons of time to work with, and the bomb worked into the A site as well. Should go down here in just a second, so 45 seconds will be left on the clock here for Kaiser to retake the site and find all 3 players if they need to get it done.
Arrows to the back line. Able to find another. It's going to be a 2v2. Is able to connect for the second. T-Mac down. KJT, Pharaoh, and a 2v1. Bowie, the only one left. 33 seconds left to get to this bomb if you're Bowie. You have to do a lot of clearing, a lot of figuring out what to do here before you can retake this.
It's her out, spotted. Pharaoh, shots through the doorway. We'll walk away with a 1 versus 1. So Kaiser on the board here first. Give themselves a nice edge and advantage in the first map. Or excuse me, in the first round of the second map. Nice little bounce back there. And again, what it comes down to, a couple big one-on-one plays. Being able to take the best of it with the AR in hand.
AR is definitely getting activated early. And you'll see the names are early. Excuse me, the colors are going to be off to what we saw in the hard point, but we'll keep that squared away for you guys. It will be Cleary on offense here now. And Kaiser on defense, but Pharaoh kicking things off on a 3 spree. Definitely a good way to start, as you had mentioned, the importance of the ARs in this map, specifically for Kaiser. And now seeing what they're able to do defensively is they look to get aggressive towards A as well.
Be out through the back door, forced to back off with the bomb in hand. Plenty of time to work with here to work for a first pick. Pharaoh on 3 in a row is going to be the most important player for the Kaiser Seahawks to keep alive. Bowie, though, opens things up. KJT will be the first to fall. T-Mac looking over above, trying to find a few. It's Gibby Beams with the Vaznev once again, getting up close, being able to cut down a player inside of the bottom of the building. This is going to give them free reign here inside of the A site. They're going to get this down. Now it's up to Pharaoh and Wake in a 2 versus 4 to be able to retake this A site.
Both players being split. Definitely going to hurt the push as Wake will give up his position with that grenade, with that door opening as well. And Pharaoh looking over with the AR, going to try to find a pick, but Cleary giving nothing up here. Pharaoh at least find one, and Wake doesn't back down, but again, possession given up, 30 seconds and dwindling. You got to make a push.
Oh, it's a 2 versus 2 now. I was going to say, Pharaoh, you might want to play back just a bit to try and work for some streaks, but now he's on 5 in a row. Last one going to be outside. Gibby in a 1 versus 2. Bomb on the defuse. Halfway done as Pharaoh cleans up and finds Gibby on the last kill through. All of a sudden, the AR has started to turn up here from Kaiser. A streak in the back pocket, a cruise missile to work with now, and a 2-0 advantage here, an offense and a defense to kick things off on a CLO.
I mean, went from dormant to playing on fire. Streaks in the first 2 rounds. Everything going about as well as it can. It was a 2v4 situation as well. Pharaoh leading the way for the team here early on in these first couple of rounds. And for Cleary, maybe scratching your head now earlier than maybe you would have liked, making some adjustments here on the defensive side of things. We'll see what they look to do, but as long as Pharaoh's on a tear with that streak in the back pocket, they're always going to have some kind of advantage.
AJT trying to get aggressive here this time. Unfortunately, though, Kaiser will have Inferno fall right off the rip here. At least you do take down Gibby, and T-Mac falls as well. Dude, Pharaoh is on a damn tear. 8-0 to start out the search and destroy. And that's in 3 rounds, by the way. Not even a full 3rd round either. Wake is going to be able to clean up Bowie. And in a 1 versus 3, Plank, who didn't have the greatest start in the hard point, and here in the S&D hasn't had a huge monumental amount of success either. We'll look for Pharaoh up in here towards the top. 1 versus 1 gunfight won't go his way. He ducks back down. We'll walk away with the kill. It's a 1 versus 2 now. 40 seconds left. Lots of time to work with to isolate a 1v1.
Pop steady.
That timing was so bad.
Yeah, sees the player top. The nade will come down. The pinch will come through kegs. KJT cleans up the kill. And it is clean out of Kaiser through the first 3 rounds. Really, they're playing well off of each other. I mean, again, this play is just a simple example of it. You shoulder balcony. You get information to your sub that, hey, he's playing kegs. You go out for the kill. Great work out of them. And that's how these rounds have been. I mean, of course, the first 2 rounds, Pharaoh finding 3, you don't really need the most coordination in the world. Comms are going to be good, at least to call out where those players are, but his gunny looking oh so clean as well. And for the Seahawks, out to about as best of a start as you would have liked after taking the tough map 1 loss. You just got to see if they can maintain it.
Yeah, win here would feel like a little bit too much to overcome for Cleary, unless everybody can start getting on the same page with their hits. And I like the aggression over towards B. It's a good adjustment. It's a nice change of pace for themselves. But they can't allow anybody to get picked off, and KJT is going to be able to find the first one out through kegs. Trade immediately after the fact, though, goes to T-Mac. He'll find his first kill of the game, but you have to look for Pharaoh, who's playing all the way up and towards the top. He's been the thorn in the side of Cleary's offensive and defensive attempts here thus far. As T-Mac is forced back all the way, Wake is going to be able to pin him down. 55 seconds left here in the round. It's a 3 versus 2 for the offense.
Maybe we'll find another Pharaoh left in a 1v3, but they've committed to this B side, and he's in a great position to at least try to pick these players off. He's going to try to shoulder, going to try to find what he can and back down ultimately. Now as you have Gibby flying forward with Vaz, swinging back towards A, so this should be a bomb plant down for free. 1v3, do you have any? Well, 3 killing around magic left in your Pharaoh.
He's also got a trophy system, so a dead silence push will not work for him here. I love the fact that they were able to bring that back in towards the A-bomb. Forces Pharaoh to play up close and personal with an AR in hand. Doesn't really give him much timing on the other try to push that he makes. Right now, he's just kind of looking around. Not exactly sure where the first one's going to come from, but as T-Mac's there on kegs, he just has to force the one-on-one gunfight, knows that there's just not enough time, and as T-Mac pops the trophy down, this pretty much should end the round here. This Pharaoh just simply doesn't have enough time.
He tries to push for a kill here. Wallbang not going to come in. T-Mac ultimately cleans up the final kill. Cleary on the board, and as you said, feeling like a much-needed round with how controlled and decisive Kaiser played the first 3.
I feel like they played a little bit more passive there too. It wasn't like that, like the kindred aggression that they've had within the first 3 rounds on offense and defense. It just seemed like they were trying to play the map a bit more to their liking. You know, get a little space, make sure that they could work for a first pick. And with KJT being able to get traded out of kegs, that was big, because if they would have got picked twice there and, you know, allowed them to not be able to find a trade, things could have very quickly turned around. But how many times have we said it before, right? One person starts the SD extremely hot, they start to cool off, nobody else can really start to pick up where the, you know, that slang was getting left off, and you know, things turn all the way back around. However, Pharaoh's going to be able to find himself yet another first blood here. Cleary in the 3 versus 4 yet again. Bomb still making its way, worked in this Kaiser to the offense. In the A building.
I'm looking at Plank. He's already behind enemy lines. Gibby finds 1. Plank, there he is. He strikes for the 3rd. So what was a 4v3 situation now flipped on its head. A 1v3. No bomb. Trying to wrap back around. At least you find a player in the back. But again, that's going to be a position known. You're going to have to try to clear out 2 players playing opposite corners in this A site. Good luck. Have fun.
I mean, this is a lot. Oh, this low-key is winnable. I'm not even going to lie to you. If he pops open this door and he's able to find the first one, maybe things change around, but he only knew that one was in the site. The other one didn't push out. They played it smart, and they were able to get themselves a second round on the board. So the first 3 went the way of Cleary. Excuse me, the first 3 went the way of Kaiser. Last 2 have gone Cleary's way. Finally starting to see a little bit of a different change in gameplay here. The pace has been shifted a bit. Well, Cleary's making him pay for the continued aggression. It's really only been working for Pharaoh.
And as you said, if no one is looking to pick up the mantle, rise to the occasion and help Pharaoh out, it could be a lead change here in a few short rounds. Cleary, everyone on the board, everyone trying to make their impact felt. Gibby's going to scoop bomb more towards this A site. Wait, getting up and towards Red Tower, going to back the player down. Now as you know they're liking to work towards this. Can you find a kill around keg corner? You chow it, Gibby beams, lighten you up. First blood goes their way, man advantage now.
If there's anybody who was important for them to get going in the S&D, and it was Gibby. But T-Mac, who started out 0-3, has found himself 4 straight kills. Starting to work his way a bit further up the mantle into the realm of possibility for streaks. Gibby around the corner knows that KJT's in the corner. This T-Mac and Plank are able to find for 2. It's all left to Wake now. You know, 1 versus 4. The bomb down is just not going to happen. Also, donut watch.
Inferno, yep. You gotta call it. We're going into round 7. Nothing on the board yet. Plank has been so effective the last couple of rounds on these routes. Times him towards the late portion of things, which I think is giving him that better timing, because, you know, you maybe expect a route off the rip or in the first 30-40 seconds, but he's waiting until the onslaught of kills come in, then looks to hit the route once someone's in a 1v situation, knowing that their attention is going to be spread very thin across several other players. Ends up slipping the net, finding some freebie kills. And Cleary have tied this up just as quickly as Kaiser went out with a lead. Cleary make the necessary adjustments. Now we have an even game.
I was putting the spotlight on T-Mac for, you know, getting 4 in a row. Well, now he's on 5. And Pharaoh, ever since he started out at an 8-0 advantage, he's been 1-5 since that point. It's been a complete polar opposite for both of these teams here in the second half of the Search and Destroy, which is why the advantage that the Kaiser Seahawks had for themselves has been closed up. It's 3 versus 3. 30 seconds ticked off the clock here in the round. It's a 2 versus 2 left even split. It's KJT and Wake starting to make their way up the map, bomb in hand. Bowie's forced to back on off, but it's teammate who's able to find one. Bowie with the second, and everything now going wrong here for Kaiser University, as Cleary will take their 4th straight round here in the S&D, 2 away in a dangerous spot from taking the S&D.
As you've said, it's been a semi-passive gameplay that Cleary have gone to, and Kaiser still playing with some aggression, are running into pre-aims at times and lacking a little bit of awareness, kind of getting lost in the sauce, I guess, over at that field side. Weren't sure of where to take gunfights, and that's props to Cleary repositioning after firing off a couple rounds. Comms look clean as ever, as well as they're able to team shoot a couple of kills. And now for Kaiser, big adjustment round needed. You don't want to put them at map point threatening to go up 2-0. You need to make a stand here.
Inferno, let me be the first and, well, really only one to welcome you to the agency. It's a pleasure to have you here along for the ride. 0-7 start here in the search and destroy. KJT though out the door. Gibby beams will fall. Pharaoh finally putting that streak to good use to give them an advantage yet again. So it's 2 good picks that go the way of Kaiser. Clearly will be able to trade those things back out though. So now what is a 0-kill Inferno and a 10-kill Pharaoh. They're going to do battle here on the battlefield. 0-8 now for Inferno. Still not able to get a kill here in the S&D, and I don't want to pile it on him. But it's just so difficult to be able to take an S&D away. You don't have any sort of advantage that you can give your team.
Blank grabs bomb, wraps back towards A. Pharaoh is in a good position, but he's not going to be getting any of these Qs, at least for now. T-Mac, Daddy runs out. Or excuse me, doesn't have Daddy, has trophy, but he's going to be the opposite balcony. And no bomb's working this way. Does Pharaoh jump out here? And yes, he does. Chow now he has to back off. Now bomb should be going down. Pharaoh in a tough spot.
He does have information on one and the other as well. So at least you know where both players are. T-Mac can hop out the window. Pharaoh, beautiful pre-aim, reads him like a book. But now it's Plank outside of Kegs. He's going to pre-fire directly through the wall. I thought maybe, just maybe, he takes his head off there. Sneaky little challenge from him, but still in a 1 versus 1. 25 seconds left on the bomb here. Up and towards the top. Will drop down. Plank in the gunfight. Up close with the Vaznev. Won't win it. Pharaoh has turned himself back around, and the streak gets invested in the round. He finds 3 of them on the side of Cleary, and basically single-handedly wins Kaiser yet another round here in the S&D. 4-4. We're tied up. 2 rounds for either team to take the S&D.
3 of the 4 rounds Kaiser have won. Pharaoh has found 3 kills in these rounds. I mean, just unreal performance out of him in this one, and if no one else will do it, hey, fine, I'll do it myself. Single-handedly keeping Kaiser in this one, as you said, tied up 4-4, a round they shouldn't have walked away with. So long as Pharaoh's up left, yeah, you better be a little worried.
Bro's building a dynasty out here. By himself on it. Like, oh god. Like, he's just doing it all on his own right now. But he is keeping his team alive here in the S&D, which is the most important thing. Because again, no team this season has been able to take the task of taking a map off of Cleary. But as Plank's able to find the first blood, yet again, it's Cleary who give themselves man advantage. As the bomb is left down all the way on the right side of spawn, Inferno's going to be forced to challenge all the way back to get it. Good timing is going to allow him to cross on out. But just this passive play is not allowing them to get any sort of aggression on the map. They cannot move anywhere, and they still don't have the bomb to work with. 50 seconds is a lot of time. But you have no idea where anybody on Cleary is playing around the map.
And Plank could be on this here. I think they've got an idea. Bomb might be down. At least the way he's looking over it. We'll see what he looks to do. If he can find this kill, you'd think he'd fly forward and look to take up more space on the map. They've got a decent line spread diagonal to this warehouse. Again, you said it was 50 seconds. Now we're down to 30. Bomb just now getting grabbed as Pharaoh finds a kill to even things up at 3-3. They've got to make a play towards one of these sites, and Cleary, they're ready for it.
Sun gonna be in. Clears out Gibby. The check is in. But as Pharaoh falls, now it's gonna have to be on those 2 players. Inferno, dude, put your gun up. You know he's there. Your teammate, dude. That actually just got me so upset. He knew he was there. They stun checked it. They used the utility to make sure they can get Gibby in the corner. Inferno's like, gotta, go get the bomb down. And then just got nothing and let his teammate die. Gave Gibby a free 2-piece, and now Cleary have the advantage in the S&D and are at 5-4 with 1 more round sitting between them and a 2-0 series.
Yep, that
hurts.
It hurts the soul. You hope Inferno can find a freebie, but even then, you'd think a stun check with 1 corner being left to clear out would be the freebie you needed. Not quite the case. 1 offense to close it out. Kaiser getting aggressive once again. Cleary playing their standard A-side push, and this gunfight. There he is. That wasn't even a freebie. I mean, that was a run and gun. So he takes it, but the trade's in. Either way, gets on the board at least. So Red sticks with Garden after the series, and that might have been enough for the team now as they have the life.
10 and 5 here from Gibby, trying to match that of the high flying Pharaoh. Blanket 9 and 7. Gibby with the dead silence pop doesn't realize the Wake's going to be up here on the platform. Is able to snap to the one Pharaoh, though, with a trade. Good news is you still have the advantage. Plank the last alive here in a 1 versus 2. He's able to isolate the first gunfight onto Pharaoh. Hops down the staircase. Dead silence popped. Is able to run all the way out and through the site. And KJT has no clue.
None the wiser for it. Gonna try to scoop bomb and make a play here. 30 seconds left. 1v1 for the map. Can Plank do it? Routeman, does he get paid here? One last final time.
KJT is so lost.
Yeah, I mean, dude is just, you can just tell he's not ready for this. He should hear that, though. I don't think he has Daddy either. No.
They both popped it in the situation beforehand. Bomb going to go down over towards B. Information now given to KJT. He's going to be running back over towards the site, but this is going to give Plank plenty enough time to put himself in an advantageous position to play for the post-plant push. KJT is trying to impose upon him. Door open. Plank trying to creep around. It's like he knows where he is, but he just doesn't all that yet. The creep up. The crouch. The walk forward. They're both going to meet here in a climatic ending. KJT, well, you check the left side corner. Plank, oh my god, he turns around on the box. Oh, they're right under each other's noses. As Plank is going to be able to hop up and find the 1 versus 1. He clutches the 1v2 to give Cleary the advantage in the search and destroy. They'll go up 2-0 inside of the best of 5 series. And the best chance that Kaiser has had so far in this series against the undefeated Cleary falls directly out of the window. Pharaoh's performance all for naught.
And just to go back to that, every time I thought someone was going to get a timing, they turn around and look the other way. And yeah, Kaiser, again, 2 players with 11 kills.
Plank teed up. Wait.
I mean, again, he just had like sleeper routes where he was just finding kills. I mean, they found a couple in the round, yeah, I think 2 that last round. But if Pharaoh's the only one putting up numbers like that, I mean, 5 and 8 and the search and destroy win, right? You can overlook that and say that's not that bad. But the 1 and 10 is definitely one that stings. Definitely anything else, and that could have been, you know, around 11, possibly even going your way, search and destroy. So, you know, tough out of Kaiser here. They walk out with first 3 rounds, only see 1 of the next 7, and yeah, that might just suck all the wind out of your sails going into map 3. Who knows? It'll really show kind of the mental fortitude of the squad, and if, you know, you're gonna have to be resilient in the postseason. You're gonna find yourself possibly in a 0-2 situation to where you have to bounce back with your season on the line. So again, this is kind of your last test run to really say, like, all right, let's lock in, let's do what we can here on control, see if we can turn things around. They are 4-1 in control, so again, statistically speaking, on paper, this is their better game mode. They're gonna have to do it on a CeeLo. They're gonna have to bounce back in a big way to even just kick off a reverse sweep, let alone pull the whole thing off. And for Cleary, when push comes to shove, I mean, when it comes down to it at the end, they've simply been able to clutch up. And that's an oversimplified way to put it. You know, they haven't simply clutched up. They've played very well. But yeah, they really create that separation those last few rounds, those last few hills, and set themselves apart.
Well, at least, you know, if you are Kaiser, you're playing relatively close against this Cleary team. But again, if Cleary win, they will stay undefeated and take the first spot in their division. And of course, Kaiser will then be the 2nd seed coming out of this conference. Regardless, though, we're going to send things to a break. The good news is, before we go, though, it's hard to not be able to best your previous performance going into the control of 1 kill. So it's just going to take a bit to get over that jump. But again, it's still going to have to be a reverse sweep here from Kaiser. On the other side of a break, we'll see the control staying on a CeeLo. So don't go too far. With Starleague, we'll be back in just a bit. Map number 3, control here on El Asilo. Cleary trying to close this series out in 3 quick maps and a nice little sweep for themselves to give themselves the #1 seed going into playoffs. For the Kaiser Seahawks, they are trying to take down the undefeated Titan in maps and series here going throughout this best of 5. Has to be a reverse sweep, though. Gonna need to be able to take it here. And as they're on defense to start things off, it's the offense of Cleary who are able to find themselves a nice first blood and get themselves over towards B right off the rip. It was a very aggressive A hit there on defense that saw a 2-2 split, and as Pharaoh was forced to back all the way off. The Cleary roster all the way on this B zone. They're starting to stack it. They've got a tick of progress already. Pharaoh will be able to find one, but the progress and the clock still going. It stopped.
2 ticks in. I'm looking to get the subs for Cleary to really go takeover mode here.
Oh,
This
no.
one, a team kill. Not going to make this push back to the site any easier, and with that kill, that will be the B site. Everyone for Kaiser going to have to group up, play this A site for over 2 minutes.
They're so deep off
Cleary,
it, too.
it's business as usual back in this respawn. They are high and flying.
I mean, they've already got everybody here. Cleary's about to push off onto the zone, and if Kaiser doesn't have an answer here, it's going to be easy pickings. Back to the respawn block again. A very quick first offensive round here. First one to fall. Pharaoh trying to bounce his way in. T-Mac is going to be there. They're overlooking with the AR. KJT, the second one up for a challenge. And now the last 2 players that are going to be pushing are inside of the A building, which has already been infested with the Cleary players. T-Mac on 5 in a row has yet to die here in the first round of control. Second tick of progress is in. Nobody able to touch the zone. And as the stun comes through, oh my goodness. They just got horked.
I think it's the light way to put it. I mean, that was a dominant offense. I mean, you know it's a dominant round when Gibby goes 1-1, and like we're like, who, you know? Of course it was, you know, Plank and everyone else getting around on the board, and it's not even that they had to find that many kills. It was just what, 2 clean 4 downs, 1 that never got them off of B, and well, 1 that never got them off of A. T-Mac on 5 is definitely going to be leading the way for the team. 3 kills total for Kaiser found in that round. It's gotta be a real good one out of you here in response. And I don't think Cleary are gonna give it up quite as easy. It's a 1-2-1 push, top, middle, and bottom side of the map. Bowie not able to find the first kill. Pharaoh now gonna try to get top cell tower. This is a good opening break, at least to start here. Kaiser Seahawks.
A couple of kills go the way of blue. 2-2 split is going to allow Kaiser to be on the A zone here. Wake trapped in the corner, gonna throw a nade, stop anybody from pushing in just yet. But as the contention is there, the first tick of progress on A will be in. So look for Bowie though. All the way on the back, Pharaoh, aggressive challenge with only 2 HP. Now Bowie can start making his way in through here. Stun, nade, gonna be around the corner. Not gonna be able to cut anybody down just yet, and the A zone will be completed. The progress is there, but the hard part, of course, is getting over towards B.
Inferno finds a good kill mid-map.
Hold up,
Teammates are
buddy.
working
Yes,
through the
indeed,
back lines as well. Yeah, we were rocking double the kills in the search, so things only pointing in the right direction for Inferno in this one. And as his teammates find a couple more kills, again, they're clearing through the back, so they're just trying to pick these kills, but Bowie sniffs it out. Pharaoh, you gotta be able to find him as well, playing the spawn cross. You have the clock stopped for now, but you don't quite have numbers. Clearly look to jump back on this.
They kind of just lined up for each other too. And Inferno, KJT, they're playing across. First tick of progress in. The spawn so deep and far across the map. The only one here is going to be Gibby. I mean, he has the prowess to be able to do it. He's had multiple 2-3 pieces throughout this game so far, throughout the series. But as Bowie's going to be able to find one, they haven't been able to get onto the point just yet. Gibby able to find it. But as KJT was able to get the trade, it's another very quick offense. On the flip side here, Kaiser University will tie things up at 1 apiece. That is not how I expected the start of this LSELO to go.
No. I mean, maybe Clear taking the first round, though it was fast. You're like, okay, get figured. They had a good respawn good hard point. I was not expecting Kaiser to immediately turn around and give a similar response. Yeah. Not quite as fluid, but still got the job done in what? That was both rounds less than 60 or so seconds, maybe 90. Just like that, Kaiser respond right back in this one here. And I guess the question goes to something you don't usually ask, but who's going to make the first defensive stand in this one? At least show us something that lasts longer than 90 seconds.
Oh, 100%. I know I surely can't do that. However, looking at the kill feed, like, the slaying column, this looks like we just ended a first round of control. It's not like, oh, we're already 2 through, because, there's nobody over 6 kills yet, which is kind of stunning. Regardless, Bowie's able to find the first one there on the Wake to get them a little bit more progress here over towards A. They've worked their way forward. Inferno will fall, and as Bowie's able to escape, Pharaoh's going to be stunned out of the contention of the hill for a moment. Gunfight not going to be his way. T-Mac will win it. 28-27. First tick of progress not there, but they're also working the B zone at the same time, so they're trying to split the defenders over towards the A and the B sites.
KJT able to take care of things with a 2-piece at A. Now they're going to work back towards the site, as you said. See what kills he can find out of Keg Alley, but for now, 2 ticks of progress in at the B site. You're gonna try to get into the contest streak's gonna be raining down as well, and KJT combines for a teammate, but is able to find one as well, so that at least clears the B side off. Cleary coming up the spawn block now, decision to make. What side did they want to go for? Just needing 1 ticket B. You don't think they're gonna turn a blind eye to this one and give it up?
And I mean, we haven't needed to see a re-hit from the spawns to get back over to either of these control zones yet on offense, which is weird to say. So that streak might have just really changed the complexion of how these rounds are going to play out. Regardless, though, 3-1 trade. Cleary all the way back on the A site already. Nobody at B. At least if you are player number 8 of Pharaoh, you were able to cut that through. But they've already got 2 ticks of progress over there, so 1 more tick will be the costly deadened ticker that will go ahead and finally cut things down if they are able to get this A site through. And as Gibby's already on 4 in a row and he's found his way out, really, there's only 1 player left in Inferno who can challenge this A zone, and it's not going to be quick enough or in time. Minute 48 seconds left to work with back over towards the B zone, and again, all they need is a tick of progress.
Plank, 2 big kills mid-map. Now as his push is coming through the mid portion, you find 1 more kill. Wake's going to be the last one standing. The stack will come in for the last tick of progress, and yeah, that'll do it even with the team kill. Round going to wave Cleary, though it took a little bit longer than the last go, and by that meaning you had to go to the respawn block once. They still find themselves at series point. But really, I'm clueless going into this next round because given what we've seen, Kaiser have the possibility very much to do the same thing once again. We could be seeing a round 5. It'd be the most confusing round 5 on the face of the planet, but perhaps Cleary can make a stand here and close this one out.
Again, I mean, when we see 2 teams we haven't seen on broadcast all year, you are going to be a bit surprised. Maybe not to this degree in margin. Regardless, it's fun. It's cool. The fact that nobody's hit double digits through 3 rounds, though, still is throwing me off by a significant amount. So maybe if somebody could do that, it'll feel a little bit more normal, I guess. Oh, that's KJT. Thank you. That's 10 for him. Minute 15 left. 15 seconds were ticked off. Nobody able to get anywhere on offense just yet, but it is Kaiser who have cleared out the majority of the zones. They've got themselves radio control tower as well. And as T-Mac has pushed his way all the way onto the point, KJT with a Vaznev up close is going to be able to win the 1 versus 1. There's still a player up and towards the top of the building as well, but the clock has stopped for the time. Nobody really here for Cleary just yet, but it might be Plank and Bowie to spoil the party.
Bowie kicking down the doors. Oh, he's able to snap back to 1. A clean kill there still. Gonna keep things contested, a 1v1 for the rest of the time. Inferno tries to jump Chow. Doesn't read him laying low. Bowie, single man locking this down as his teammates get lined back up. So the reinforcements are in. He's slowing down this push once again. Kaiser still working towards this A site, but they are mowing them down. Back to the respawn block. Players solo challenge through lanes. They need to slow down, group up once again because Cleary now taking up more space on the map and try to chop you down off spawn.
Oh, Blake thought he had Wake killed, but now Wake snaps to the second as well, and this is going to give Kaiser the opportunity to get out towards the B zone. Nobody's here. They can start to stack this, and they have Inferno playing by himself over at A. Oh, that's just so unfortunate, but you have to make sure that you clean up the kill and that you finish it before you start moving on. It's like catching the football and running before you actually catch the football. Bowie able to go ahead and find himself for 2. Pharaoh now for a double, but it's still going to be Cleary who cuts things down. So yes, it's a stroke of luck maybe that allows them to get that B zone under control, but on the opposite side of the map, that A zone, it's going to be completed. They're going to get an extra minute on the clock, a minute 50 to work with. Still a 20-17 life advantage for the offense too.
They need 2 ticks here. Spawn's going to be close for Cleary defensively. Mac, his ability to repinch the site as well, depending on what timing he can find. Spinning around heads on the swivel. They still walk out with the kills. Plank finds 1, snaps to the second as well. It's going to be 3 down though. The Plank's 2 in the feed. And they're continuing to earn that progress. Nearly 2 ticks in here. Gotta get back to this one if you're Cleary.
Over the top, won't find anything just yet. Stack still here. Bowie, though, going to be able to find 1. Tries to snap to Pharaoh, who's going to be able to get cut down by Gibby across the opposite side of the map. It's 3 kills that go the way of the blue Cleary roster. And it's Wake, the last one alive here, who finally gets shot back to the respawn block. Inferno needs to be careful. In a rough spot without the rest of his team, but it's Gibby who's now made his way forward, and he's able to find the first shots onto 1, weakens him up, forces Pharaoh not to be able for the challenge, and then Rhett snaps back on over towards the right and takes Inferno down to the grave with him. Pharaoh still 24 HP in the back line, but he takes down Gibby with the Semtex, and now his T-Mac has started to make his way forward. Bowie with a nade over the top might be able to slow this push even further. Still a minute and 8 seconds left, only a tick of progress needed on B.
This could come down to lives depending on how quickly some kills come in. I mean, 2 full team pushes for either team towards this B site. You just need 1 tick of progress, so maybe a slight advantage for Kaiser with how they've been able to work up the map. You need a good hold here. 2 for 2 in the feed won't quite get the job done. You need to find a clean way to close.
Oh, Plank was forced to back off, but Inferno caught with his pants down, gun not out, no challenge there, and Pharaoh still the only one at the point necessarily able to get a kill. KJT starts to make his way up. Clock stopped at 41. T-Mac on the top side, forced to reload and back off with 76 HP. Two players stacking the zone. Nobody close enough to make a challenge out just yet, and as Gibby will fall to the knife of Inferno, all of a sudden, this zone needs to be jumped into. Contested in from T-Mac. This gives time for the rest of the teammates to start making their way out, and this Plank is able to find two, now making a third. It's everybody cut off the zone, and it's one last push here from Kaiser.
4v4. No respawns remaining for either team. This is going to be the last push here. Playing with the heroics to find 3 in this one. Everyone off the respawn block. Time to win the lane for Kaiser. What was an advantage for them here, now a disadvantage, and they have to push forward.
Once again, Inferno not having his gun up, caught in the reload. T-Mac was able to get up over the top. It's KJT down below who is able to find one. T-Mac doesn't actually read the challenge there. He isn't able to cut down KJT, but he does on the refrag. Pharaoh now, last alive, 1 versus 3. Is he able to pull it off? No, T-Mac gets all the way through, and Cleary on defense, the only one that was won here inside of the control, will be able to take it in a 3-1 advantage to complete the 3-0 sweep over Kaiser. They'll maintain the #1 seed inside of their division and be the #1 seed for the playoffs.
This play by Plank won them the round. A weird control, one of the weirdest I've seen this year from either team. Cleary get it done at the tail end of things to close it out. Again, Inferno really slowing down significantly after map 1 in a way that wasn't able to benefit the team enough. Everyone playing a more balanced performance for Cleary. They walk away with that one, and as we've said about, well, each map and mode combo in the series specifically, Cleary came out, and again, when things got tough, they were able to make the plays necessary to go big and come out with a win.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you know, it just goes back to what we were talking about in map 1, Cash. You know, the outslaying performance kind of carried the way through. We said it was a little bit closer in the scoreline than it might have shown in the actual kill feed itself. But that search and destroy kind of turned things into a new perspective for us. You know, Pharaoh, yes, you know, 3 or 4 rounds, I'll be the one to say it. He carried his team to that because he was able to get, you know, 3-2 kills in the majority of those situations. And then that kind of changed the complexion of the S&D. All of a sudden, he slows down a little bit. Cleary starts getting their way back into the game. You have 2 players go double positive and drop over double digits. And then that kind of just spelled disaster for the rest of the series. I wanted to give them a, you know, kind of a chance when it came to the control and the respawn for map 3, but it's very difficult to look at a team that has not been able to keep up with the slaying of the opposition and favor them going into a control, which is very slay heavy and extremely dominant when it comes to the lives that are going to be left at the end of a round. And that's exactly what we saw there on the defense and offense for the final round of control.
Yeah, definitely. So, I mean, for Kaiser, they were a couple of decisions in, again, each of these 3 maps from pulling it off. You think of the map 1, the P2 not getting out and rotating early. That could have made things closer for them, and a couple of other moments throughout the series as well. They're close. They have the chance to be able to do it. Maybe they'll get a rematch here in the conference championships in a week or 2 for them, but a great performance, and congrats to Clear once again.
Absolutely. Well, clearly the #1 seed. The Seahawks unfortunately fall in an 0-3 sweep. They'll stay a peg down over the opposition. We're going to send things to a break. When we come back, we'll have an interview with the winning team of Cleary, and then we'll set up for the next match ahead. Don't go too far. Interview with the winners in just a bit. Well, it was a fun series there, but at the end of the day, Cleary was the favorite coming into it, and I think that's pretty much how it was open and shut all the way through. We're now joined by Gibby Beams here for an interview, and Gibby, you were kind of deep frying him throughout the entirety of that series, so tippable performance out of you there, but congratulations first and foremost on the win.
Thank you. Yeah, it felt great. It was a great series. I mean, individually, I played well, but most importantly, as a team, we all collectively played together on that hard points. We were rotating and breaking really well together. S&D, we came down from a 0-3 start and bounced back and got the win. Overall, just felt like a good team win, honestly.
Awesome.
Yeah, that's absolutely a great way to put it. And that's kind of what I was going to hit on. You had, as you had touched on, such a good individual performance. How much of it comes down to comms? I mean, the way you guys were flying around the map, it looked like you guys really had an idea of, okay, where's this next push coming from? What angles do we need to pick up and cuts do we need to lock, whether that be in the search or the respawns? How comfortable and good are you guys feeling now that you've included your regular season going into the postseason? How are you guys feeling as a team for a good playoff run?
We feel really great, and honestly, it comes into time and dedication put in. At the beginning of the year, we went through every map and made up callouts for literally every single corner you could think of and wrote them all down on a mini map. So we have really good comms and working together, understanding where they're coming from and what to pick up together as a team. It feels great, honestly.
Yeah, it's great to see it all, come to a head and come to fruition here at this point in the season. That's where you want to be feeling best and most confident. So, I guess next question for you guys, what is the next step or the next, hurdle you guys need to overcome to make sure you have the best playoff run possible? Is there something specifically you guys are going to try to tighten up and work on, or is there something you need to do some hunting for?
Refining the map pool. We got a good understanding of what we like to play, but getting those edge out, making sure we get good at the funky maps like Hydro and stuff like that, to have that back pocket in our hand, along with tightening up our search. Although we looked okay at the end of that, we really haven't played hardly any a CeeLo S&D, so just getting more reps in and stuff like that, it's going to be the biggest thing.
Absolutely.
Yeah. My final question for you, when slow starts are concerned, especially going into the playoffs where a slow start can kind of be the detriment to an entire series, what's the key to not being able to kind of fall into the trap of having that slow start, whether it be a search and destroy or respawn?
The big thing is just don't get caught up in the moment. There's a lot of times, especially in COD, it happens in a lot of other games, but where you're just gonna, you take a gunfight and you lose, and then you take another one and then you lose. And then the unlogical thing is, all right, let's take another one. I gotta chow that. But taking that deep breath, relaxing, and then just working together as a team, is the best way to get out of that run and out of that slow start. I mean, that happened to me on that control. I had 3 kills after the first round, and I just took a deep breath, analyzed, what I had to do to change, and ended up playing pretty well. And a lot of that goes down to just working with my duo Plank and understanding what we got to do.
Absolutely. I mean, that was one of the quickest controls, I think, through the first 3 rounds I think we've seen. I don't think anybody had more than like 6 or 7 kills through the first 3 rounds. So, yeah.
Yeah, it was a weird one at the start.
Yeah, 100%. Well, again, congratulations, undefeated season. You guys are going into the playoffs kind of as the top team to beat. So good luck to you guys in your ventures forward. We'll hope to see you be crowned a championship of your tier when the year comes down, the playoffs come to a close.
Yeah, thank you much. It was a great time being here. Thanks for having me for the post-game interview. Thank you for everyone that watched. I know my family did, the Sanchez family did. It was a great time to play, and I appreciated being on the stream.
That's awesome. Wholesome guy. Congratulations once again, and hopefully we'll be talking to you in the winner's circle later on in the season.
All right, yes, sir. Have a good one.
Take it easy. Alrighty. Well, hey, I mean, you can't get better than that. Parents watching, family watching, and stuff like that. That's what it's all about, baby. That's cool, especially when it comes to collegiate stuff, when Call of Duty is concerned. So, Cash, before we go, closing thoughts on this before we kick it to Wichita State and OTSU.
Yeah, I think the biggest thing from that interview I want to talk about specifically, it's refreshing to hear that level of passion. I mean, you could just tell that Gibby and, of course, speaking for the rest of the team, right? Just really excited. Even just saying, we just sat down at the beginning of the season, carved out any kind of call out you would like. That just goes to show that everyone's hungry and eager to perform. And it's awesome to see teams put in that time and then it start to pay off for them as well. So it's really cool, and I'm excited to follow this Cleary roster as they look to make their postseason run.
Absolutely. So everything is set up now for the lower step down from where our varsity is. So as we get ready to kick things over to Wichita State, no TSU, this is a matchup that will decide who the last team inside of our top 8 will be going forward in the rest of this postseason. Don't go far. I promise this next matchup is going to be one to remember. So on the opposite side, Wichita State, they'll take on Ontario Tech. Don't go too far. right, well, for the first time here tonight, that was the end of the regular season for the step below the varsity premiere. This is time for the varsity premiere conference play-ins. Wichita State, OTSU, both teams trying to make it into the actual 8-man or 8-team playoff, I should say, here coming up throughout the course of not only this weekend, but over the next 2 weeks here for NACE, which is going to be kind of the talk of the town here for the next few weeks if you are in the collegiate space. The postseason, best time of the year, everybody trying to prove themselves, but I mean, you play a whole, 7-8 weeks of a regular season, so you'd like to hope that you're probably in a good spot to be able to take some of these matches. Regardless though, Cash, this Wichita State roster, only one blemish on their record, and of course that was the St. Clair last week on broadcast, where albeit they were able to take the only map that St. Clair's lost all season against them.
Definitely so. And, we had gone back, watched that VOD to kind of see Wichita State and what they're able to do, where they're able to excel. And Peach was a standout player for this Wichita State squad, a walking two-piece with the AR, and really just able to take over, lock down different parts of the map. And it was also on a hotel hardpoint that he had a phenomenal performance. Even though they did take an unfortunate loss, it was one where they still had their shining moments in it. And we're going to have, a 3-night stay here for the first 3 guaranteed maps of the series. Fortress Hardpoint if we need an El Asilo search as well to round things out. And for Wichita State, they're looking good going into the series. Like you said, just that one blemish. And for OTSU, definitely trying to, do what Wichita State was doing to St. Clair, right? Force some discomfort, force, themselves to have a rematch once again against St. Clair. Both of these teams kind of gunning for that. But you got to stay locked into this one because they've also got some history playing against each other early on in the season.
100%. Not only that, Amber, this is a winner go home situation. You lose this, it's GG to your season. This is the end of the line for one of these two teams, and that's the biggest thing here, is that whoever moves on will stay alive. Whoever loses, bye, see ya. We'll be seeing you. So regardless of the fact, just taking a look at our little 3-day vacation to the Greenberg Hotel, this is where Wichita State were able to make side of St. Clair pay in the search and destroy. This was a map that they were able to take off of them. They're very confident in their map pool when it comes to search and destroy. That's by far and away their best game mode. You're able to take a respawn off of this OTSU squad. You're probably looking preemed up for a 3-0 series.
You absolutely are, and that's not to knock on OTSU. It's just to show how well Wichita State is playing at this point in the season. They're gunning. They want that rematch in the conference championships against St. Clair to try and do what they can to influence seeding, to try maybe get a revenge match. And knowing if you take one, you maybe have a possibility to take a couple more off of them, especially with some of those weak points that we saw. But for OTSU, shifting things towards them, this is not a series out of the realm of winning for them. Again, you look at search and destroy sitting and coming into this one, with a negative record. It's one that, map 2 will be a focus for them, knowing just to do the best they can to try to pull that one off. But the respawns are going to be critical, and coming out hot on map 1 specifically really could be a telltale sign of how the series plays out for them. So they definitely have a lot on the line going into this one. They have a lot they need to come out, play sharp, play on fire, and show that, again, they're willing to not only take the series themselves, but if need be, force it to go the distance, force this Wichita State team to earn every map of this win. And they played each other in week 2, and Wichita State won it in a game 5 fashion. So these teams have played before, and they've pushed it the distance already once. It's something where, do you have it in the tank for OTSU to flip the script, give yourself that win in whatever fashion it looks like? Or for Wichita State, this history repeat itself, and you shock the nation once again and come out with another win against this team.
Yeah, I don't think that when we look at like previous matchups and stuff like that, like it's 100% fair to pit like, oh well, OTSU did this against St. Clair, Wichita State did this against St. Clair, because each team brings us a little bit something different to the table. And although OTSU did lose in the same fate of like that 0-3 sweep that everybody had already lost to for St. Clair, although their series wasn't all that close, Wichita State did play a much more manageable and close series against them, where it should have, or not, maybe not should have been, but it very easily could have been a bit different in that map 4 hotel hardpoint, where we could have seen a map 5 be pushed on St. Clair in the regular season, which I don't think anybody really had on the radar or bingo card. So like the biggest thing here is, don't necessarily pit up OTSU's 3-0 loss against St. Clair as like that big thing, because again, when a team is pushed back against the wall, that's when they're at their scariest. And right now I would think that OTSU is probably at the scariest point in the season. They've had the practice, they've had the losses to Wichita State as well as St. Clair in the season to be able to recorrect their wrongs. So we're gonna have to see out the gate what they're going to be able to bring to the table for this time against Wichita State. Right now the tiebreaker goes to Wichita State, but it was a very close series all the way through and through. So I wonder if we'll be in store for the same thing again. Class will open things up on a Tyler Fury frenzy there for a double as well. 2-2 back and forth split. It's OTSU though, who found themselves inside of the point first and foremost.
Wichita State putting a lot of emphasis on getting across mid-map, looking to get control and lock down a bit of P1. Spawns up the grabs is nice. See Tyler Fury push forward, and Tyler Fury, the aggression that he plays with, I'm excited to see how that bests against Class and what he was able to do against St. Clair last week. Felt like a walking two-piece at times, both of them influential on the map for their team for the better. And for Wichita State, again, looking at Peach to really lock things down with the AR, put this team in a body bag early where they can and where they would want to take control of the series. So TSU, they're working on the pinch to the top side of the map as this hill was the top. They already got 30 off the first hill.
Nice flank from Tyler. We'll give them control of the satellite opportunity. That pinch will need to come through. However, they do have a spawn up in from behind them. Jake could cause some havoc here in the back line. He's already found one now, make it a second. Off-screen engagements go the way of Wichita State. Now it's all 4 down as they get able to break back in towards P2, and they're going to force OTSU to spawn on the north side of the map, and it's going to be another hit through satellite in the middle of the map.
And strap kill feed. Jake walks away with a couple more. That'll be a 4 spree. Something we'll keep an eye on to see if he can earn that cruise missile here early on. Peach as well. It's all clean for P2. They've got it all locked down. Still haven't overtaken the lead as 3 quickly shift away at OTSU. They're going to look to try to jump in for some time. 25 seconds left. The spawn out comes in Wichita State. They're going to get out on rotation. Maybe with their bodies left, look to put a little pressure on this one. But this last 20 possibly going the way of OTSU. Again, they have a decent cushion to get over to P3, but they're even just going to give it up and look to fly.
Yeah, they know that P2 is not their main goal. They want to be able to break into the kitchen. I don't think Wichita State's going to be ready for a clean, quick hit break that OTSU were going to try to throw at them. However, with everybody falling in the mid portion of the map and just really setting themselves up for the initial time here, it's going to turn things around a bit differently. Big gunfight win there by Schmutz in the back line. Jake will fall. So there goes the guaranteed spawns for Wichita State. And now you're going to see Jake once again spawning back across the opposite side of the map. Break now on from OTSU. They've got one through the back line. Shadow will fall. 3 versus 3 on the hill, and they're inside of the point. Chef, Peach, back and forth. The walking 2-piece has gotten himself a double, and now it's Jake who will find the last one. Only player left to push in is going to be Shadow. He's going to try and make a hero play here, and as he contests for the time, it's 30 seconds left here for either team to be able to garner and stand on top of strong.
I'm still sitting tested. A couple more kills go their way. Make that 3. 1 player left standing, and you get the clearance you need. Back 20. Going to be all yours if your OTSU rotation underway for Wichita State. But Tyler Fury, I mean, again, the fastest sub that maybe we've seen, in the collegiate scene at times. The way that he can get out and rotate, sure, isn't able to find the kill or get information, but it puts pressure on Wichita State to be wary that he will constantly be flying around the map and applying pressure at different lanes. Wichita State, they take care of business, clean things up, and look to get a good setup here as P4 looks to pop. It's a 20-point game.
Frontaria attack. I mean, really what it comes down to is being able to make these clean hit quick breaks at the beginning of the hills or even towards mid portion. I mean, even by the kitchen, Wichita State, they thought they were good set up for maybe 40-50 seconds. They were only able to get 20 seconds of time without it being either contested or completely flipped the opposite way. And now OTSU, once again, clean break into the front, in control. We're able to break Wichita State out. And yes, maybe a counterbalance break comes back for Wichita State. But again, this 40 seconds of time, very volatile early on between the teams. And as Tyler Fury will be forced all the way back, Frenzy will win the 1 versus 1. They've still got player number 6 here in Shadow. He's in the back line. Jake will take care of it. So now it's the bedroom spawn secured for OTSU, and at least the back line in the hill for Wichita State secure.
Back and forth we go in this game, but OTSU has maintained the lead for the entirety of it. 15 seconds left, could tie things up, if not overtake the lead. You have 1 player left here in Chef who's able to win a big gunfight. That should garner the back 10 to go their way out on rotation. You've got Class in a great position, playing aggressive up towards Kitchen to try to cut down this front line. Teammate support coming in as well, but OTSU, they're rallying, they're pushing through mid-map as well to pinch to satellite.
Keeping that 20-point advantage from hill to hill, which has been a beautiful buffer room for them. And as Tyler is able to find yet another, the pressure that has been put on Wichita State has been way too much to overcome for the Shockers early on here. And now as Tyler Fury starts to make his way all the way into the back line, it's Jake and Big Peach who are looking to go ahead and break themselves out. Frenzy on the back line. Good pinch. Not going to be able to work out for a kill, though. It gets snuffed out immediately, and over the 100-point mark, OTSU is just about across.
Class looking around trying to find the player, can't, but Peach combines for 5 in a row now. 1 away from the street. His teammates are on the hill as well, so no time like that moment to get the break for the back 30 to go your way. You're going to need every second just to close the margin of this game. You already have Class out on rotation as well as, you guessed it, Shadow. Tyler Fury looking to be head that way soon. It's a bit more pressure through mid-map, but again, all emphasis on this rotation. Wichita State are through. They're going to have the spawns in the back as well, so you get the back half scrap time. It'll be a 30-point game as we go to the last hill on this rotation. P6 very much up for grabs.
Like what Class is trying to do for himself here. He's waiting for the players to rotate over and over from OTSU to be able to make himself known and the presence be felt to try and cut a few players out. However, with the pinch not hitting through the backside of spawn, what Wichita State were trying to break out for, it was Shadow who kept himself alive all the way in the outlines to allow Wichita State to force their way back through the middle of the map. And now OTSU, they've got themselves set up. Nice little 3-piece, though. A break through the front of the hill is going to allow Wichita State to get in. But again, it's the buffer room that OTSU continue to build for themselves. They don't allow Wichita State to set up for a monumental amount of time.
And again, it's just important to note because we've seen it on back-to-back hotel hard points tonight, but Wichita State very much outselling OTSU. Schmutz is double negative in this hard point, and it's something where, again, you're finding kills where you need to, using it to get breaks and using it to garner time. Wichita State maybe finding a couple more empty kills around the map. Jake will have 5 in a row, make that 6, line him up for streaks, line him up for the last bit of scrap time. We're going to go back to 1v1 here, but for Wichita State, sure, the kills are flowing and going your way. You're going to have to find a way to pick up more of the map and make that into a scoreline.
And is this the ramp up into momentum that we needed from Wichita State to be able to break through the barrier that OTSU was building in front of them? We talked about how close they played St. Clair here in this hardpoint. They've been outclassed by OTSU at every stretch of the turn. They've always had themselves a lead built out, and Wichita State has been fighting from behind ever since that point. Chef's two-piece in the middle of the map allows everybody to recollect and towards that middle portion, get the last few kills that they needed on Wichita State, and really start to run that clock up yet again. Big Peach not going to be able to find one. Usually a walking two-piece. This time gets cut down in the dirt as Class will do his best Peach impression to get them a little bit of pressure and a little bit of space in towards the middle of the map. Chef M still here. Frenzy. Shots on the Chef M won't be able to walk away with it, but again, it's still just trade after trade where Wichita State is trying to play from behind for scraps yet again.
And Schmutz finding that kill mid-map again bleeds 5 seconds off the clock that Wichita State cannot earn. So OTSU putting pressure on mid, or excuse me, on P2 rotation, they're going to win it here. But Wichita State, where they've been able to get what would be gimme scrap time, haven't even been able to get it cleanly. Still fighting from a 15-point deficit in this one. They need to get a quick break here, as you said, to start to swing that momentum their way. OTSU have constantly had this point buffer, and Wichita State have yet to make them pay.
Jake in the back line. Won't need to help out Peach as he wins the 1v1 for himself. Multiple streaks to use here on Wichita State across the board. Peach has one, Jake has one, and now Frenzy's trying to go ahead and get himself a few too. Shadow through the front door, though. Will allow the side of OTSU to at least have some time here momentarily. With 35 seconds left here, and the break still hitting from back and forth. It's just kill after kill being traded to either side. The pinstripe kill feed has not let up pretty much the entirety of map one.
P2. Historically, and by historically I mean the only other P2 we've seen, went the way of Wichita State, were able to get a lion's share of time, and now we're going to see them overtake the lead for the first time since, again, P2. It's about this P3 rotation and what they're able to do. Sure, they won the rotation last go-round, but how quick were OTSU on the break, able to get in, constantly be contesting from the front and walk away with the back bit of time. Here in this one, they're on the outside looking in. They're going to have to group up with their teammates coming off spawn and try to get an early break on this one. Streaks invested Frenzy finds a kill. The hill pops. A 2v3 on the time.
With Class falling in the middle of the map, it forces a 2 versus 4 here. They were at least able to find one to even it out just a bit further in their favor. However, with Frenzy laying down the contestation in now, everybody has to fight forward. They have to march into the hill. They have to win the 1 versus 1 gunfights, and they can't because Tyler Fury has held things down. Frenzy, Peach, Jake, all victims to the hands of Tyler and his Fury. Chef M will find the last one cooking in the kitchen. 164, 155. OTSU hold things off in Wichita State. Although they had a quick lead, it flips back to the opposite way, and once again, OTSU in firm control.
If they get the rest of this time, they'll be crossing the 200-point mark as well. Wichita State need to make a stand sooner than later, and it starts with Jake trying to get in, trying to contest the last bit of P3 time here. Chef will snap around and able to find the kill up close and personal on rotation. Bloodbath trades going back and forth. You don't quite have a clean rotation of Wichita State, and that's not the point you want to be at, given that you just gave up 45, 50 seconds of time through the mid-map. OTSU is dominated, and they're continuing that streak here.
This is a massive lead. Now Frenzy's the last one alive all the way in the backside spawn. 4 players here from OTSU as they're starting to get back around to the bar. Wichita State, they rotated early the last time through. They weren't able to hold things down, and once again, it's the same fateful thing that's happening again. Glass up to the front. Gunfight around the corner. Schmutz will be able to fall, but it's Tyler Fury who's there once again. Thought he might be able to snap on a Peach, but the headshot's going to be enough to give the side of Wichita State a 3-1 trade, a break into bar, and a fighting chance to keep the hard point alive.
Up for the next push, but Wichita State get a good break when they need it. 30 seconds up for grabs, could tie this game up, but you got to make the hike across the map in just a few moments here. Kills still going their way, 3 for 1 in the feed, and you maybe see Chef start to turn his eyes, start to head towards New, but as his teammates get the spawn in the north portion of the map, these gunfights in mid power everything. Class walked away with a couple on a 4 spree as well, but this transitional rotation going to be everything now with OTSU. We're going to get the last bit of scrap time.
And like the thing is that if you're gonna go ahead and split, you have to be confident in your split and make sure you hold the scrap time down. Instead, you split your forces, force 1v1 gunfights on the opposite side, and OTSU, they make you pay for it. You have the majority of the forces here, but you have to walk away with at least the first gunfight, and you're not able to do so. Chef M, Schmutz, 2 kills go the way of OTSU. 30 seconds away from taking map number 1, and you're still not able to fight, and if you're Wichita State.
Battling from the outside in, no timings going their way, not able to find any kills. They're funneling 1 by 1 into the side. Down goes the first, there goes the second, and well, are you going to line up the last 2? Because for Wichita State, they've simply been getting chopped down at every turn. You said OTSU has been outclassing them on this entire map, and this P6, a masterclass of its own.
Slaying battle, not close. Wichita State is completely outslaying the opposite side of OTSU, but you're wondering why the score is so close. They're getting the kills in the important moments that matter and holding down the time off of it, where Wichita State is getting kills and not being able to go ahead and sit themselves tut in the hill. 280 seconds left. OTSU just needs 5 more now with 10 seconds left on the hill. The contestant now in the side of Wichita State. Can't find anything through the front door. There's only one player left alive here in its class. He's not able to find anything with it. Not able to touch the zone. And Ontario Tech, they'll take map number 1. Wichita State will fall. Good news is they at least have a rebound S&D on the way.
You said nothing scarier than a team with nothing to lose, and for OTSU, I mean, backs against the wall, came out and fried. From start to finish of that hard point, being outslayed too. Again, the scoreline stayed close because Wichita State was able to find a couple of good sets of kills and able to get some time there at the start. But I mean, OTSU, where they were dominating, it was insane and clinical around the map. And again, they don't have the flashiest score lines to show for it. Chef M maybe with nearly 3 minutes of hill time. A couple other players with over 60 seconds as well, but a very much coordinated team effort. The charge, led by Tyler Fury, of course, not only leading the team, but leading the lobby in kills and engagements. Doing everything you expect out of a high-flying sub, and his teammates were there for the sport.
I mean, just think of what Chef was doing on every hard point. Wichita State were like, okay, you know what? Screw it. We'll give them the early rotation. We'll go for a break. But then they would sit there for the scrap time with like 25 seconds left. And who was there every time? It was Chef M. Every time. And he was able to just disrupt what Wichita State were trying to get them. That's the reason they kept having that 20-second buffer time and time again, because he would play for the scrap time while his teammates were off on the rotation. He trusted within his teammates to be able to make those hero plays on the next hill and then be able to keep the score line close enough for them to be able to break as a team and then regain the lead once again. And that's the pretty beautiful portion of what this Ontario Tech roster has come throughout the the very first week of the season all the way up to now. And again, this is why I said this isn't really a fair matchup to say like, oh, well, this is the score line against St. Clair. This is the score line against St. Clair for either of the teams. And then compare them to one another, because this matchup plays so significantly different between either of these two teams. They bring so much different to the table that it forces each other to play in an uncomfortable way. And that's why Ontario Tech always has a fighting chance against this Wichita State roster. Each of these rosters, whenever they play each other, are the envy of the other team. They're the Achilles heel, and they can shut them down because they play so close together in such a similar way.
And I think things are going to stay just as, high octane and high intensity in the search and destroy. I mean, we're guaranteed hotel for the first 3 maps. So, these teams both know how to play it. It's perhaps any team's most repped map in MW2. Again, for these squads, you're coming into it with the series advantage if you are OTSU. Your worst game mode, though. So again, as important as map 1 was to get out, get hot, and get a good advantage, they go out and do that. But the job's not done in map 2. You definitely don't want to give up a quick hard point to search and destroy to level things out. But again, you have that buffer room with taking map 1 in the fashion that they did. They should be feeling good going into the search. Again, still very much have a possibility to take it, but given on paper and given what we've seen out of Wichita State, this is a mode where they look map mode combo that they look very comfortable on. One that OTSU are going to have to continue to prove themselves being the slight underdog coming into this series. Job won't be done until they can walk away with the series win. I think for a lot of people, just to really show that they're cemented as a team that can really run with the best, and they're right on the cusp. Map 1 was a great showing of that. And for Wichita State, simply put, you were finding empty kills around the map. You weren't making the heads-up decision that you needed to make, whether it was getting out of rotation or, like you said, you're going to call a split. You got to trust that you can lock down the scrap time. It was just a couple of inassured plays that ended up costing them, again, a 60-point deficit. You can find 20 points here, there, and the other that Chef was able to go in at the last moment and scoop up. So that's just 1 point. You can look after the hard point that Wichita State can try to turn around. But as you look at the search and destroy, you just take a breath, collect yourself as a squad, and know that, hey, not only did we take this off of St. Clair last week, this specific map and mode combo, but it's one where this is our best mode. We can rally back in the series, tie things up 1-1, and keep things manageable.
Yeah, and again, this is a completely different situation, though, than we saw in the regular season. If anybody is just joining us, this is the conference play-ins. This is to get to the conference championship. Once you get to the conference championship, that secures you top 8. If you lose here, you're basically done. And you don't really have a rebound for yourselves after that fact, which is kind of like the scary thing is like, you're going to the LCQ, sure. That's fine, but like, you know, it feels like a death sentence in a lot of ways, because you don't get to keep yourself with your advantage in your own hands. It's not your sole possession that you're going to be able to push forward with. And so when you have a team like OTSU, you know, you were knocked down a peg by not only Wichita State, but St. Clair as well. To get a rematch up against St. Clair and then knock Wichita State, someone who has beaten you beforehand already, you want to knock them down. And this is just a much more pressure-filled situation for either of these two teams than we saw throughout the entirety of the regular season, because the regular season, in the grand scheme of things, it matters, but you're not stressing about it because you know that you're gonna have multiple chances going forward. Now this kind of feels like your last chance if you get sent down to the LCQ, because you don't know who you're gonna play down there. It's shark infested Wallers, and you know, everybody else from the other conferences, the other divisions, they might have maybe a worse record than you, or maybe they've played somebody different. They're still going to be difficult to go up against no matter what. The LCQ is, again, is just the most like death sentence place that you could be. You don't want to go there. I mean, maybe I don't want to play St. Clair either, but I'd rather play St. Clair than go to the LCQ.
Absolutely so. Ontario Tech coming into search and destroy at a disadvantage to Wichita State and what they've been able to boast on this map specifically. I mean, again, I just think a team where one of your ARs can finish double negative and you still walk out with a win. I mean, you got to be feeling all right enough going into whatever comes next. For Wichita State, on the opposite side, you had good slaying performances. You couldn't come out with a map win here. You'd like to see them play a bit more fundamentally sound. Jake opening up with the first blood, Class with the second. Great way to start.
This is the Wichita State we thought we'd see in the search and destroy, and you know, it's only the first round, sure, but Jake with the sniper was going toe to toe last week with relays with a sniper in his hand, and that completely changed the complexion of the game. And that, excuse me, Brandon with the sniper in his hand, and that is why this game played so close, because they get so much utility out of that first pick that you can find with a boomstick, and now with that bomb down and Schmutz being left alive in a 1 versus 4, Wichita State's not giving any sort of information to the opposition of where they're going to be playing from. They can all challenge us up together, and well, it's Jake with the sniper who will find his second kill in the round to put Wichita State up 1-0 in the S&D.
Glenn Cloud, they found their first kills, basically put a diagonal line through the map to trap them in that bottom spawn corner, and Schmutz simply left to pick a corner and pre-fire. Wichita State there at every turn. Good opening round out of them to bounce back after that hard point.
Defense is crucial to lock down every time. If you give up that A site, it's very difficult to be able to retake. My question is, who will be the first team to hop over towards B to try and throw the opponent off? Right now, seems like a very clinical standard hit. Go back over towards A. Class going to throw a trophy system down. Look towards the middle of the map. Doesn't want to get across to the bomb just yet. Doesn't want to get cut down. They'll force Chef M off back and towards a different challenge in the corner. Realizes nobody's on the bomb just yet. He can lay down, wait for everybody on a challenge, and it's Schmutz who's able to walk away with the first blood. So from a 1 versus 4 back to now a 4 versus 3. Schmutz will come full circle in the round. 30 seconds ticked off the clock. Bomb hasn't worked his way onto the A site just yet, but Wichita State, you can see them wanting to get aggressive here.
They want to get aggressive, and that could open a window for Tyler Fury to find good timing on the flank. Everyone's grouped up in and around L desk. But maybe the rat back here does Tyler Fury here. This does he play patient, good timing. He could line up all 3.
He does. He gets the first, snaps to the second, can't get to the third though. Pulls out the knife, and I get it though. You're kind of like, okay, well, I want to at least be able to guarantee myself 1 or 2 kills, so you want to hop up quickly. But if you let everybody run through the doorway and they all line up for you, that's an instantaneous round win. So yes, you go away, you walk with 2, but it's still Peach now left alive in a 1 versus 2, and they have no idea that he's been able to slip through their backline. Peach could get some great timing here on the 1 and toward the doorway. Shots are going to be good. Isolated 1 versus 1. Now has to get the bomb down with only about 20 seconds left here. And Schmutz is going to be aware of it. He's privy to the plan.
Planning safe side. What time does he get? He knows he has to hop up here. Is he able to get across? Answer going to be yes. Peach is going to reach hell out though.
Why?
Maybe against better judgment. Okay, definitely against better judgment. Schmutz knew where you were. You weren't quite sure of where he was pushing from. You knew mid lane. What side? Too many questions to ask, and a big gunfight win for Schmutz, having a slower hardpoint performance. A good 1v1 to clutch up to make things even.
That's what we call a good old ego chow. Yeah, don't do that. If anybody is like trying to like win a search and destroy, or like you're down in a series where you need to win your S&D, just don't do that. You have the bomb planted for you. You have 45 seconds to work with. He's got to come to you. Yes, I understand that, you know, maybe in his mind he was thinking, oh yeah, well, he's just got to jump challenge back out through the middle of the map. You know, Schmutz is going to be sprinting down the lane to try and get good timing on me or chase me. But still, don't challenge that. He's got an AR, you have an SMG. The Baznev's good, but it's not going to win that 9 times out of 10. Regardless, though, back to the offensive side here now for OTSU. Frenzy will once again open up with a first blood here on the defensive side. Wichita State will force this out of OTSU to play a bit more passive, as Chef M's just laying down, looking for the kind of the same play and pick that the side of Wichita State got on the offense last time.
Sniper shots ring out. OTSU stalled out once again at this ace site. Shadow maybe trying to find a pick with a sniper, but no dice so far. And you see this mid-map control that Wichita State's able to take. Chef M is at least able to connect with one in and around couches. They're maybe thinking of a push if Chef can clear out B here. If not, he's going to hit this route through the back. I like this play.
First one lines up, drop dead immediately. What was a 3 versus 2? Excuse me, a 3 versus 3 now gets to a 3 versus 2. Down below, he's able to line one up. The second one going to be there, but the bomb goes down, and they're not able to find the player on the bomb until you go ahead, force him out with the Semtex, challenge him out towards the right. Class wins with the Vaznev in hand. Shadow, last one alive. Sniper up in towards the top. Information now given to the side of Wichita State. He'll have to be forced to pull out the pistol. Refrag himself back and towards a different way. Shot gonna be there with the sniper. Now it's a pistol. 1 versus 1. Peach shots over the top. Good for a nice little tag. But unfortunately won't be able to walk away with a kill. I thought maybe for a second Shadow just had a Fury lit under him.
And if he didn't take damage,
wow.
I think if he didn't take Semtex damage, I would have maybe set his odds fared a bit better in that one against Peach. It would have been tough, but you saw how well he was snaking that. Again, the fact that he was weak, would love to have seen that battle at full health. Well played out of Shadow, about the best you could.
Yeah.
Wichita State answer back after your offensive attempt, and they find themselves up 2-1 early on here, but both teams, again, going toe-to-toe. We see a lot of everything in the early, handful of rounds of search, so nothing set in stone, still so early on, though the Shockers have a slight advantage. OTSU, though, hoping to make a good stand defensively.
Now this is a good adjustment here from Wichita State. You send Big Peach all the way over towards Satellite to look for a flank that might be coming through because you recognize, hey, Tyler was the one who bought through Satellite the last time. Let's not let that happen again. Regardless, you still won the round, but, needless to say, things can turn very quickly. Chef here down below, once again, just playing the bottom of the bedroom here. Things that have changed from round to round so far. Nobody picked within the first 30 seconds this time through. Chef will be forced back all the way yet again. So now as this bomb can start making its way forward, the middle of the map still completely tucked in by OTSU, and Frenzy just looking for a push here into the desk.
And Tyler knowing he can't get that timing 2 rounds in a row, but you've got Frenzy playing check-in, so I wish he would still try to push for that route, but Peach still looking over it. So really, it's a 2v3 at the site because they have 2 players watching the flank push through mid and push through Satellite. That's just Tyler Fury's impact around the map and the influence he can pull from the opposition. Now 25 seconds left. You got to make a decision. You got to try to cross. Oh, don't get ready for that gunfight. You're going to jump chow once again. Schmutz, 2 for 2 on those chows.
If you're going to push that gunfight into Schmutz, you have to make sure there's another one there because you're going to need a trade immediately after the fact, but everybody starts to make the play at the same time, and Wichita State gets the good read over on the site. Now you can just lay down. 10 seconds left, but you have plenty of time to get that plant in. Now Shadow left alive in a 1 versus 3. 4 HP, narrowly escapes away with his life, has a chance to clutch up here in the round. It's going to be difficult, though.
We're going to push through mid. What timing can you find? Ooh, you get across, but you get seen, so Jake going to be teed up for this one, but with the gunny up. Shadow's able to take it. Now what can you do? 30 seconds left. Still plenty of time, but with the players splitting, with someone playing top bed, I don't know that you're going to have time to sniff out that kill if he even won the first.
Yeah, I thought Frenzy was going to like fly chow back at him throughout the middle of the map there because of how weak he was, but he does let him get away. Has an attempt to re-challenge the gunfight here, but again, the Vaznev out. Maybe if you peek it with a sniper, you have a bit better of a chance to fare against Frenzy, but that's not a typical spot that you're going to see somebody playing in a reset take like that. So, credit to the side of Wichita State for being able to win the first offensive game. They give themselves a 2-round buffer over OTSU, and for Ontario Tech back on offense here now. It doesn't feel like a must-win, but it kind of does in a lot of the sense of it, just because, having a 3-round buffer opposed to just that 2 or 1 round, it just seems like a much more significant hill to climb out of, especially against the Wichita State team that's so good when it comes to S&D.
OTSU flying with numbers towards this B side. It could be a 4v1 if they bully this out quickly. The NATO connect. Peach will find the first, and now going to snap to try to pre-fire the second. That'll let the second team make it over 3v2 on the site. Peach did exactly what he needed to. Found a kill. Bought time for his teammates to wrap back, and now for OTSU, back to the drawing board, and what we see him wrapping back to spawn as well.
Would have loved somebody to challenge out with Shadow there, not just force a 1 versus 1 gunfight out by himself. Lack of communication there forces 4 versus 3 advantage. The opposite side, Wichita State on defense, where they've won every round so far. Once again, looking prime to do the same here yet again, unless OTSU have something to say about it. Need to equalize things back out of the 3 versus 3. I mean, they have the A site kind of cleared out for themselves, but once again, look who's all the way in the back. It's Jake with the sniper. Chef M gets out alive for a moment's time, but the bomb now dropped in the middle of the map, down below the bedroom, and Frenzy and everybody else can just scatter around the point. 1 versus 4 here from Schmutz yet again in an offensive round for OTSU. He'll find the first, but with 15 seconds left, it just seems like game over, and it will be. Jake with the sniper in the back will cut him down 4-1 Wichita State.
And that one just felt like they went through the Rolodex of plans. Plan A, okay, let's get over to B. Plan B, we'll have to wrap back through our spawn, without information, back towards A. And okay, now we're seeing resistance through the mid-map. I'm going to try to cross. You get chopped down. It just seemed like they were stopped at every turn. It didn't have an answer for the adjustments Wichita State made there in the mid-round. So, again, going to show how strong the Shocker team is in Search and Destroy specifically. Ontario Tech need to string together. If last round was feeling like a must-win, this one definitely getting closer and closer to being the case. As now offensively, Wichita State going to try to pull off the same thing over here at this B site.
That's what bomb in hand up into Wine. Lots of space taken here by Wichita State over at B. This is the difference, though. They're going to double challenge this out for Wichita State, and the dead silence is going to give them a perfect inlet here in towards the kitchen. No noise was heard by Tyler Fury, and he gets costed for it as he gets shot in the back. 4 versus 3. Bomb going to go down. Schmutz is here. Shadow on the opposite side. If they want to push this, they got to go together, but that door being open now gives the side of Wichita State the advantage, knowing where a couple players are going to come from. Schmutz to the front door. Not going to be able to find anything. Chef M was there for a moment's time, and Shadow in the back line will now be the last alive in a 1 versus 3. He won't be able to find anything, and once you get into that kitchen, it's so hard to get everybody out. At a respawn, it's much easier. In a search and destroy, it's almost a death.
Clinical, well executed, and you called it from the opening play. They double trowel out of freezer. Get the good timing with dead silence on Tyler Fury. He had the right idea, but when you can't hear anything, well, good luck and have fun taking those last couple of gunfights. Map point to draw Wichita State up 1-1 in this one, and really. Maybe not, the score line, you could say whatever, but, I expected the search to go this way. Wichita, we've seen them on this map mode combo. They're very, very strong in this. I mean, you've got Jake at 7-3 with a sniper, Peach at 7-1 with an AR, Frenzy 6-3 as well. So really strong performances from them. OTSU just, again, maybe without as deep of a playbook, kind of getting stunned and then stopped and unable to think a couple steps ahead. They need to make some big adjustments here to take this one, and maybe getting Jake out of that spot in secret is a good place to start.
With a sniper. The opening blood for Wichita State. Once again, give them the advantage in the round. Time to work with, and as Chef and Tyler are able to pair for a double. That opens this round to a lot more possibilities that would have been seen beforehand. 2 versus 3, middle of the map, held down. Frenzy equalizes a 2 versus 2. Tyler on the back line. Might have heard some information there. Class will get away with his life, just sprinting all the way back around. Tyler has absolutely no idea where he went. The only answer he knows is away. Everybody is just so spread out across the map for either of these two teams right now. It's really just isolated gunfights that are 1v1s for either side as the bomb works its way over towards the B site. The best case scenario for OTSU, it's going to force Wichita State all the way across the map, and they have no idea to it. Just kidding. Tyler will fall to Frenzy. 2 versus 1 on the retake.
I was just about to say Tyler did so well at buying time for his teammate to get the bomb over, was trying to wrap back, but again, Frenzy never quite gave up mid-map, never quite gave up the sinking suspicion that something was up. Class. Frenzy. Double chow out once again, the power of friendship, giving Wichita State the map 2 win in this one, and series tied up 1-1.
Well, the slaying, pretty much the same kind of story as we talked about in map 1, where Wichita State was on top of it the whole time. Ontario Tech really weren't able to get their guns hot until they needed to. They won the gunfights that they needed to win, but again, it was kind of Chef and Tyler being able to carry the way in map 1 here in the S&D. Nobody above 4 on the losing side of things. A 6-1 victory gives Wichita State the advantage, and yet again, this series is back to a draw standpoint where we have found ourselves, the other team not having any advantage. It feels very, very, very similar to what we saw in the series with Wichita State against St. Clair. This time, though, they were the favorite coming into this matchup, and a control on the loom might just be enough to give them that 2-1 advantage.
It definitely could be. The respawns, you've got to think that they have that edge, just given the slaying prowess they bring to the table, but OTSU showing that fundamentals, time and time again show that, hey, slaying prowess is cool, a good stat line is a fun time, but when you're not walking out the map win, I know I'd rather go negative and come out with a win versus, being positive and dropping a map. So, again, I don't think you could have two better teams at odds against one another. OTSU very fundamentally sound in and out of their mode. Search and Destroy, one they just haven't quite figured out yet this year. And then for Wichita State, one that, again, just pure gunpowder they bring to the table, something that can run teams out of maps and out of series. I think everything that we've seen so far absolutely coming to a head here on Control.
Yeah, absolutely. All right, well, we've got a 1-1 tied series. Wichita State have gotten themselves back into it, kind of how we expected the series to go, barring a kind of closer respawn than maybe we might have assumed right out of the gates. Regardless, though, we're going to send things to a quick break. When we come back, map 3 and the series will continue to tell itself. Hotel Control, the final map on Hotel we'll have. We're guaranteed 4 in this series, so a Fortress Hardpoint could be the deciding factor for either the team that comes out on top. The first respawn on this map, though, went the way of Ontario Tech. Search and Destroy, obviously, going the way of Wichita State. And if you're just joining us again, this is to move on to the conference championship. The loser goes to the LCQ. Wichita State came in as the favorite in this matchup for a rematch of St. Clair, which will be on Sunday. But for right now, all it comes down to is who's going to be the better team throughout the rest of this series. Chef M looking to make his way forward. The offensive hit here from the side of Wichita State shut down immediately as Frenzy will fall. Shadow will force the last 2 players to back off into the freezer. And as Big Peach wants to go ahead and challenge out for an aggressive gunfight. Class is also going to be here challenging into Wine. Beautiful snap there is going to be able to find one. And it's already a few kills going the way of Wichita State. This should be the A zone.
Class gonna carve his way forward, win another gunfight just to make things easier for his teammates, soften this push from coming back in. Already a tick. OTSU gonna have to get up here, taking top bed control and now pushing out mid map to try to get control for B. This one done. A good opening break, led the way by Class here for them to get A.
It's time to work with here in the rest of the round. And again, all we always talk about here on Hotel, that B zone, so difficult to get to, but 1 4-man down, breaks it in, 3 stack it, boom, it's gone. Instantaneously, spawns so deep in this game when it comes to the defense that if you let a zone go or you lose a couple of lives, could be game over for yourselves. But as Chef M finds Frenzy in the middle of the map, that will harken the push that Wichita State are trying to make forward. And OTSU, they'll just play on their back foot. Tyler Fury looking for the satellite kill.
Talking out there, gonna force him to reposition. And you've got Peach playing so deep in the back. Basically, a pinch developing because now Class knows that Tyler Fury's back here as well. The spawn coming deep jewelry for Chef. but no one close to home for Wichita State. People still coming off spawn, working their way out of kitchen and through P6 side, but a couple kills in the back should open things up. Now it's going to be a foot race back to the hill, but with Chef spawning close spa. Gotta be gunfight here in a moment.
Each in class. Both will fall. Going to be forced back for a gunfight off of spawns. Jake falls to Smuts. I mean, really, this just forces Wichita State into a hole. They just have to continuously wait for their teammates to make their way up the map. And the second that Tyler Fury doesn't spot anybody over towards the A site and can get back to the middle of the map, this just forces, once again, Wichita State into a blender, because OTSU are just going to have the pressure here. Lives on lives on lives. They can continue to throw at this forward with only 45 seconds in the round. It really isn't going to come down to a life kill in the win condition. It's going to come down to either time or getting onto the point. So, first one forward. Class is going to be there. Frenzy with the help, though. Time stalled at 39 seconds. Now Schmutz is forced all the way back off. He'll be able to win the 1v1 gunfight thanks to a wayward stun.
2v2 on the site, but again, that cross from Shadow looking over mid, going to keep things safe and sound for now. Someone needs to push through mid to try to get him out. That will be Jake. So question asked, question answered. Now, this may be one of your last pushes here. You got to work a couple kills. That's going to be 3 down. Expect them to fly forward. Last player up. Check in the stack coming in as well. You got to make a move, Shadow. You got to get back to the site.
Shadow's going to be here. The foot race is going to be in from OTSU as well, but 2 kills do go to Wichita State yet again. 2 versus 2 at the hill. Last one alive is Big Peach. He's been a walking 2-piece all series long. Can't get the second one. Just survives here through the front, and they'll be able to tailor that zone back down to a tick. Frenzy has made his way up into the bar, though. Into the spawn side of OTSU. Could be the difference maker here as he's able to find some shots on the Schmutz. Only tags him up, though, as Schmutz is able to back off with 6 HP. 6 seconds left. 12 to 10 on the lives. Lives not going to matter here. It's all going to be about the time. Can you touch onto the zone? Class gets cut down right before he can get a toe on it. And Ontario Tech, they'll win a defense to take the first round under control.
Tyler Fury closed that out with a 3-piece as well. Again, both of these teams with Titan-like players. 1, 2, snaps to the third. I mean, it's so exciting. No matter what POV you're on, you're always watching something exciting. OTSU putting on a show here. They make a good defensive hold after going 4 down and things getting scrambled and messy for a moment. Able to find form once again, take the first round of this hotel control, and now Wichita State have to look and make a similar stand. They were only able to get 1 tick over at B, so again, something to write down, make note of as this looks to progress closer and closer towards a game 5, or excuse me, round 5.
This time OTSU going to do the same thing Wichita State did on the offense, but it's aggression that's going to allow them to get into the restaurant before Wichita State has an answer for it. And just like the aggressive first hit that Wichita State got, this should be the A zone going the way of Ontario Tech. 2 ticks of progress there, the last one going to be in. Now it's up to Wichita just to play the back lines here by satellite inside of Jewelry to make sure nobody can get around through the flank side. That's not even what's going to be happening. I love this wrap back from Ontario Tech. They're going to push directly through the front because they know Wichita State wants to try and flank them off of this hit that they're going to try and make through the right side of the minimap.
It's just so heads up. Out of the side of the dogs. Trying to work through hotel, knowing that you're going to have players up here guaranteed. You're going to try to win these gunfights. And again, it's going to pull that player, Jake, all the way from Jewelry, all the way back to P2. You win the first gunfight. You find 3. Last player is going to be basically off their spawn block. And now they're going to stack the point. A clinical, rewrap, unorthodox rotation. And now they can earn themselves to B site.
I didn't think they were going to be able to find Frenzy. Frenzy was just sitting in a corner, but he wasn't able to find anything. And that's after getting behind everybody. OTSU, oh my God. They lost 1 life throughout the entirety of that round.
Yep.
Rotated through the spawn side, caught Wichita State with their pants down, got onto the zone and put them down like a sick dag.
I mean, GOAT style never goes out of style. And the way OTSU has been able to handle this team and the respawns at different moments. Clinical stuff out of the fundamentals so sound. I mean, again, that was just a team decision that they made, right? Or, you know, whether someone called it out, it was executed so well as a team to wrap back, and that push worked flawlessly. Caught Wichita State completely off guard. And now in this one, scratching their heads, wondering, how are we sitting down a barrel of O2? Well, maybe because Class is the only one with double-digit kills, let alone positive.
That's a great point. Frenzy won't really add to the successes of Wichita State there early on. Will get cut down. Forces the rest of the teammates back over towards the A site. They are going to have a stack on this, though, so 3 players on the A zone. And sure, a pinch could come through here. not close enough to be able to guarantee themselves this A zone capture, and his Frenzy will hop up for a challenge and snake back down. It's a 3-to-1 trade that forces Wichita State off the point. Spawns are still going to be close, so the hits in the barrage of players are still going to be here over towards the A zone. But Schmutz and the rest of OTSU, they're wise to it. They know what they need to do here. They get back over towards B. They don't allow Wichita State to ping pong between the two sites, and yet they continue to get kills, slow this push over towards A while bleeding the clock down bit by bit. It's search and destroy. Clinical control play here. Ontario Tech, they've been in control of the entirety so far.
Absolutely have, and still poised to jump back towards this A site, but you've bled a lot of lives. I mean, nearly 10 off the board for Wichita State, and they're going to have less than 2 minutes to make this push where, again, they had more than 2 minutes the last to go around, still couldn't get the job done. This one, they're working with about 30 less seconds, having tried to work their way across the map. We've already got players in good position. Mid-map control be everything. Jake, I'd like to see him hold this position the best he can, because last go around you had Shadow watching that cut, and you were not able to get past. Now Wichita trying to group with the top bed once again, trying to push these out with a couple of kills. Class up for this one. Things go back and forth for a moment, but OTSU still hanging on.
I was going to say, that probably was the best look that Wichita State had to get across over onto the B zone, because they had a few players pushing up on the north side of the map from Ontario Tech. It was only a 4 versus 2 on the zone. However, streak does get invested from Tyler Fury. So things are back to a standstill with a 4-life advantage favoring the defense. As Class has found his way up in towards top bedroom, he's able to find the first. Snaps to the second. Shots are going to be good. That's 3 down yet again, but they don't know where Schmutz is, and he's trying to play spoiler. He's able to find Jake. Now repositions himself up in top bedroom. Class trying to go ahead and challenge up and will be able to chase. However, the problem is that you haven't gotten yourself over to the zone, but it's Big Peach who's trying to play the cross here. Snaps back to the second. Tyler Fury wins the 1 versus 1, but it's still a 2 versus 1 back over towards the site, as Schmutz is able to find Jake in the middle of the map. It's the B zone that's getting slowly progressed here. The first stick of progress going to be completed.
They're going to need to find form here quickly if they're OTSU to get back onto the site. They're going to have progress, and Shadow walks over the gunfight that might just ease them back into the site. You're playing stairs, you're back and forth, but it's going to be all 4 down once again. 40 seconds left. I don't even know that that'll matter nearly as much as the fact that, well, you only have 1 full team push left.
Schmutz hasn't been having a standout series either. Schmutz has been kind of on the back burner. He's been making really big plays around the map, but it's been a quiet set of games from him so far. So this control, he started to come into his zone. He's made some crucial 3 and 2 pieces around, especially being able to clear out the majority of that zone. And now he's trying to stay alive on the point. However, he does get cut down. 6 versus 8. 5 lives now remaining for Wichita State with no respawns coming in. 15 seconds left. They have to go ahead and find this round here if they want to stay alive in the control. And as Class finds Chef N, they need to snap around back to the middle of the map. Clock stop. 9 seconds left. 2 players alive from Wichita State. And as they're trying to make their way forward, the last one alive is Jake in a 1 versus 7. Ontario Tech and another respawn will be able to take it over Wichita State. A 2-1 lead in the series with a chance to close things out in a fortress hardpoint. And Map 4 almost had that perfect. Messed up at the end.
And I mean, you said you've been taking 2 respawns, but I mean, this is a bit dominant. Sure, the hardpoint played close was a 60-point game, but the fundamentals picture perfect for them in Map 1. Here, no faltering or wavering of any kind, and they dominate the kill column. I mean, Peach and Frenzy, not often do you see them having near double negative, if not more performances. So, again, something where couldn't get anything going in that control, and props to Ontario Tech for taking advantage of the situation, but really played lights out from start to finish in that one. Constantly able to put themselves in a position to get back to the site on their 2 defensive round wins that they took. It was a very, very unorthodox, clean, perfect offensive round where they wrap back to B, get their first go off of their 4 hit out of bedroom. Really great stuff. You can tell that they've been putting in the work, doing either the VOD, not only to this team specifically, but just to making improvements week over week of what they need to improve on as a squad, and look very, very sound and poised to close this out on a fortress hardpoint. It's one that, again, can play close and scrappy, but you play it fundamental, you control the map the way that Ontario Tech has the entire series, and you can really run up a fortress hardpoint scoreline.
Yeah, it doesn't help when you have one guy going almost quad neg, and then another guy going double negative. Not being able to even touch double-digit kills in the control. But again, that just goes to the fact of, like, what we saw in Map 1. It was the chaoticness of the whole map, just kind of the cluster truck of everything, just being able to not really find any sort of footing on the map for Wichita State. That Ontario Tech were just being able to take advantage of the momentary gunfights, the one-on-ones that they had around the map that were important. We saw the outslaying factor in Map 1, the first respawn. It was Wichita State who outslayed, but they weren't getting important kills. And I hate using like the unimportant kill versus like important kill thing, but like at a certain point in Call of Duty, you just have to be able to level things out and say, hey, that was stupid. you got a two-piece there, but what did it do for us on the map? It didn't do anything. It just cleared out one part of the map, and then they were able to respawn closer and then get more power in one specific area. It's like going for a demo in Rocket League when you're out of position and then giving them the opportunity to rotate back to their own goal to break down the play that you set up just because you wanted to go for a demo. It's like, it looks good on the scoreboard, don't get me wrong. Hey, Class had a good game, nobody else really had a good game, and you know, maybe that wasn't a great example of them being able to outslay their opponents, but regardless, it was the same things from 1 and 2 that we're going to probably see here in map 4, and if something doesn't change, then it's going to fall apart for Wichita State. Again, this is to go to the LCQ. Ontario Tech, they were the bottom seed against Wichita State coming into this matchup. If they don't win this, Wichita State I'm speaking of, if they don't win this, that's an upset. Right out the gates, that's an upset. And that completely shifts how the narrative will go. We'll start talking about, you know, the upcoming matches in the conference championships, because this is to go up against St. Clair. Wichita State's the only team to take a map off of St. Clair this season. Sure, it was a search and destroy on Hotel, like we saw them take off of Ontario Tech here, but for Ontario, this is going to be a harder matchup against St. Clair than it is going to be for Wichita State. Again, these teams are very evenly matched up against one another. They kind of counteract one another in a lot of ways, which is why the series has played so close against the two teams. And I'm just, you know, I think personally Wichita State is a better matchup for St. Clair. But if Ontario Tech can play the same respawn prowess we're seeing against Wichita State right now, I think they can at least take maybe a map or two off of St. Clair, and I'm not even trolling.
No, actually, and again, that's been because Tyler Fury has come out and played electric. It's hard when you have those hot and cold nights, because you see an Ontario Tech team on a slow night and say, I don't know, they could take the likes of maps off of many teams, and then they come out and they put a performance like this, a squad that, again, you know, we're able to take a map off of the undefeated team in the league and undefeated without dropping any maps, able to take one off of them there. The way they've come out tonight, I mean, again, everyone's been performing well. Like you said, Schmutz finally picks things up in the control, has a really solid control game after having a slow map 1 and 2. This team, we've yet to see them click as all 4 players. We can already see whenever they're top heavy with 3, you have Tyler Fury going on tear, Shadow able to lock down lanes with an AR. I mean, again, they do really good things around the map. If all 4 of them click, sure, I would absolutely say Wichita State, Ontario Tech, you can plug either of them in against St. Clair and it'll be a good matchup. But again, there's always someone that falters and falls short here. I mean, again, and as Call of Duty has been called time and time again, who's going to come out and play the better COD on a given night? And so far has been relatively clearly Ontario Tech.
Yeah, and that's kind of the point we made when we had Ontario Tech on broadcast all those weeks ago. It was like, you know, this team, like, we've seen glimpses of greatness from them. There has been moments where we look at them and we're like, how is this team not better? How are they not, you know, taking more maps off of some of these teams or winning their series in a bit closer of a ways? And I think it goes beautifully hand in hand with your point of just saying, like, the inconsistencies from everybody has kind of turned things into just kind of like, all right, run around the map, and if we're having a good game, we're having a great game. But if we're having a bad game, we're probably not going to be having that good of a game overall. And that does take a toll on the team. And if it happens here in the hard point, well, it allows Wichita State to get back in the series, and then you're going to a search and destroy where they have been the better team against anybody they played against all year long. But we'll have to talk about that as it gets towards the tail end of things. Schmutz, the last one alive here around the point, will finally fall 4 down for Wichita State. They've gotten themselves into P1. They don't realize that the spawns are going to be opposite side of the map, though. They are all looking the wrong way, and, well, can you blame them?
No. You simply can't. And welcome to Fortress. If it's been a while since you watched it, at least it's not a control, but spawns still find a way to get real mixy, and we see a little bit more of that here. 15 or so seconds up for grabs on P1. P2 rotation still very much up in the air, but with Ontario Tech having pressure, Shadow's gonna have to go big here to keep his teammates close.
He's able to secure himself over by P2. Wichita State, you can tell exactly where they're wanting to go. This is a much different look for Wichita State than we saw throughout the first map. It was constant breaks from OTSU. The pressure was always there. But this is a map where it allows Wichita State really to feel the effects of their slaying prowess against a team that is very mechanically sound, and they should be able to reap the rewards here. 15 seconds already gone to Wichita State, but they were able to lock down the majority of P1. Gunfight back on the staircase, not going to go the way of Frenzy, but it is Jake in Class. We're able to pair for a double. Backline not cleared out. 2 versus 2 and a pinch on towards the hill here. Shadow with 2 HP, forced to back off. Can't hit just yet, but the spawn up there from Jake is going to allow him to be able to not only lock down this hill, but keep going through the front door. This is what we wanted to see out of Jake. 8 in a row to start off here on Fortress.
And then playing with such good map control, like you said, this is one where, again, if you combine slaying with good reads around the map, which Wichita State very much has, let's not forget that. Just because they lost map 1 doesn't mean they're clueless whenever they get into a hard point. It's just something where Ontario Tech had the better of them. Fortress is one that simply punishes you more so that it is very hard to get back into a cycle of things. Winning all 3 rotations, 80-point lead. P3 looks to pop. Sure, Jake's the only one left out here, but at 11 in the know, he might be able to wreck them all one more time.
One's gonna be coming up through the front. You got the second one that was trying to pinch all the way back around to the spawn side. Now Schmutz up top will be forced to lay down. Doesn't want to challenge Jake. Jake will find his 12th straight kill here in the opening moments of this Fortress hardpoint. 96-6. Almost a 100-point deficit from Ontario Tech. And this is the type of Wichita State we thought we would see coming into this series. We didn't at first, and still streaking in the back of the map with 1 minute and 4-5 now seconds in Hill. It's Jake who is leading the way, carrying the torch for the Shockers.
Again, I just cannot state it enough. This map is so much more punishing whenever you get, bad map positioning early on, because it is so hard to influence it with the map being so small, with it being so left to right. You cannot quite get out and get creative on routes to influence things like that. So this P4 could be a good lock for them, but they're going to need to zone out beyond it. I don't know why that player even would have spawned top maps given that anyway. Like, that is what it is. We're going to keep it pushing. At least Tyler Fury is able to find a couple of kills mid-map to make things mixy. P4 looks to pop, but as I was saying, for Ontario Tech, they need to, of course, have a battle back hard point here, find a way to take up more of the map and influence these going forward.
Well, after all the time, and it took to the 4th hard point for Jake to finally find his first death on the board, Tyler Fury is able to cut down Clash, and Schmutz still by himself, left alive on an island, but he's able to find Frenzy off the respawn. Jake snap back over. Schmutz now on 5 in a row, trying to do his best impression of Jake on the opposite side. Class underneath, trying to push in towards Art. It's a great 30 seconds of time here for OTSU to start things out, and this is the hole that they needed to get themselves back into a game that it was pretty much put out of reach by the time it had already got started. Another 4 down here for Wichita State. Back on the respawn, and they just continuously hit from the outside, but they have not been able to get into the inside of Art.
I mean, in the story of this map really feels like P2 and P3. If those get chained early on, like you said, you see a score line like this. Now Ontario Tech have to continue battling back substantial amounts of time on 2 of the most open hills on the map. P5 back to P1 to kick off the second set of rotation. Sure, they're only down, 70, 80 points right now, but again, Wichita State, they don't need every second of this. Sure, if they can control the map, they're going to absolutely take it, but Ontario Tech, way more pressure on them to try to get in, to try to contest as much of this time as possible. They're really feeling the heat early on in this one, and for Wichita State, they can really play on cruise control these next couple hills.
He's laying down, will pop up. Shadow gets a nice little Jack in the Box present. It's his own death. He'll be sent back to the respawn block with Schmutz over top, trying to look down. Frenzy walks in behind with a Vaznev and now can start playing closer around towards the hill. Wichita State, they've gotten themselves a nice 30 seconds here of time on a hill that's usually contest heavy and scrappy. And as Tyler hops on down to the hill and destroys the trophy system, this is where things can start to get out of hand. If OTSU is able to win the next majority slate of gunfights that are coming through, they not only can spawn trap Wichita State towards the right side of the map, but they can then rotate towards the next hill for themselves for free. The problem is, though, Wichita State, they've already gotten themselves a kill and have started to work their way out, with Class now being able to get his way, and his toes dipped into the hill for the final 3 seconds of time. We'll start rotating back over towards P1 now, where Ontario Tech are set up, but still down by 100 points.
If there was any time to battle back, it would be now. They need to win not only the lion's share of time here at P1, stop them from hitting 200 points and really feeling like it's out of reach, but also P2 rotation to battle back into this one. Big Peach tearing things apart on a 4 spree here. P1 was their home last time, if not their playground here. Looking like more of the same. OTSU maybe getting a bit warmer, but you already have to ask the question, is it too little too late with how hard the score has been run up? Wichita State, like I said, don't need every second of time from here on out. If they go 30 for 30, they're still going to walk away with the map win at this point. OTSU need a big hold, need a big break, and again, you add the laundry list of things to the docket, feels like a bit too much to overcome.
I don't know if it's a little case of too little too late, or just the fact of, like, we just have to wait and see what happens on the string between P2 and P3, right? If they're able to hold down P2, you get a full 60 here. I mean, you're only down by about 40 points. The problem is, as well, it's a 4 wipe down, and now Wichita State, they've broken themselves here out towards the P2 platform side of things. So this feels like the game is kind of just dribbled down to its end point. They can still win off this hard point here. Sure, it has to go all the way in their favor with no contestants coming in, but 2 kills going their way, and now a break in from OTSU. It has to be, well, as cliched it is, perfect hard point here on out if OTSU even wants a chance to close this series out in 4.
Mid-map control is going to be everything that's really going to decide the map, because if you let Wichita State play loose and fast and find a way to get through mid-map to hit pinches on the hill, you're going to get punished for it. You know that they can't win it here, so again, I wouldn't sell out for P3. I'd like to see them keep putting pressure on it, as Tyler Fury is a great island player to leave up. You have 2 on rotation as well, and you win the early gunfight out of Shadow. The best positioning they could be in here. These next set of gunfights, just as important as the first, and as this pinch is coming back in, they need to find a way to stay alive.
Kills all around the point. Oh, that was a big one-on-one off screen. Schmutz, if he wins that, it secures them the spawns. It secures them everything near that point as well. But it's still going to be those blue arrows over here for OTSU. So this game's not over just yet. Wichita State, they're trying to push all the way back across the map, but they're going to have to funnel into a very difficult gunfight as the team push is concerned. And now as Chef is up top, he'll get cut down. Peach, Frenzy, Jake all combining. Now it's one player left alive from OTSU, and it's Schmutz who's been big. He goes for 2. Now everybody's still here for OTSU. Ontario Tech can hold on to the time here. It'll be about a 10-point game if they can hold down 40.
Seemingly impossible task, and they've been able to do it. As you said, Schmutz rising to the occasion here for the team trophy. Down around him, his teammates trying to look over. Another clean set of kills on 3 in a row. Shadow on 2 of his own. 30 seconds left. Every second of this would completely shift the tides of this game. Wichita State have been stunned. I said it was the P2 to P3 rotation.
Well, they're giving
it
up.
Gave Wichita State their lead. The P2 to P3 rotation got OTSU back in it, and you can tell Wichita State playing it safe, trying to do what they need to close this one out, but already at this point, they've let OTSU back in.
They give that up, and now we saw the playground for OTSU as much as V1 was for Wichita State inside of bottom art. Will you be able to have the same veracity in the hold that you have here in the bottom of art? Frenzy's going to be the first one in. 60 seconds left on the hill. Time to win it here. Surely on the clock. But for Ontario Tech, the break now starting to surge all the way forward. I must say, after the 14-0 start from Jake, he's been 10-14 since that point. Not great, not bad, not anywhere except mediocre in between. 3 kills to Wichita State, 220 to 184 Ontario Tech. They've got to break in quick.
They need some of these gunfights. Tyler Fury takes one from the top rope, is going to fly to the back. Oh,
We saw him.
yeah, he saw him. And the fact that that call didn't come in, either way, his teammate cleans up the kill. Just one player left on time. Can he fly in for it? Can he get the kill? The answer, yes, you're still going to be down nearly 30 points when it's all said and done, going to P5 where, once again, you did not win the last go round. You said it had to be perfect from OTSU. They're still finding a way to stay alive here. Wichita State just need 20 to close it out. Of course, can't win it here, but again, have that win condition closer and closer to being set.
And here's the thing, these next 2 hills, extremely scrappy, very contest heavy. And if it goes the same way it did the first time, well, Wichita State will probably win it. However, if OTSU can get their guns hot like they have in the second half of the hard point here, it's going to be a completely different story. First, Streak going to come in over the top, not going to find anything, forces players inside of a building, and his class is going to be able to find Chef and at least clear out the hill for the time being. Frenzy down below, Schmutz, shots over the top, and now it's Tyler Fury who was able to get up into the back line. Ontario Tech are here, and now can force Wichita State into another spawn trap.
They've got to get time behind it, though. You can't just put them in the spawn trap. You've got to find a way to get points on the board, and they're doing that. Chef combined for 2. Everyone spawning on the right-hand side of the map. You've got to have map control. Class is able to win a gunfight there, but the trade is immediate. This next gunfight going to be everything. OTSU closing the deficit now. Just 10 points needed to overtake the lead. They're finding the kills, all going their way. We've got ourselves a bank.
Blue kill on the kill feed after blue kill. 4 downs, 5 downs, 6 downs. Ontario Tech now have themselves the lead after being down by over 140 points in the map. Big Peach combines with the Semtex. 15 points for OTSU. Almost 15 points. It's a tie game here as we go into the last set of rotations.
P1 kicks off. It's Wichita State with control once again. These kills are everything. You have to clear out mid-map. Chef does one. Everyone grouping up max. This has to be the final push.
It is. Schmutz starts his way forward. They get out of the hill for a brief second, but Class is able to win the 1 versus 1. 2 versus 2. Trades back and forth. Ontario Tech on top of it. Now it's Big Peach left alive here for Wichita State as they get back over towards the hill. Shadow, Semtex stunned. Now going to be able to help out the rest of the teammate. The contestant is in. Schmutz wins the gunfight. Frenzy and Jake pair for another as they continue to pile drive the hill. Wichita State are in. 5 more seconds is all they need. Can Tyler Fury shut it down? The answer is no. It was a comeback of the ages for Ontario Tech. Would have been storybook, but Wichita State will force a map 5 in a series that has been as close as it can get.
I cannot believe they were still able to shut the door at the very end of things. You thought OTSU did just enough there to bring that one back, but Wichita State 3 for 3 on P1s. Oh man, heartbreaking for OTSU. Wichita State maybe wiping some sweat off their brow, knowing the deficit that they almost gave up. You had said 140 points and some change to go along with it. Yeah, Fortress Control never fails to entertain, man.
Ever.
They got up to that score line and it was like 180 to 80, and I was like, this sucks. I want a good hard point.
Yeah.
Fortress said, hold my beer.
Buckle in for the second half.
Yeah, we definitely got there.
Wow. All right. Well, you said sweating off or wiping sweat off the brow for Wichita State. I think I had to do the same there. towards the end, because that got close. Also, my hair, it's been looking more and more like Trae Young throughout the entirety of the last 2 series. So we're to Trae Young and his lollipop on the floor hair. Regardless to all that, wow, that's a hard point and a half. I'll be the one to say it. Going into an LSCLO search and destroy here now. First time we're gonna see that map throughout this series. It's gonna play close. It's gonna play fun, but for the most part, I mean, digesting that hard point is going to take a lot.
Yeah.
Wichita State, it's hard to say anything else except like great slang, frenzy. Hey, step it up, and you win that a lot easier. Almost double negative there. The rest of the team, though, 34s across the board almost from everybody else. The slang, once again, just goes the way of Wichita State by far and away. But credit where credit is due. Ontario Tech almost making that comeback. That would have been sexy. It was sexy, but it would have been super sexy.
It would have been the super ultra sexy if they would have been able to close that one out after mounting the comeback. That would have closed the series out too. What a statement. Either way, you know, would have, could have, should have. Going to a game 5, and suddenly with Wichita State winning a barn burner like that in that fashion, going into a search and destroy, I hate to be such an anti to Ontario Tech, but I just, it's hard to pick them in this game 5 search and destroy. They've looked good in the respawns. If they had any less of a deficit to come back from, they also could have easily taken that hard point at any point. So
yeah,
again, I've got to lean the way of Wichita State going this game 5, just given what they did in map 2. I mean, we would have to see. It was a 6-1 victory. I mean, it's not like it was closer.
Yeah, it was.
It's really not like Ontario Tech gave us a lot to go off of as far as, success. They've got to show some kind of drastic change here to show that they have the ice ability. I mean, this is exactly where, they're both of these teams are 2 different teams from week 2 to now. But, this is where Wichita State was able to beat you the last go around. It was in a game 5 situation. So search and destroy has constantly been a pain point for this Ontario Tech team. Do they shift the tides finally and once and for all here in a series where it really matters most for them?
Yeah, I mean, the last few weeks here on stream, it's been constant 3-0, so it's finally a time that we get to see a match go the distance, and what better one is it to be than a conference play-in that are trying to get themselves into the top 8, into the winner's portion, and not have to fight through the LCQ. When we come back, game 5, everything on the line, the underdogs trying to take down Wichita State and make it into a matchup against St. Clair. Don't go too far, game 5 is just around the corner. Sorry for the bit long of a break there, but Wichita State was able to barely survive in map 4 despite a late resurgence from Ontario Tech that almost gave them the edge in a 3-1 win in a series. Game 5. It's where it went last time between these two teams all the way back in the first week of the season here with Nace. And once again, these two teams find themselves fighting not only for regular season spots this time, but for a spot in the conference championships. Winner plays St. Clair inside of the next round. The loser goes to the dangerous blood-infested waters of the LCQ. And it's the offensive hit here for Wichita State that opens things up. A hit, bomb in the hands of Class as he tries to get into the middle of the map. There will be a few players out and towards the top. Big Peach will find the first, Class for the second. And once again, Wichita State opens up a search and destroy with 2 kills that go their way and an advantage yet again.
Ontario Tech, really, mission priority has to be their ability to find some way to disrupt this Wichita State flow. You cannot let them get comfortable and get in a groove. They will punish you around the map time and time again. And that's hard because you also have to say, you can't play timid either. You can't play passive and hope that these gunfights walk in front of you. Wichita State, a step above in search and destroy. You've got to find a way to keep this one hotly contested early on. You know you play well as a team, but a lot we are here in this first round. I don't think it's going to work out. Your lineup for the closure. Shockers taking round number 1.
Yeah, audio cue on the drop. Frenzy just pops open the door, says, hello! And then walks away with the last 2. Ace in the first round there. Or, sorry, I was going to say an ace. I thought it was the last 2 kills adding to the scoreboard. I don't know why I thought that, but I did. 2 kills go his way there towards the end. Wichita State opens up in a big way. Once again, an offensive round goes their way to start things off in a search and destroy. Ontario Tech need a response quickly, or else I fear it's going to get out of hand like it did in map 2.
Absolutely the case. And whatever that looks like for them, whatever the conversation was coming into this map, I just want to see good execution on their part. Trade effectively, but first bloods were a major pain point. And the map 2 as well. Frenzy opens up with 1 here. Make that 2. Back 2 of round 1, front 2 of this here. And for Ontario Tech, I mean, again, constantly a major man disadvantage early on.
Now Schmutz and Shadow both having to try and at least isolate a gunfight, but Frenzy now on 5 in a row, looking for some streak. Shadow will finally shut Frenzy down. Aggressive challenge there through the doorway. We'll still have a 1 versus 3 to take care of. Bomb down into the A site. Class peeks around the doorway. Shadow gets unfortunate timing. Backs up to the staircase. I'm pretty sure Jake spotted him, though. This is going to be great information for Wichita State. They know that the bomb's down, and they can just play the A site.
It's kind of cool. Wichita State not giving anything up for free. Everything Ontario Tech, which hasn't been a whole lot, has been able to earn. Definitely something they've had to go and take. I think only, 1 player falling through 2 rounds for Wichita State. So, you know, it's hard coming off of a hard point like that. Now, it's still very early on, right? I won't shape it up to be all doom and gloom per se, but you come off a hard point like that, going into a search, and you simply know, especially if you tune into the series, how the momentum changes and shifts the way Wichita State. If they could have stayed alive in the series, the further this went on, the more it benefited them, and we have seen just that here. 2 rounds up, quick and early. Now for OTSU, I mean, I hate to be doom and gloom, but it feels like they need a must-win round here. Frenzy with another first blood there, 3 for 3.
These kills just keep piling in for Wichita State. Ontario Tech have no answer, no response, especially on defense, where it would seem like they had the best chance to do so. And now it's Tyler left alive in a 1 versus 4. They open the doorway, a bait and switch is in on through in Wichita State. They are rolling. The Shockers absolutely flawless in the search and destroy.
Only losing 1 life as well. Only 1 player with the kill for Ontario Tech. As you said, flowing in this search and destroy. Game 5, 3 rounds up. Back to the defensive side as well, and really it's been behind, of course, Frenzy and the 2 pieces he's been able to pop, but he gets the first bloods in the last 2 rounds. And again, if you can't even start there and look to trade those out more effectively, I expect this to continue snowballing.
Be an unfortunate turn of events for Ontario Tech, who have played so good in the respawns throughout the entire series. Well, that's why Search and Destroy is such a different animal, a hard beast to tame. Chef doesn't realize there's one in the corner, but will walk away with a gunfight on the Class. Finally, a first blood here from Ontario Tech, their first man advantage here in the Search and Destroy. As you have a player playing inside of Kegs, stun check out from Frenzy will be there. Nate gonna get cooked into the corner. Sit him down for just a moment, force him to back off. Big Peach is able to find another, and once again, immediately, the advantage back to Wichita State as Shadow's able to back off, and Frenzy now spotted out.
2v2, bomb down. Chef with another great kill, his second in the round. His teammate now here to play around the site. Jake might have an idea that they're both in here. I think he would have got eyes on the last player coming through. Gonna try to wallbang, not gonna be able to connect, at least for the first, but is able to snap Chef for the second. Has the 1v1,
no.
snakes it, shimmies! Oh, don't do him like that. Jake finds 2 in a 1v2 clutch. And this man, every time I look at him, he's got 0 deaths, brother. I mean, he just does. He just isn't dying.
14-0 to start off map 4, 5-0 here in the Search and Destroy to give them the 1 versus 2 win, a 4-0 advantage. Ontario Tech, that was the first breath of air that you have had all game long, the first opportunity that you had to just step back and breathe. And what happens? You get suffocated by 1 man and 1 man alone. Jake, 1 versus 2, gets him off the A site, and now they go back to the offensive side where they have been so good thus far. First blood after first blood. The round where Ontario Tech gets their first blood, they still lose it. Why? Because Wichita State's S&D Browis is so good. Papa Jake now with 6 in a row. 2 bloods go the way of Wichita State yet again, and a streak to work with here. They are frying in the final game of this series, and it might just be enough to send OTSU to the LCQ.
If you're at least able to find one, but that's not without taking significant damage. Both players playing A control side, working down to the tower as well. They're going to scoop bomb, and OTSU playing very aware of it, but I think a lot of this relies on Tyler Fury and how ratty he can get here and around the bar to not let this bomb get scooped cleanly. Oh, you're at the flank. Oh,
slow do-si-do. Jake, 7 kills straight. Tyler Fury will pop the dead silence. Doesn't get the timing over towards the right. Snaps onto Jake. Wins the 1 versus 1. Doesn't realize that Peach is there. Caught with a knife in his hand. Trying to sprint up towards the balcony side. And now Wichita State, after the steamroll of 5 straight, they're looking like Odell. 1 more round needed here in the bag to clutch up the S&D and send them to a date in destiny with St. Clair.
Full sail. It's got to happen. And I just don't know that they have anything left in the tank. Schmutz again slowing down and anything outside of maps 3 and 4, but no one really boasting any crazy numbers, so I can't knock too hard at it. Everyone having solid performances for Wichita State here, as they are simply putting on a masterclass of Search and Destroy. In this one, sure, you open up with the first blood. If you're Shadow, your first one of this entire game 5, you got to find something behind it. You need to find a well-executed round that you win.
Mutz was slow in the first 2 maps. 3 and 4, he was able to bounce back this time, though. A win 5 start. Has to be a full sail here from Ontario Tech in the Search and Destroy. Wichita State won 5 straight, so it's not out of the cards just yet for Ontario Tech to take 5. But they need to go ahead and find important kills around the map. Trades back and forth, 2 versus 2. Class, Peach, Tyler Fury, and Schmutz. Both of the opposite sides trying to close things out here or keep them alive. And as Schmutz is able to find some shots on the Class, he'll escape out the doorway of Kegs. And all of a sudden, what should have been a surefire kill now turns into an uncertain situation.
Gathered. Now looking to go down. Both Peach and Class leaning towards the top side of the map, and Tyler Fury gonna try to edge out, maybe try to find a player here, but his bomb goes down. 40 seconds on the retake now. What can he do in a 2v2?
Trying to play around each other. Peach might get some good timing. Tyler Fury from up top will get cut down. Now it's Schmutz, last alive. 1 versus 2. He's able to find the first. 1v1. Doesn't realize where the last player is, and Class will come in from behind. Wichita State, 6 straight rounds in the search and destroy. Multiple 1v2s, but all of the first bloods that they got mattered. All of Ontario Tech's didn't matter. They were the better team in the S&Ds, and that's what proved to be crucial in this series. And after what Ontario Tech could have closed out in map 4, everything gets shut down. Wichita State, they're moving on to the conference championships. They'll play St. Clair for a chance to move into the top 4, while Ontario Tech, they're gonna have to fight from behind. They'll be in the losers qualifier to start things off.
And I cannot believe, I mean, if even with how they came out in that search and destroy, whether it was Wichita State coming out with that much of an edge after taking the map 4 the way they did, or Ontario Tech, I think it was a combination of both. Ontario Tech coming out so deflated, knowing that that was probably, given how map 2 went, their best shot, even though it was a 140-point comeback for them to be able to take that series and close it out there. I feel like they knew that was a missed opportunity. And for Wichita State, of course, you're going to ride that wave into an S&D that you feel like is a surefire lock for this team at this point. I mean, again, you take one off of St. Clair, you're feeling pretty untouchable no matter what. They take 2 more this week on top of it. And they have a hot spree going into that play against St. Clair, which will be on Sunday. I'm excited for that one. I am. It's going to be a grudge match that they're going to want to try to get the better of. And for Ontario Tech, an unfortunate series to fall in. Something that you won't see the last of that, especially going down to LCQs, but hoping they can turn things around and make themselves a run as well.
Yeah, map pool for Wichita State, definitely deep. If I'm looking next week for St. Clair, maybe taking Hotel Search and Destroy out of the equation. You know, there's a lot of other maps, though, that might not be your strength, so maybe you try to run it back against them on a similar map or something like that. But again, that's deep into the future that we have to talk about that. But regardless of everything else, Wichita State, congratulations. I will say this, though, before we go to break. There is a reason that the Search and Destroy against St. Clair, when they played them, wasn't close. They are good, and if any team tries to underestimate them in any capacity when it comes to Search and Destroy come into the conference championship and the rest of the playoffs, you're going to be sorely mistaken. You're probably going to meet the same fate that you did here against OTSU. Your best bet, take your respawns when you can, and if you can't, well, it's going to be a GG. So as we come back to a break, when we come back on the other side of it, we have an interview with the winning team. Wichita State once again moving on to play St. Clair. So don't go too far. We'll have an interview with the winning team, and then we'll swap you over to Valorant. Well, it was a riveting series, and I'll give it that. It was fun. All the way from start to finish. It had you on your back heels trying to guess who would be able to take the advantage on the opposition. And just like it did in the first time these two teams played out, it went to a Game 5. Wichita State were able to take it yet again, and they have a date in destiny with St. Clair in the conference championships coming up. Well, now joining us from this Wichita State roster who was able to take it away, Jake, dude, that was tippable as hell, to say the very least. 14-0 start there in the last hard point you guys played, and then what was it, a 7-8-0 start in the search and destroy. That again, mighty tippable, brother.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
Yeah, you guys, I mean, had a good series. Of course, it went down to the wire. What for you guys, especially against the likes of OTSU, with so much on the line, getting you back to a conference championship setting? What really was the pain point for you guys in that series? Obviously, you took both of the searches and were able to squeak out a respawn as well. But what really felt like for you guys, OTSU had you best combated?
Definitely the control. I feel like we just weren't really getting in our setups and like our, holding on a stack on especially that B point and hotel. I think that was the biggest thing, especially clearing out bed. They stacked it really well, so that was probably the hardest part of it.
Definitely.
I feel like our hard points were, tough. We've always had tough hard points, probably the whole season, but we got to at least squeak that one because we usually win the control and then we just win the 2 S&Ds.
Yeah, no, I mean, that makes complete sense. But I guess now, you brought up map 4, so talking about it for a second, I imagine it was a roller coaster of emotions. It was for us on the desk as far as, oh, it's 180 to 80. Oh, it is now 200 to 180. And walk me through not only the closing moments of that hard point for you guys who, a lot of times you see a comeback like that happen and then the team pulls off the upset, but you guys shut the door in their face. What were the closing moments of that hard point going into a Game 5, knowing that you probably had that Game 5 in the bag?
I didn't really assume that we had the Game 5 in the bag. I know our S&D is good right now. As for the map 4, I mean, that seems to be our problem at our point. We always start off super hot, and then I feel like we kind of just stop rotating, stop forgetting how to play, I guess, middle of the map, and then like we kind of lock it in and finish it out. But that big lead, gives us some cushion to finish it out.
Yeah, 100%. Just talking about the rematch you guys have coming up against St. Clair in the conference championships, what needs to be different against them besides the S&D to take a series off of St. Clair being as good as they are this season?
It's definitely having to be playing super fundamentally correct because they shoot straight. They're a good team. They played together before last year. They're going to have good teamwork and they shoot back. So, I mean, we have to be on that same level to have a chance in those respawns and then just take our S&Ds from there.
Awesome. Well, it was a fun series. That was actually a ton of fun to be able to watch. I'm sure you guys had some fun playing as well. A bit stressful, I'd assume, but regardless, congratulations on the win and good luck going forward against your rematch with St. Clair.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Alrighty. Well, there it is. The man himself, Jake, was dominant throughout the whole series, had his AR beaming, and really there was no sign of slowing him down whatsoever. Cash, I'll ask you for the final time here before we send it to a break and over to Valorant. Closing thoughts on the day and just this series in general.
Yeah, I mean, our first series was a great one with Varsity Plus, being able to see Cleary continue on their tear, the passion that they've got going on for, their conference championship and postseason run. And then with this one, like you said, a stressful series, an exciting one, kind of every bit of emotion we got to experience. For OTSU, heartbreaking to close things out. And for Wichita State, you're just eyes forward, set on that rematch against St. Clair. It sounds like they know what they need to do, pull it off. So again, I'm already itching for Sunday.
Absolutely. So am I. That's going to do it for another week of Call of Duty. However, if you're wondering where Call of Duty will be at next, it's going to be this upcoming Sunday where we'll have the conference championships going on, which will then get us narrowed down to a top 4, where then we will kind of play things out to get us down and whittled to where we will be at for not only our grand final, but everything else in between that. So again, thank you on behalf of myself, Cash, and everybody else that's involved with the Call of Duty portion of the broadcast for coming along and hanging out with us. We're going to send things over to Vincent and Los here for Valorant as we have yet another conference play-in to get to the conference championship between 2 top teams in the Valorant pool. So don't go too far on the opposite side of a break. You got Valorant coming up. Have a good night.
Welcome back, gamers. It is time for the Naystar League Valorant Best of 3. This is a big deal. This is Conference Championships. This is the final moment that teams can break into the playoffs before we head into the LCQ. I'm Los, joined by Vincent, and we have some familiar teams today, don't we?
That we do. Just a few weeks back in week 6, actually, you and I got to witness a fantastic 3-map series between these two teams. It's University of Windsor and Rochester University, and it was a great game. I mean, two relatively one-sided games, and then a very close game to end it. That one was 13-8. Haven, our first map, and it's actually a repeat, one that we saw prior to this. That was Rochester's pick last time out, but Windsor ended up winning it 13-5. Interesting note. This is going to be a lot of fun. One thing, though, is a little bit different, and I want to draw your attention to the Windsor squad. Shy is in the mix. You might have recognized Sobez, who is actually their coach. That's who was playing for the Lancer squad last time out, Los. They have another sub, still not their main guy, which is unique. Shy in today. So I don't know if that's going to end up affecting the outcome, but it's certainly something to look out for.
Well, I don't think that they'll shy away from stepping up to fill this role and really putting on the pain, because last time we were here on Haven, they honestly gave Rochester a beatdown. And they were able to scrap together 5 rounds just to make it seem a little more reasonable, but it was a very one-sided affair if you look at it from the timeline within that game. But hey, I'm really excited to see Rochester again. We've got 2 names that you are going to want to look for from this squad. It's going to be Yum, and it's going to be Grim. Yum, an Omen player who is not afraid of using that utility to the fullest. The From the Shadows plays from this man are simply to be just beheld.
Indeed. Yeah, it was a whole lot of fun to watch, and the consistency with which we were seeing some of that was quite impressive. Flown, in-game leader for Windsor, has been another one of those players to watch out for consistently for this team. And so with that, we're going to get started. This a mirror matchup by the looks of it. Fully across the board, same things.
A whole lot of utility expended in these first couple of seconds, and nothing quite gained. It's everyone just decided to hit E in the first few seconds, but it has been a vacation of the C site. No one is there, and it'll be an easy walk-on for Windsor to take this site.
Well, we'll see if that vacation stays positive, or maybe it's going to be one of those bad vacations with your entire family, and it just all goes to hell in the first 5 minutes. The retake coming up, and ooh, I like this decision to take some control. 3 players pushing forward for Windsor.
That is such a bold play, but now they're completely split, divided. Shy's on the site, and they may be able to make things work. Unfortunately, they had the tremor out at the unfortunate moment, but it comes down to Lazy Pig in the 1v1. Jakey is here and simply jumping around the corner. It's their map, their round to win, and with so much time spent in the attempt to force Jakey out, it was an inevitability Windsor would walk out with victory.
Well, you know, it's not just forcing Jakey out, it's actually trying to force out those players who had aggressed forward and taken so much space. That all was time ticking off the clock, Los, and yeah, sure, once they got those players cleared, it was a 2-on-2 and a really winnable situation, but from there, Jakey could do exactly what you were talking about, little mind games. Actually got to go with the bot, which I'm always a fan of, and it seemed easy. So Windsor, starting out about where they left off here on Haven. We'll have to see if that continues. They're going to be buying into this round, unsurprisingly. A lot of tags, though, with that dart early on into this one. So they know it's coming.
One with the classic dash inside of the cloud burst, but it was a similar idea from Hernando, especially with the shorty, but now with the flashpoint, a beautiful one at that. Shy and Moosey clearing things up. It's just Yum, however, it's a 1v2. How did it get to this moment?
One enemy remaining.
Oh, and very winnable indeed. Fortunately, Jakey will stop that bleeding, but I mean, you did mention Yum. I don't know why we're surprised. We shouldn't be, realistically. Windsor a valiant effort in that round, but that got way, way closer than it ever should have been. Yum, once again, kind of popping off and showing, even in a round with just a classic, there's always danger for this Rochester unit to win rounds. It's the gun round, and it is just a gun round. There's actually no bonus here. That's what the problem is. If you lose so many players in that second round, you don't get a bonus. You don't get a free round to find a win.
It's going to make things incredibly difficult economically if Windsor aren't able to take this one. And that's why we could see a bit of apprehension in the initial fights that they're willing to take. No rush. Simple angle check. Clear everything around the garage, and that may be the destination. But with a spot of Killjoy, maybe they don't want to walk in here.
Yeah, but they will clear out the utility, so that denies information for Rochester for the time being. And I like that dark cover as well, just to create the question marks in the minds of the defense that maybe they're grouping up behind that sea smoke.
Are destroyed. Information game. Grim now hit with the fault line. It's not going to make a difference, though, as Grim and Hernando will hold the fort. And it doesn't matter how much utility is put in play. Flashpoints don't create enough spaces. Everyone's stuck in long and short. They can't break onto site effectively.
Fantastic work from Rochester. And Hernando's position up on top of the box is there by short. Actually working out wonderfully. It's a good off angle that really wasn't being expected by Windsor, and that allowed for a crossfire to be set up nearly perfectly. With 13 seconds remaining, I think Windsor are almost certainly looking to save these guns, Los, which is a little bit surprising, but at the same time, they have no money, so fair enough. It'll be a flawless round, actually, for Rochester. That's incredible. Nobody going down. That is exactly what you want to see when your first gun round goes your way, with everybody surviving. And as we head into this next round, I'm curious to see what the answer for Windsor is. If they're going to go for a buy behind these two rifles, if they're going to save behind them. It's kind of going to determine whether or not they have money moving forward. It looks like they bought. I think so. I see another rifle, so I'm going to assume so.
Seems that it might be the case, and I have to agree with that call. Oh, wait a minute, now that I'm getting a bigger picture with two of them being stingers, I'm not quite sure anymore, Vincent. This is, yeah, that's a tough call to make, so maybe perhaps using those stingers as the entry bait? That seems like the best opportunity.
Yeah. On the other hand, I think there's a pretty common rule of thumb, and if you can get 3 guns, you go for the buy. And maybe they're just following that rule of thumb. I think that could also be the case and would make some sense too.
Perhaps the general wisdom choice there. But in this upcoming engagement here in Garage, well, there will be no engagement. It's completely open and free. They only have to deal with Grim, who's on the back of site, hit with the paranoia. They won't make any noise. In fact, hide inside of the dark cover where they were expecting to be safe, but Moosey putting a perfect placement of the shock dart relieves them of their duty. Yum. Even though they're removed immediately, they're still able to find value in that push into the smoke.
Yeah, I mean, fortunate for Yum to get any frags there, though. And you look, Hunter's Fury's available. Now it's just a 2-on-3 retake.
Easy Pig up on the logs, doing everything they need to. 2v2 situation for the retake. We've seen these positions previously. There won't be enough shock darts to make it happen, but that's where the Hunter's Fury comes in, and Lucan, with the Stinger, will become a hero on top of that Hunter's Fury, and that buy has been a complete success.
Yeah, sometimes you got to take risks, and the risk pays off big time, particularly for Lucan. I like the Owl Drone coming out, and it really gives Lucan so much of an advantage in that fight against Moosey that there's not much to be done. Beyond that, it's the second kill as well with the Hunter's Fury, making it difficult to find a player from Rochester. Time now for the purchase for Rochester to be a little limited as well. They've got very limited shields. I think I saw like 3 or 4 half shields bought. The Blade Storm out. This is going to solidify the purchase that has already been bought by Windsor. With 2 surviving in the last round, they're in better position than they were, but it's not by much.
Comes the play directly from Long. This is the first time that they've made the full commitment via C Long, and fortunately, but I would also say unfortunately, no one is there to be affected by the Rolling Thunder. Yum's going to have a bit of an issue if they continue down this path. They have 5v5 for the retake.
Bladestorm as well, part of that. Oh, that paranoia timing's fantastic. Everybody having to fall back in a crossfire setup, but Lucan has escaped.
Oh, Shy there to take those initial fights, but Grim and Yum. Oh, those kills are just so yummy, Vincent. Will they be able to find more? Hernando help from the top rope will make that the case. And this time, Jakey won't have such an easy time sitting in the cubby, stopping that defusal. It'll be the second round for Rochester here. And that was a well-perfected retake indeed.
Indeed it was. Though, not to apply blame too harshly, but gotta say, Clone has to get some value with those blades. Missed just about every one of them, and that's not good enough if you're going to commit to the site like they were. A difficult situation to be sure, not easy to frag out in those situations, but you're going to have those blades. You got to be able to put them to good effect. Speaking of blades, Rochester have the possibility to use those, and based on Hernando's purchase, I think we're going to see that. With that and the Hunter's Fury and the From the Shadows available for the defensive side, and indeed Hernando up in the Bladestorm. He's going to hear Shy alongside Clone making an aggressive maneuver up towards Elong.
There's the drone. It will spot out Hernando, but it doesn't matter. It does not matter at all. 2 kills for them on the Blades. Lucan arrives onto the site, is able to remove one. Unfortunately, the pressure simply is too great. It's all up to Shy to try and survive, but there's no chance. Hernando picks up a 3rd with the Blades.
And Hernando's going to get all the credit there for a moment, but I need to shout out Lazy Pig, who hit the fault line, stunned up both of those players in short, made it possible for Hernando to have it on easy mode for those blades. Not that Hernando would have missed, Los. I believe in Hernando's blades, but it's quite nice when they can barely shoot back, right?
And that's such a important reason why Breach is a must pick here on Haven. Simply that angle to secure 2 early frags. It's such a common avenue that players would take to try and hit A, and it allows the Breach to have command of these locations to set up teammates like that. So great work by Lazy Pig. I believe they're actually a sub this semester from League of Legends.
And they are, which kind of just makes me even more impressed, right? You know, good ability usage. I guess that might carry over a little bit, though.
Yeah, skill shots, but all the time.
Yeah. Nice shot from Clone. That's going to allow entry to his side at least, Los. And a pretty spread thin Rochester will take a moment to have to regroup into this one. Speaking of regrouping, that's also true for Windsor. As only now have they got the spike onto the site, so the regrouping effect not going to be all that serious. This lockdown certainly will be.
They have to think carefully. If Jakey secures a pick just from range, that'll allow them to take a lockdown as well. Not going to be the case. They realize the last players of Windsor have to be beyond this corner. A paranoia, a fault line put in tow. But in the end, it's not about the fight that's taken in long. It's about the player defusing the spike and a good prioritization of the retake. Yum realizing, I just got to go out there and fight and do my job to win the round.
Not only that, though, I do think there's a second tier of play happening right there. That being an eco round for Windsor, it does give me some confidence because that forced quite a bit from Rochester. Not only did they lose 4 players, but they also had to use the ultimate there to go for the retake. So, you know, some good work being done. Windsor taking advantage of that. A lot of players here, though, at long.
Oh my God.
Gotta take advantage.
Hernando, the IGL here for Rochester. Getting up close and personal. And that's a good take. Just one and then able to retreat back into the shadows. From the shadows even. Is everything that you would need. Force out a bit of utility. kind of break the confidence and composure of the entire enemy team because they gain nothing out of it.
You know what else I love, Los? I love how Hernando went so far back there, is playing such a passive angle after getting that opening paint. Knows that he doesn't need to commit. Doesn't really have to play aggressive, and not really giving easy opportunities for Windsor to get a refrag anymore.
You know, that brings up the second most important thing that makes a good player. There's first, getting kills, and second, not dying.
It's usually a good idea, the whole not dying thing.
Uh-oh. Yum's gonna have some problem with that. As Moosey gets the information off the arrow. Allows a swift execution. Now Hernando's gonna be in a bit of trouble. That's a double commitment of the ultimates. The Rolling Thunder. Going out of, I believe, Lazy Pig, who ends up falling after.
Oh, a tough situation. One player detained by this lockdown. Not going to be able to grab them, though. 3-on-4 retake. And once again, control being taken of Garage.
It's nice to take the battle away from the spike itself. Clone and Lucan do beautiful work isolating those fights. Now it's just up to Grim in the 1v2, but at least they have an idea of where the last two players are. Unfortunately, that idea is all wrong. It's misinformation because the wrap around the box and through C-Link has given such an amazing rotation to prevent the defusal.
That was a super solid round for Windsor, just recovery-wise, right? Think about how the beginning of that round went with Hernando and everything. It all turns around. And it was the patience of Rochester that really worked out there. Consistently seeing that come to fruition. It's a 4-4 scoreline, though. That said, this being Windsor's pick, you would certainly expect them to think that they have the advantage, considering they won it in the last go around. Hernando, look at this aggression, Los.
This is going to be a bit of an issue now that it will be spotted by the turret. Go for an instantaneous escape. There won't be any second pause for the attack. Now they have to worry about so much utility. A Rolling Thunder. This time it's from Windsor. It still hits a teammate. Clone is unable to enter into the site. Finally, it will take place. Gone looking for a peek, but ultimately there will be none as the Hunter's Fury rings out from Rochester. It secures no kills, however. Oh, I guess it does! After the Shrouded Step, Grim still finds their target.
What an adjustment there for Grim. That was fantastic. Now, though, still lots to do for Rochester. 5-on-4 retake.
Oh, the pinches here. Hernando, as well as Yum, were on the flank, but unfortunately they ran out of ammo. Clone regroups with their teammate. Turn this into a 2-on-1. Rochester, they thought they had this round in the palm of their hands, and maybe they very well do.
Lazy Pig, what a delivery. 3 kills for the breach. And a fantastic clutch moment for Rochester. 5-4, that was for the lead, and this could be the key moments of this game. That gives Rochester a fantastic position. You look at the economy, and you see Shy, Lucy, they are broke. Looking like my bank account right now, and that's not a good thing. Wonder what they're going to be doing into this. Obviously, remember that concept we talked about earlier. 3 players able to buy, 3 players will be buying. But is it just going to be... Did they just run classics alongside that? That seems a little odd.
Interesting take. Maybe this will be the moment that they play off utility. Hunter's Fury for Moosey? I'm not sure how that's going to come into play, especially in such close proximity to garage doors. Yum on the other side, hoping for anyone to take a peek inside.
I guess Clone probably gave their gun to someone. That's probably what happened, I'd imagine. Because I didn't see Clone have a Vandal there. So, regardless, theories aside, oh, Yum might be walking into Classic here. This is right-click territory. Moosey's heard all of this happening. Going to be calling that information over to the rest of their team. A is actually open for business. Of course, there's a lot of utility there, but You get onto the site, maybe things can be different. As I say that, 2 players rotate in, and it's suddenly a little less open, but the spike is still very far from any of these sites, Los, and there's only 25 seconds left.
Oh, nice use of that from the shadows from Lucan. Now C site completely under the control of Windsor. Got the Blades, they've got Garage. Often held battleground for a C site retake, as at least how Windsor wants to play it.
Hunter's Fury here.
Big flashpoint. Oh my god! Shy! Unable to do anything. It's Lucan and Clone. They put it together. They do fantastic work. Lucan attempts to escape. Hernando will catch them, though. Fortunately, last 2 players are all the way at the edge of long. And they've got a Hunter's Fury, but Hernando doesn't give a damn. They'll go right down long to take the fight. Finding one, but Jakey's there for the trade. A long set-out play that will give Windsor another equalizer. Such a back-and-forth game, Vincent.
Indeed. That was the right decision for Hernando as well. Saw the Hunter's Fury, saw the fact there was a KJ, realized I'm not going to win if I just try to tap this spike multiple times. Gonna lose, and so goes for the fights instead. But early on, man, Windsor, they sold Rochester a bill of goods, Los. It was looking very, very spicy, that bill of goods. And Rochester, they were sold. They bought. Unfortunately, they did one of those maneuvers where they sold when it was at its lowest point. Got entirely bamboozled, just like Rochester at the beginning of this round. Early Blade Storm attempt didn't work out.
Easy pig. Attempting to get up close and personal with Yum. Maybe a wall bang if possible. And we'll secure 1. Certainly that is going to be the only kill they find. Okay. One of the 2 only kills they'll find this round.
You don't have a lot of faith in Yum, and I just wholeheartedly disagree.
Well, actually, I'm looking at the HP. Yeah.
That's what I was about to say.
Oh God, no, Vincent. There's no way this actually turns into victory.
Well, he's popped out to check. Would have been interesting if he went back, but now he could be anywhere, realistically.
Oh my God.
Full
1v1.
health player remains, though.
Clone up top. Yes. It had to be this way, Vincent. It had to be stopped at this moment. If Clone was not able to stop Yum in that moment, how could they even continue the rest of this game?
Yeah, I think you'd have to, just leave the game, quit entirely. Probably the entire video game, if I'm being honest. That would be the only reasonable response. Though, I am that guy. I'll go back and say it. That was an eco round. 4 kills, man. It's not going to matter because it's last round, but it was pretty darn good. I'm impressed. And Yum delivering on exactly what we set it up for earlier on. Rather, you set up specifically. Mention him in the pre-show, and he is delivering.
Last round in the first half here, and we can see a double stack on A long. I don't know if we've had that previously, where Rochester was willing to play, not that it's so forward, but willing to take an angle like that and commit 2 players in that moment. As we are going to look now to be, with the majority of the utility here placed by Gon. Unfortunately, it hits absolutely nobody, but Clone isn't in the same category.
Plant gonna go down. First time we're seeing a B hit, by the way. I think this entire attack side for Windsor.
Oh, Moosey. Beautiful placement. Catching out Grim and Hernando. The flank foiled. Now spotted off of that turret. Able to take down 1. We're looking at a 1v4. I don't even know how Gon got in that situation, but they're handled swiftly.
The answer is very carefully, Los. Very carefully indeed. But yeah, speaking of Gon, a little lackluster on that half. 3 and 11, not the best of performances for your defensive killjoy, but much to be gained here on the offensive side. And we've seen 5-7 scoreline go very one-sided. We've also seen it be very competitive. I think it's going to continue to be competitive here. Windsor trying to take advantage of the map that they were able to win last time out. They're doing a good job of it thus far. Just got to deliver the defensive setup. And it looks like we're in a bit of a tech pause here for the time being. So with that, I think the discussion has to swing over to, well, exactly how much of a chance Windsor has in this game. They're the 5-2 team. They've got 2 losses. Rochester took the victory in the last setup, and their only loss is to the winners of the group, which is St. Clair.
Yeah, and Windsor share a loss to St. Clair as well, as we know that is such a formidable team, and this is rounding out to be a formidable conference. Rochester and Windsor both delivering amazing plays. And, you know, one thing that I have to say that is a major step up from the last time we saw these two teams get into the server together is that Windsor is having a much better time creating their own mind games, creating their own well-planned rotations. And that was something that Rochester had thrown Windsor for a loop in the previous series. They were all over the place and very hard to get a read on. Now we're seeing the similar skills being displayed by Windsor, and I'm very happy to see that major improvement.
Yeah, Windsor as a team have really started to flourish. Prior to the end of last season, they really were not in the conversation of like top teams for collegiate Valorant. They're starting to approach that like top 50 kind of conversation by beating, some solid teams. They beat Carleton late into the last season. That was last year. And then they've taken some losses this year, but it's all been to some top 30 teams. So I consider them kind of on the cusp, and if they are able to make it into playoffs and get some upsets, it's going to be a team we're talking about moving forward. No doubt. So impressive for me, the way that they've been able to do some of this. And, Los, I think it does also beg the question about, well, what exactly is going on with Unique? That's their normal player that hasn't been able to play with them too much. And if they were here, would it be different?
Yeah, it begs the question, what is the full power? What is the full potential of this team? And, not to discredit that win from Windsor, but, Carleton, they're a shadow of their former selves right now when it comes to Valorant.
Okay, you didn't have to bring that up. You didn't have to.
I'm sorry. It just popped in my head once you mentioned them, and I'm like, that's a good win for them, but it could have been better in the past.
It was the end of last season. It was when Carleton were like pretty good though. Okay. Yeah, there was discussions about Carleton and how much they've fallen, unfortunately, in the last week or so that I've had with some teams, and yeah, it's a bit rough. But back when they played them, they were a pretty good team, and still are decent, just not like top 15 like they used to be.
Yeah, but back to the teams that are actually playing today. Windsor. I'm talking about improvement. It's visual. You could see it just between these 2 weeks. If you go look at the previous VOD, they were having a very hard time creating their own game plans in terms of throwing Rochester for a loop, making them feint their own executions. But now you can see it's not to say night and day, but it is an exponential increase in their power, in their ability to contend against Rochester.
That said, Rochester clearly watched the VOD. I mean, 13-5 was the scoreline on Haven last time these two teams met, and that is not what we're looking at. I mean, to be fair, Rochester do currently have 5 rounds. I don't think that's all they get. Maybe I'm wrong. I mean, maybe this is just exactly the plan for Windsor, but I don't think so. I think that the adjustments made by Rochester defensively, they were decent. They were pretty darn good. And it helped that they had some individuals playing very well in addition to that. But kind of to add on to the point you were making about where Windsor are at and how they look a little bit different, that play towards the C site that we saw, from the shadows from A over towards C, and then them aggressing with the Blade Storm, that's exactly the kind of play that I don't feel like we were seeing before and that we're seeing tonight.
I'm loving it. I think this is already rounding out to be a fantastic series. And I just want to get back in, but hey, you know, a little bit of tech issues. This time it's not audio, it's internet connection, Vincent. So we could give a little bit of leeway on this one. We don't have to hound him too much, but we can hound him a little. So go ahead, get him.
Yeah, and listen. We always got to be just slightly critical, you know, of the tech delays. Only because, listen, there's nothing you can do about them, and it's fun. And we do a bit of trolling around here, don't we, Los? We just had to complain, and we're back. This is how it actually works. You complain, and then you come back.
Yeah, and you know, that's why when you type caster start game, it really actually speeds up the process.
It does. It sort of like charges us up, you know? Like we're a battery, and the more caster start games, the more we start the game.
Let's go. Oh my god. Young.
Oh, so clean.
Come on. This player is simply too much. Clone wants to add their own. Oh, they got hit directly with the dart, I believe. And they were spotted. Even Yum, it doesn't matter if the dart's gone. Yum will find you in the darkness.
Not gonna lie, that was actually really good movement. Too bad the dart hit him. Gotta feel awful. Windsor working 2 players come in here. Dude, look how far away this Omen's at. That is outrageous. Windsor are light years from this fight, and they're just saving on the pistol round. I mean, I guess.
Have to see what Lucan brought into the round. Must be
better have sheriff.
A sheriff, yeah. Otherwise,
not allowed.
Can we see what's going on over there?
Oh no!
What has he got?
No.
That's.
Oh no!
That's a classic. That's.
Yikes! That's just not ideal. Also, he must have been AFK. Is the answer. So I should have known that a little earlier. I'll admit. I was like so confused. I was into it. Yeah, that's on me. Caster stupid moment.
Hey, you know, we all have those. We have our own tech issues, but the tech issue is our brains. Yeah.
A little lag up there. You know, I need the upgrade. I need the new graphics card. That's what I'll go with.
Download some more RAM.
Oh yeah, that's a good one. Dude, look how aggressive Clone is being.
I think
outrageous.
When you're in a situation like this, you just got to get to the next round. You just get to the rifles, right?
GG, go next. I mean, you say that, but Rochester actually in the last half did a good job of limiting the economy of Windsor, and that made it so that Windsor really only had 1 gun round to work with initially. So they didn't get a bonus. So you say that, and you're right to a certain extent, but on the other hand, well, always give it your best shot, because these rounds can mean a lot.
You know, like fitness icon Tony Horton once said, do your best and forget the rest.
I'm gonna pretend I know exactly who that is and move on.
That's a limited edition reference. Not many are gonna get that, but for the ones who do,
they're gonna appreciate it.
Yeah, they're gonna like that one.
I feel that. I'm like, listen, you could name like 1 billion fitness people, and I would probably know none of them. So, I wouldn't have got it either way. Makes me feel a little better.
Okay, I'll rattle off one. Los, have you heard of him?
I think that might ring a bell. Wasn't he in that great fitness video on the internet? I just can't remember the name of it.
Yes, that one. Specifically.
Good.
Also, Bach. You might know him, host on VCT.
I do know that guy.
He's pretty jacked.
I did. I met him actually in Prague. It was quite interesting. I shook his hand and I was like, "Oh my goodness, what the heck just happened?" I ran into a brick wall.
Yeah. Well, speaking of brick walls, right now, we got Rochester looking very hard to defeat. Made the equalizer a reality, 7-7, and they are looking to stake their claim on B with no hex given. An immediate take. Unfortunately, it doesn't take. Shy with a denial kill on Hernando. And we'll send out the flashpoints along with Moosey in the backline. I mean, from the links, that is where they are exerting their strength. I don't think anyone from Rochester's gonna find a kill.
Yeah, this is where the B site is just not ideal on gun rounds like that. Like, if you're going to go B, you gotta go B late for that reason right there. The sheer number of utility pieces that were available for Windsor to deny space for Rochester and also winning gunfights was impressive. That said, remember that whole conversation we had before we got all sorts of off the beaten path? That was about the economy and how, well, Windsor didn't quite find many kills in those anti-eco rounds. And so now, a full buy for Rochester because of it.
Focus here on mid for the time being. Simply a foray potentially onto the B site. Destruction of utility. Good for them. They don't want to walk into a similar situation as previous. And I'm not sure they want to walk into any situation on B site. Lucan, a deep push into C long, takes a freebie and they'll walk away with their life. Now trapped inside of Garage are 3 players, 4 even, here for Rochester.
Looks like Hernandez decided to pick up the pace. Just taking that space explosively. This is such an interesting position for Windsor to be in. They've got 3 players sort of locked towards A, and then 2 of them waiting on C for that Garage aggression to continue, but it won't. It's an adjustment over towards the A site. I don't know that Rochester have any reason to believe that this side is as stacked as it is.
This is going to be a problem. However, an inkling of information with that drone, and that is even more, but it's a flood of it there for Windsor. Unfortunately, they can't capitalize on it. To fall for Windsor, as it is an open space. Hernando will even press the offensive, preventing CT from being a possibility. The Nano Swarm, the Aftershock, everything is put in place, so Windsor has no chance to push. And Shy relocates up into heaven. No one looking at it quite yet, but with the destruction of the turret, that'll bring in a pair of eyes up, certainly.
With only 2 players alive, this is going to be so difficult. Look at these crossfires set up right now. They're near deadly. No way they get in here. Hernando will get a 3K. And, you know, Windsor, unfortunately, it really sort of tactically fell behind in their defense of the site hit. Because I forget who it was on the site. I think it was Clone and Moosey, maybe? The 2 players on the site, they adjusted in towards off angles, and then they were out in the middle of nowhere. They just got caught with 3 players looking at them. It was a bit of a tough situation, but ultimately they get punished, and it's a big deal. Windsor, a round that they had a big chance of winning, going by the wayside. A tied game now at 8-8. And Rochester have been back to this situation often.
Oh boy, Moosey. That's a tasty one to take. Grim out of nowhere, and even a tag. They're on to Hernando. That's going to be a problem.
He's from the shadows over into the A site, got underneath heaven, and found a kill already, looking for a second.
That's actually critical. It creates a pinch, it creates pressure. Shy has to put themselves inside exposed territory or else face the wrath of the players from long. Yum even getting as far as the smoke in CT and still gets a kill through that dark cover. Unbelievable.
And the Nanoswarm making it even more difficult. Paranoia goes out, it misses everyone, there's just nobody there. This is great stuff. And there's actually another Nanoswarm on the spike, if I'm not mistaken.
Nando. No, he doesn't have to take that fight. It's all on the onus of Lucan in this moment. They have to go for the defusal, and with 2 angles being covered, they can't make that commitment.
This is a Windsor team that's now looking a little bit worse for wear. They don't have enough money to buy, and yeah, it's time to get the input. Sobas, their coach, gonna get time to talk just a little bit. And what an interesting play there from Yum as well. We got to see the From the Shadows come through and instantly get a kill. I think that the reason that was so effective, Los, is that, as you and I both know, From the Shadows, it can be difficult to get value from that. But you rarely see someone with the aggression to go for that straight into hell. Rarely. Even at this point, the heaven from the shadows is a rare one. So, just the sheer willingness for Rochester to go for these plays is helping them out.
Yeah, I mean, oftentimes if you go for those obvious locations, not to say obvious, but it's simply for information. Not many players will make the commitment to stick around with the ultimate and actually fight it out, especially considering there wasn't much help for Yum once they landed. The help, the flank, so to speak, of a push down A long was not going to arrive for quite a few moments, so the ability to survive that, calculate it, and then stay alive enough to take the site, really phenomenal stuff. And that's on top of the fragging capability of this player.
Oh, look at this. Straight down mid. Here we go.
Oh! Clone almost able to take the shot. I think the fault line stopped them from bringing out another right click. Lazy Pig will live to see at least the rest of the round.
Aggression down mid doesn't work as they would have hoped. So a rotation, and that's Paranoia. That should have catched 3 players.
Oh, this will be a slaughter. Yeah, with pistols and stingers out. To be expected. Moosey going for an upgrade, and that's going to be an unfortunate moment as Grim gets the read. Has to be from this location, and with the activation of the Allen drone, that's going to be an easy cleanup kill.
Yeah, I mean, a good attempt. Nice try, but damage done. Windsor will be okay with what they got. I think they got 3 kills, if I'm not mistaken. So, not the best, not the worst. Actually, they just got 2. I'm crazy. Can't count. Classic moment there. Windsor, here we go. Sort of last chance for them, Los. It kind of feels that way, at least. Rochester, they would be picking up 11 here if they win the round, and then another eco means map point.
Do or die in this moment. Lockdown available. But question is, where can they truly bring it into success? This is a very standard early start for Rochester. They always like to get some work on mid.
They do. Yeah, they're either passive towards mid or aggressive towards mid. Then they find out where they want to go from there. It has been almost exactly the same every single round. What it does allow, though, is Windsor to be aggressive on the outskirts of the map. And we can see that right now. The jet there for Windsor. Aggressed towards A long. They have information that no one is actually at long at all.
Here comes that dark cover. Fernando's on the other side of it. That's going to be a read onto Lucan. Yum dies, though. I'm not even sure where that took place. And the entrance onto site is going to be difficult until Hernando opens it up with 2. Beautiful one. Make it a 3rd. Getting overheated just a bit. Moosey will stop that play. Now it's 2-on-3 for the retake. And there is a lockdown at Gon's disposal.
I don't think it's necessary, though. Or maybe so.
Oh my god. A quick double kill. Now turned into a 1v1. Here comes the Nano Swarm. But also, here comes Moosey. They've done it. Making that play with 18 HP left. They will stop that 11th round success and inch their way back. Hold on to a key gun of the op. And save themselves from a potential slope to map point.
Not gonna lie, I got no idea why Lazy Pig was so far. I think it was Lazy Pig. Whoever was so far forward at C long there. And it's just the op. Just walks around the corner, finds them napping. I feel like that's one of those situations you need to be maybe a little bit more passive. Regardless, though, look at the ultimates here. Shy one away from his, and it'll be 10 on the board. This is going to be fireworks, Los. Doesn't matter how it ends or who gets the victory.
Clones up top with the op. Unfortunately, both shots hits absolutely nothing. We've seen this situation before where there's a dive onto B site, but there won't be a crossfire that lights it up as we've seen before. Perfect take a bloodless one at that. And Rochester have the spike planted, the nano swarms placed, but a lockdown is being put in place by Jakey.
Oh, this is going to be great. Hunter's Fury, both directions, as well as the lockdowns, but Yum is hanging out inside.
They drop down into Link. It has to be Moosey. They've got to catch them off. Unfortunately, there's going to be another player inside a garage watching that angle. Moosey finds one. And it's a retreat from Hernando. Jakey also breaks into sight. So it comes down to Gun, who's actually the immediate support. Unfortunately, there's 3 players still alive. And the fight is being protracted so far away from the actual spike site.
A ridiculous round. That was outrageous. Lockdown for lockdown. Hunter's Fury for Hunter's Fury. But there's no outcome for the defense that's going to be good in this engage. And the bad news is, as soon as they win that round, Rochester do the reset. Clone has enough for a gun, is going to buy it. Knows that he can go for the Blade Storm in the next round, I guess. That's going to be the plan. And obviously, as I mentioned, Windsor pushing it back by at least 1 round, but still, they give this one up. And Rochester on map point, this being Windsor's pick.
Big stack, 4 players by C and C-Link. Only 1 station. That's Moosey inside sewers. Interesting use, I'll say interesting, from Yum. Potentially getting some information on any players going up Cubby. Maybe a catch of a player inside C long, but the real play is headed over to A.
It confirms that there's no information towards C, and look at what it's done to the rotations. It's pulled 4 rotates. This is an open site for Rochester based on that. Now, granted, Moosey is still over towards short, but just as a shorty. This is going to be so difficult to retake.
I think they know. They've got to know. A pinch on an angle that they should have already owned. What an unfortunate situation for Moosey. Now Clone up in heaven. A shot onto Lazy Pig. Unfortunately, beyond the box, it's nigh meaningless. Any attempt to get down into sight will be thwarted. Met with harsh resistance. Clone wants to escape. Rochester don't want to let him.
Yeah, running for the man's life. Oh my goodness. I think he's going to get away, though. It will be the case. So I don't know if Clone can run far enough away to be safe. I think he's going to get pinched here. No. They won't go the right direction. He will be saved in the end. So, going to be able to keep the gun, have the blades, and everybody else has their ults as well, or has the rifles as well. 3 map points available for Rochester. Winds are going to need 3 strong rounds in a row, and they've yet to do that this half, Los. They did it in the back end of the first, but they've yet to do it here. And it's going to be a 5-man push initially for the attack towards C.
Oh my god. Oh, okay.
Oh!
Well, I think that's the end of the discussion of whether or not Windsor can take this round. Lazy Pig at the worst end of a miraculous shot from Lucan.
He's where you buy guns. He's just so deep for a minute 15 on the clock. It'll be Clone to shut it down. Yeah, that shot from Lucan, great setup as well. I do really like the aggressive angle and then the further back angle. It's hard to deal with. And then they both hit the shots as well. And then Lucan goes back and says, yeah, but I could do better. 2 more frags for Lucan in that moment. And none of the ults used either. That's the impressive part of this. Now, Windsor, they can cycle their ults effectively these next couple of rounds to give them a real chance of success.
I can tell you one thing, Rochester is not going to have another stack up on C. But Windsor likes the idea. Look at this. Lucan and Clone made their way down into C long, but Yum expecting it. They've been on that box for a multitude of rounds expecting that push. They've tasted the pain from that one before, and they don't want to face it again.
And ultimately, Lucan's going to have to fall back there, so Windsor sort of getting punished by some of their own over-aggression. I thought maybe it would work out the second time, but rarely does it.
Here's Lucan, waiting for the players to exit from Garage. Oh my god, the timing. It won't be the case. Will they survive this? No. A millisecond is all the difference that allowed Hernando to take that close angle. And that's the sight. Rolling Thunder at the ready for a retake. But this is facing the end of Haven.
This looks very difficult. 3v5, and there's another Rolling Thunder to deal with this retake as well.
Hernando with the first peek. Moosey denies it instantaneously. Grim putting some pressure along, but it's felt with equal force. Hiding underneath the platform. It's Yum. This player is always such a sneaky rascal. They won't continue to sneak. Jakey lowers the pressure by another one. Going for the half.
Oh,
but that
man.
leads into the Rolling Thunder. Rochester don't even want to push this. They know they don't need to.
No.
Time is up. Jakey will secure another lazy pig, though. The writing was on the wall. It was going to be a Rochester map, and they took it down 13-10. And this spells a bit of trouble because Haven was the map where we saw Windsor as the strongest in the previous series. And where we headed next, Vincent, it split the very map that Rochester was running circles around Windsor.
Yeah, it's sort of interesting. In the last series that we saw these two play in week 6, Windsor picked Split and Rochester picked Haven. Now, we're the same two picks, but they've flipped who picked them. Windsor picking Haven, Rochester picking Split, because they both won their own map, their opponent's map pick in that series. It's crazy how that went down. It's crazy how this is going down. By the way, Pearl, should it be necessary, I'm very excited if we get to see that. But honestly, hard to see that Rochester, they look as good on Split as they did last time, that they'll be dropping that. I seem to recall some incredible rotational play from Rochester in the last one. That being said, talk about Haven, just to put a bow on it, I think when it came down to it, the attack side from Rochester was fantastic. I mean, they really stalled out Windsor in those situations, and their early default towards mid, I think, was a big part of that. They gathered so much information that they were able to read which site to go towards relatively often.
Yeah, it's all about that information game. If you have the info, then you could manipulate your opponents. How many times did we see them have such a delayed attack? But once they attacked, it was similar to Bridge. It was that Rolling Thunder. They broke right onto a site, and it really has to come off many rounds, I would say. If there was one player who stepped up among the rest, we got to give it up to Yum. That player is simply phenomenal. Just the willingness to take egregious fights and always, or at least 90%, come out on top and find 2 to 3 kills for your team.
I mean, if there's a play of the match, it's that play where Yum goes from the shadows into hell, finds a kill, then a second, takes a site, all alone, and then goes back for more inside that dark cover. I mean, that was ridiculous. I think that round showing exactly what Yum is made of and why we put Yum on such a pedestal. With that said, Split coming up next, and Los, I'm very excited to see what is going to be it. Will Rochester be able to close this in 2? Will it be Windsor bringing it to a third once again? We'll find out right after this.
Hey, welcome back to Nace Star League. We are headed to map 2 of Split. It's Rochester versus Windsor University. Rochester up by 1. We're headed to their map pick. We're headed to a map we know they are dominant on. So this is going to be a make or break moment, literally, for the season of both of these teams.
Yeah, reminder, Split, last time these two teams played 13-5 there, and it was in the favor of Rochester. They, they kind of had the entirety of Windsor inside of their palms, right? They were moving them around like chess pieces, making it look very simple indeed. And that's what allowed them to, pick up a map lead early into that series before. We'll see what they have to offer this time. We've been seeing the lack of Viper on Split, and I'm glad to see 2 Vipers. I don't know about you, but I'm a fan.
We have been getting a decent amount of non-Viper maps here, but hey, we're in the tippity top of collegiate esports here in this specific conference. So you're gonna see the meta picks, Vincent. We're gonna get the cream of the crop of agent selection. But the Harbor, I personally like Harbor. He's a nice guy, but I feel that he's just much too static as a controller to work on this map,
Have you met in real life? You know he's a nice guy?
Yeah.
Oh, that's pretty cool. Yeah, I'm sure if we met, I'd think he was a nice guy as well. I don't know how much of an agreement we have on that. I don't know if static's the right word. I don't know, though, if that's a problem on this map specifically, because there really is a lot to left. I feel like the high tide has a lot to do, both on the A site and the B site, respectively, and can cover a lot of ground in both areas. And when you combo that with a Viper, it just feels like those options, they expand exponentially.
I see, but to me it's as though they're two of the same controller. Whereas if you have a Astra and a Harbor, say if we're talking Lotus, it's one of those situations where Astra has a lot more flexibility in where those stars can be placed. But anyways, enough about this debate. We gotta get in the debate between Windsor and Rochester, and it ain't gonna be civil. Time to head on to A-Site. Grim about to walk into a little bit of pain with the paint shells being hit off the cascade, so slowed down a little bit. It's all utility. A big whole war of utility, but finally beyond this toxic screen, it will begin a fight. Hernando picking up 2, and those are the only 2 that they'll take. It'll be sufficient enough to secure the site at least.
Yeah, good as well from Musi to get that kill, then fall back, get out of there, and Hernando, what a delivery.
Wow, a 4th as well. Unfortunately, with 10 HP, it's going to be Jakey to lock things up. That is a heroic amount of work put in by Hernando.
It certainly was. The fact that Hernando gets 4 and it's not enough is outrageous. Should always be enough if you pick up a 4K. Tough, to say the least. And like I said, a lot of that Musi getting that kill, falling back, making sure to have the 3v2 retake instead of just the 2v2, would have gone out differently. That was not the case. Beyond that, though, Windsor, strong start is exactly what they need. Getting that first round on the board and also shutting down the likes of Rochester early is good news. Looks like we're going back to the the A site, pardon me. Makes a lot of sense. Got hit with a lot of utility early on and it worked out.
Big amount of pain onto Musi. They'll retreat. There is a possibility for that regrowth. I don't think it'll be the case. Vandal also held by Clone, and they're sitting on a rafter, so if they decide to stick around, no, they'll actually retreat immediately to the site. And this could be a rotation here to A, but they are not going to have such an easy time getting through mail.
Well, yeah, there's literally everyone, and it's one way. Uh-oh, though. Look at
the ammo!
Oh, what? 2 kills, one with the snakebite, one with the nanoswarm? What a way for Windsor to get bailed out. That was a no-nade zone, as I like to say. As in, put your utility away and shoot your gun. But bailed out by the fact that they all had to run through that utility. nearly got punished with their life, but Windsor will survive. And you know what? No harm, no foul. Worked out well. Time for the bye, though. Rochester, what shall they do the first time they really have control? And I like to see this. It was a bit one-dimensional in that second round, no?
I mean, everyone went in the exact same direction, so you have to agree with that one. Good look from Clone. Decent amount of damage off the paint shells. The regrowth is here from Lazy Pig, so it's not going to be that huge of an issue. Guiding Light, lining out. Sipo. Is that going to matter too much? Looks like it will. Grim and Lazy Pig able to open up mid.
Great layering of utility. You saw the early Guiding Light, that followed by the Boom Bot, and then from there, the Trailblazer. It all worked together, making it very difficult to stay alive in mid there for Windsor. And the decision for that from Rochester came off the back of all that early utility. They were given the information that they had players in mid, and they acted on it. Great stuff.
Now with this extra time to reconnect, reconsider their options, it's going to be a hit to A. It was a regroup, I think potentially recovery of weapons there on mid, so they might have better firepower for this retake if they choose to do it. I mean, they have to. They're not working with the great amount of money, and there's money there's... No, sorry. Weren't working with an amount of money before this round started, but now they got enough. It's the bonus. You have to throw everything away here.
Give it the old Collins try, that's what I always say. The attempt, it's gonna speed up maybe a little bit.
Okay, not able to do the task, but Moosey will have a better attempt, a better moment. If they could clear off the site, I mean, Moosey's doing a fantastic job. With, oh no, with the Cove, unfortunately. Well, that doesn't protect you from a Nano Swarm. Everyone's going to die, but at least to take 3 rifles out of your opponent's hands, Windsor could have done worse, surely.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, that recovery there at the very end, really solid. Too bad the Nano Swarms making the difference. And you asked a question earlier. Is there a sub? Yes, there is, it looks like. Sipa, I did not even notice. And that is on me. I guess Shy out? Sipa in?
Has to be the case, or maybe they hopped on the alt for different skins.
Imagine having different enough money to buy skins on mini accounts.
You know, there's some people. Not me.
Yeah, definitely not me. I don't even have 2 accounts. I just, you know, run it. Ooh, that's some good, nice timing. The utility came out in a perfect moment. Both the Nano Swarm and the Snake Bite, making it difficult to move forward. And Rochester missed a bit of a timing there.
Rochester, a team that was hoping to run it. Now they're going to get hit with the vulnerability. Oh, the fact that that alarm bot was allowed to explode is a major detriment. Oh, gun barrel barely missed. And Lucan will pay for it with their life. Jakey not hoping to be a similar victim. They won't. And they stick around. Still, the pillar has yet to be crossed. Yum now providing a pinch up from heaven, but they weren't able to spot out Jakey. Viper's Pit activated, Lockdown activated. This is a tooth and nail round, and it's going to go the way of Windsor.
Okay, Windsor showing out here in the opening stages of this map, winning the pistol. They lose against the bull buy, but, I mean, what a delivery. I love that they were so willing to put down the lockdown and everything as well. Also, is that high tide in a full circle? I didn't know you could do that. That's pretty cool.
Depends on the DPI, I guess, cool. Right?
I don't know why it's that cool, but it's cool. It was like a perfect circle as well. I'm impressed. Jakey at 7-0 as well. A pretty impressive showing, to say the least. With that said, Rochester back on the poor purchase, a hero rifle in the hands of I didn't see who, but the approach will be towards mid. And this is interesting. All of mid has been given up. There's no players at mid, and there's no one watching Zip either for the Diva.
A lot of options that can be taken here by Rochester. But the obvious one is A, activation of the toxic screen. They could walk up to ramp and rendezvous wherever they would like to. Not to be confused with an ability from a dead agent. It's a maneuver that they could use whatever they want. And there's 4 players inside of screens and elbow.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to expect this many players here, if I'm being honest. It's actually outrageous that they're all here.
Okay, here comes the support. Moosey will fall, and Yum actually with the rifle. That's the one who's playing hero. They have to close this angle, and the fact that they do may give them the chance they need to win this round. Lucan takes a decent amount of damage. The Cabbages will relay their position, and it's known. Lazy Pig, they want to take this fight, but rather they'll take a better angle. One that completely exposes Lucan, but the fact that they blinded themselves, it stopped them from finding the spot, the shot they needed.
Oh, Lazy Pig just can't find these fights. Trying desperately to fake after fake after fake. And it will ultimately be Windsor's round, though. That got a lot closer than it probably could have been otherwise. The one hero rifle doing some good work on the back of Yum. Though, I do wonder about the commitment of the Seekers. That seemed a bit overzealous, but the chance to win a round, I guess, is a good enough opportunity as any to use it. Here's the gun round, though. Rochester won the 3rd round against the bonus. Lost immediately thereafter, and, well, here they go again. Back to a more normal setup for the Windsor side of things. They're going to double up these bits of utility. High tide up in mid.
Frustrating use. So close, so forward. But Grim doesn't care. They've moved beyond it, and now there's no one left to greet them. A commitment of the high tide, and they can walk away. Lucan taking out their counterpart of Hernando in the Viper's pit. Just leaves all hope of getting a split onto A left to dust.
This defense starting to really go well for Windsor. Having that opening pick. Here's the adjustment, the rotation. Showstopper out, though. Gonna lead the way, but gotta wait on the nanoswarms.
Oh my god, was Jakey seen? Jakey doesn't get hit by that. That is a crime. What? A crime against raises all across the globe. The Reckoning cleans up the scraps, and Windsor are up 5-1. This is insanity.
It's Rochester dodging a Reckoning last round, and they're up against a Reckoning at this point, and that they have to deal with the fact they're down 5-1 on their map pick. If I do recall, it was their attack side that wasn't as good, though. I think they started on the defense last time out, and they won like 9-3. That's fully a guess. I'm remembering 2 weeks ago, which is not very good for me. So.
Okay, I'll keep that information for myself. If I ever wrong you, I just have to wait 2 weeks.
Yeah, I'll just forget. Fully forgotten.
An interesting execution, Grim, with the Sheriff. Will they be able to provide any value here? No, I think the entire idea is just plant that spike. And Gon got 2 kills, and they've actually turned it into a 1v2. It's a pinch, though. There is no help from Jakey on the site, but Jakey has a flank from Defender Spawn.
He's got the from the shadows. Oh, this is great. That cascade is perfectly placed.
Oh my god. What is happening here? It's not gonna read him? It's because he's
in. No way. And there's not enough time?
Oh, it's halved. What was Jakey doing?
I don't know. Jakey, he went for a little walk around the park. What was he doing? Walking his dog? What happened there? Maybe he didn't see the spike?
Oh my god.
I've got no idea. That was ridiculous that he was inside the dark cover, though. Yum. With a 1v2 clutch that should just never have existed. They waited so long to take that fight.
Oh Oh my, no, that was a 2v1. Jakey was fighting against themselves here. How is that possible? And I think the first question was from Jakey with the fact that there wasn't an activation of the alarm bot. It should have been right there. That should have caught Yum in an instant. The fact that it didn't raised a couple of question marks. So maybe there was just the misplacement of Yum, which is why it was a surprise that Moosey was able to get killed in the last moment. But what could possibly have been calmed or called out that Jakey takes a victory lap?
He was looking for a kit. Oh, that's outrageous. Yeah, I don't know. I just don't know. Maybe it's like, oh, it's halved, it's fine, but why would you take that risk? It just surely had to have been him not realizing exactly where the spike was, maybe. It's the only thing that makes sense to me.
Which at the same rate, it got halved. It should have been known.
I agree, but I mean, Jakey was coming from behind, remember? Jakey didn't technically see that? I don't know. There's no excuses.
And this is going to be, if this is a effective push, beginning of a serious crash from Windsor. But, I mean, it's just one round. But the mental crumble that could occur in a moment like that may be astronomical.
Rochester took a timeout thereafter, just to give them extra time to think about that.
There's no GG go next. You got to think about what you did.
I mean, maybe that's the strat. Who knows? There's the lockdown to get them onto the site. And Rochester gonna have to deal with Seekers right after that. Oh, no! Hernando! That's a freebie with the snake bite. Clone gets caught in it, and he must have just been low enough.
Oh, paranoia. Not gonna be enough as Moosey is so close. There's that high tide. What does it provide, really? Because Yum is on the other side. Spam through the smoke. Yum simply has to survive, and a jump from Moosey, hoping to find an enemy. And the movement, expecting them to be free and safe from bullets, but that'll not be the case. This is the most topsy-turvy round in the map so far, but Rochester is going to come out of the Clown Fiesta as the leaders of the Big Top.
You sure about that? You sure that it wasn't the round before? Still.
I'd say there's a mega blunder in the last 10 seconds, but the entirety of that previous round was just confusing.
It was. There was a lot going on, and a lot of trades sort of back and forth. And, you know, beyond that, Rochester, they've done it. They've won 2 in a row. First time they've done that here on this map. And, you know, it's starting to feel like maybe it is the turning point. Maybe we did see Windsor just fall apart there.
Grim now in pretty deep by the cubby. And then we'll take the fight against Sipa. Paint shells as well on to elbow. A little bit of damage on the clone, but not enough. Lazy Pig providing covering fire, but clone as well staying alive and keeping this an inaccessible location.
Oh, they're still here.
Done a great job, but unfortunately, the spike doesn't need to go to that. Oh my god, doesn't need to go to that location. And Hernando just sends a parting gift like, hey, by the way, we're not coming. Also, die.
Dude, did you see Gon just like, take this way. It's yours. I mean, he is low. Should probably lead the way, but unfortunately, the Windsor Swarm Grenades aren't going to be doing too much damage as Rochester have already passed that point.
Viper's Pit possibility. Oh, and there it is, yeah.
That just makes it so much more difficult to find their way out of this and onto the site. Of course, that does mean that the Viper is most likely right here.
Again, the first to investigate. They have a toxic green world to enter.
Is there a nanoswarm? Oh no!
Oh no, there's no hope here. Jakey gonna get caught in the spray. And that is unfortunate. A great amount of defense put in by Clone, holding it down, but unfortunately it didn't mean anything in the long run. And Hernando's final kill from heaven, that one frag onto Clone, gave them the extra boost they needed to be able to activate that Viper's Pit on B.
Hernando Viper, best Viper. At least it has been very good in the last couple of rounds specifically. I think, is that not back-to-back 3Ks? I'm pretty sure Nando picked up 3K in the previous. Either way, Lucan actually has a Viper Spin of his own. It's the only ultimate available at the outset of this round, so we'll see if maybe that can be the case. Lucan does have the one-ways all set up here. That was something I kind of hoped was going to go away with New Split, but it is what it is.
Let's hope for next patch, huh?
Yeah. It kind of feels, you know, it's already defensive sided. It just kind of feels very unfair. But there's other one-ways too. It's not the only one.
I'm saying, what judge skin is this? Is this a new one? It looks like an airplane.
Yeah, I was wondering the same thing. I don't think I've ever seen that judge. And I'm a judge aficionado.
What is that thing? Okay, well, that thing is thinking. Cloned with a 3K. Simply irrational kills.
That's why you can main the judge on this map for free. Yum and company gonna have to once again go for the clutch. With 30 seconds remaining, that's going to be a bit tough. Grim, though, sticking around here towards A.
Enemy remaining.
Oh. Ambitious?
It's an interesting idea. Not expecting Jakey to have that commitment. But now there's a rifle in hand. 2 to be exact. Yum has to line these up. Here comes a trade. And Yum was expecting it. Unfortunately for them, Musi too quick on the draw.
Would have had to have been the ace there, to be fair. Yum. Close, but no cigar. But a valiant effort, a great attempt, realistically, and Windsor, they'll recover, right? That was 3 rounds in a row for Rochester. And not only did they recover, but they recover in a round that, well, they barely bought it. They had sheriffs and that judge. That was it. And the judge picks up 3 kills. That's why I call it the best gun in the game, Los. I'm saying, you know, don't just ignore all the other times it didn't work and take that round alone, and it's true.
You know, I think you're right, Vincent. With my selective memory now that you've put in place, this thing is crazy. But it's also a much-needed refresher for Windsor. They needed some sort of boost for them to be back in the game, and now they did. Talking about a one-way, now it's a no-way.
Yum is in spawn, and he's sticking it. Sippo will deny. That's probably to be expected, but I was a believer.
You know, that was, in all honesty, that's some Bush League ultimate usage, Vincent. And that, anytime Omen ults into a spawn, that's gotta be taken care of.
It does. You know, you're not wrong, but I wanted to believe. Here's the lockdown. It looks like Grim electing to get aggressive off the back of that. Jakey will deal, and the showstopper as well.
Wow, that could have gone haywire in a moment's notice. Thankfully, with the protection of Jakey and Lazy Pig working together, they might be able to save this one. Jakey's holding it, but they will stick around and get off the spike, find the kill. And there are so many close calls here with Windsor in these last couple of rounds. But they're standing firm and they're standing strong.
Yeah, a 7th round on the board. A 7-5 half, I think, would be reasonable for both sides. 8-4, Windsor very much in the driver's seat for this game if they can pull this one to an 8. So, reckoning in more ways than one for both this half and this harbor. As we head into it, Seekers available as well. A very split push for the time being. 3 out here towards A for Rochester. Early guiding light there to gather information. Simple will get a bit. But there's at least 1 or 2 here. And the Seekers, all a bit of a ruse.
You can see Jakey's adjusting. They're still curious. They're sticking around. Lucan earns an opener. And I'm curious to see how this push onto ramp will succeed. But a kill onto Hernando. That's critical. Yum will find the trade, and they will be able to get the spike planted. I'm not sure if that's even the best course of action. Oh, Moosey! Expecting this completely. Unfortunately, they don't last for too long. This is so out of whack.
This is insane. Yum. 1v2 now. And he'll collect the first. That's 8 HP for the Omen. But a free spot on A to plant this spike. And we know what Yum can do in the clutch. We know what he is capable of. Already had a 1v2 victory in this map. Be amazing to pick it up, but with the health advantage, Windsor, Lucan certainly should be favored.
Yum doesn't know. Based off those jump, okay. Here is all those sound cues. Yum actually wins it! Yum actually secures the headshot. This cannot be allowed with how much control Windsor had throughout that round, simply routing Rochester at every turn. Yum is able to find the 3K clutch. It's moments like that that are just what separates Yum as an individual apart from the rest.
It certainly does. And, you know, you could argue that Yum won all the rounds for Rochester there. Like, in a way. If you count that, you know, 1v2 and how it turned the tide, how it changed the outcome of the next rounds with the momentum that was gathered by Rochester, and then, of course, the closing round, you can make that argument. I'm just saying.
It'd be a good one. Any convincing, oh, maybe this won't find any damage, but it will destroy all pieces of utility. Gone completely caught out. Utility and the player destroyed. Lucan going deep as they can be. When unfortunately the Classic won't sing their praise forever. Grim with a nice paint shell, leaving it into a 2v3. The spike is planted.
That paint shell is so critical. It's now the advantage for Rochester as they come in.
Just Grim with the Ghost and Lazy Pig in tandem. An explosive start for Windsor. And it looks like they had everything under their belt, but as time went on, then simply just let it go.
Yeah, I mean, a solid take. It was actually their aggression there at the screens position that really was their undoing. And of course, I mentioned that paint shell and how critical it was for Rochester to win the round. Good work from Grim to find it. So, the defensive round victory, and now it's set up for another. Because Grim has the judge in hand, of course. That's the reason that I'm saying they should win this. Not got anything to do with the advantage.
Yes, of course.
Yep. With that, we'll see how this goes. It's sort of the same strategy, but back up towards the heaven position instead of towards the site.
We've got trouble. Inside of ropes, it's Hernando. A nice freebie, a nice 4B. Oh my god. Sippa.
Nice. That was very good from Sippa. Well, even find an upgrade? I think there's a... Was there not a rifle right there?
Perhaps not. I think too much time has elapsed for them to go back and search. There is danger around every corner. A little too far. Lazy Pig, I think, realizes that. They backed up into the staircase. See Sippa have to go for the swing. And that was a massacre in the ropes.
Yeah, Hernando sort of taking it all on their lonesome, and you know what? Fair enough. We've talked Hernando up a whole lot. And look at that, Los. It is a tied game at this here point. Remember what's on the line here, folks. It's playoffs or LCQ. That's what is available. Gotta see what is the answer. Only one of these teams will head through into playoffs on their own. You know, that LCQ is a doozy.
That's where the third best of the best of the best of the best teams will all be duking it out across conferences. And there are many amazing squads here in the NACE Star League.
That's exactly right. And of course, they're only fighting for 2 spots in playoffs, I think, as well. So, this is the easy way. But Windsor, gonna have to do it here and now.
Rim unable to do magic with that judge, that piece of hardware. They'll be handled quite easily. Oh, Jakey might lose their life inside of those snake bites. It's gonna make things a little bit difficult for the plant. Lazy Pig inside of hell. Struggling to find a kill, but it'll actually be the delayed snake bite from Hernando. Maybe a second one to come through. Whittling down the players from Windsor. Now they realize there's a flank up from heaven. But the pieces are starting to fall apart. If Moosey is able to escape the wrath of the judge, which nobody can, it might have been able to turn this into a fair fight. Rochester will take the lead finally.
That swift response onto the flank of Lucan really helped them quickly be able to then refocus themselves towards the final player left alive there. Also, Hernando has been incredibly effective at finding snakebite kills. I don't know if you've noticed this, and I don't have a count, but I think it's like six at this point, maybe?
I would say
Something
gotta
like that.
at least be full.
Yeah, I mean, I'd say for a piece of utility that you rarely see pick up frags unless it's like the very end of rounds, he's found quite a few. And I think that's impressive to say the least. Windsor running it down here to B once again. Use Clone's blast back to get into position.
Grim right in position. Oh my god, what a read. Knowing that Stingers are going to be in play once the initial burst is out, then it's time to swing off of the reload. Guiding Light, blinding Lazy Pig. They're in the same position. They are still finding success. They can't be checked. Jakey sends out a shot from the Sheriff. It was a bit of a save round. Well, not a bit. Certainly was that, in fact, but only one player lost. Rochester could be happy with that.
Well, here's the chance for Windsor to stamp their ticket, put themselves back into contention with a victory in this round. That said, if you recall, didn't we just get done talking about how Rochester, when they were winning this last time out on Split, it was based off of a very solid defensive half. And, well, they've yet to lose in the defense. That could change here and now, of course. But, solid situation thus far. Nando gonna set up the Poison Orb over towards the mid area. See a Cascade to create some space towards that mid area as well. I think that's one of the things that makes Harbor pretty good on the attack, especially, is the Cascade towards mid and the High Tide for a take. I feel like both of those they're sort of perfect sight lines for it, you know?
Honestly, fantastic. Look at the lineup blocking off Mail as well as Ropes, so gives an opportunity for them to move up and take whatever space, clear any angles. That could be Mail behind that box, isolate a fight potentially into Ropes. Decent amount of utility out of that one. I'm making a formal apology. Harbor on Split is good.
Well, we'll see if it's going to conform to victory or not, though, for Windsor. Doesn't matter about the utility if you can't win the rounds. And here's the reckoning.
I'm somehow not getting blinded by that. Does not matter. Reckoning put into place. Unfortunately, no one there to suffer the wrath. As Hernando from heaven stops Moosey from even being able to plant the spike. Grim as well, dealing Grim death from heaven. Every angle is a threatening one. Spike in control of Rochester. Jakey just wants to be in control of their life by the end of this round.
Jakey gonna give it a at least an exit frag, but what a tough way to lose out. That reckoning, I thought, would have given some space at least to get onto the site, but just death on entry was all that Windsor was able to find. And I mean, once again, set up in that last round, at the outset of that last round, that this was a chance for Windsor to really solidify themselves back into this map. 7-5 half, they had the victory there on their defensive side, but well, the attack, it seems a bit lackluster thus far. And, well, it might just be that Windsor, it's just now sinking in. They are in a tough spot.
Certainly so. Not to mention the rounds, what they're bringing to the table in this round specifically. Only the hero rifle of Jakey. There's a showstopper. Well, they've got no clue where that is coming from. Needs to destroy a turret, but I think the threat enough to delay more time is going to be the most effective factor in that.
Yeah, really doesn't get a ton of value, but doesn't have to either. This is a sort of interesting approach to this purchase. I think there's 2 investments, 2 guns being bought, and Clone is all alone here at the A site. The rest of the team going back B.
There goes one of the rifles now. Grim is willing to take such a large fight. Lazy Pig commits even further. Moosey's lost here. All hope will go with them, and there it is.
Through the dark cover as well. Is there no humanity left in this world for Windsor? I mean, at least Clone has a showstopper, but it's a 1v5. Unbelievable.
I think Yama's gonna check this.
Certainly is.
Well, there's our answer.
Yep. A flawless round, an 11th round as well. Rochester University. They might be booking their tickets to the playoffs. They need 2 more rounds to do so. But I think you see what I see, Los. That is the University of Windsor having a boatload, an absolute crap ton of ultimates.
Oh, I see it. And this is a good opportunity. Unfortunately, most of them are much better on defense. Once they secure that plant, that's where they'll find the value. Thankfully for them, they have a free site.
So now they can defend. Woohoo! I mean, it couldn't really have worked out better, to be honest. Boombot going to investigate. There's the lockdown.
At this point, I think we're gonna have Grim just jump right inside. They don't care. They destroyed the lockdown. They destroyed half of the defensive capabilities. Moosey is still alive. Grim removes Moosey too. Are they going to put the entirety of this round on their back? That's certainly how it seems. One last kill to find, one last job to do. They realized where it was coming from. And there's going to be enough time. Whoa.
Oh my goodness, stop playing! Grim! That was ridiculous. I think... Oh wait, is there enough? Oh! Sub 1 second! Sub 1 second! Grim! The ridiculous play! Just, like you said, didn't care. It was like, you know what? I'm just the better gamer. I'm just gonna walk in. Certainly an inventive strategy, and it works beautifully.
It seemed like a suicide run. Grim just went in their double satchel in the back of the Viper's pit, destroys 2 players, the lockdown, a third and a fourth inside the Viper's pit. That is inconceivable that possibility came through. And that's going to put them on map and series point. If that doesn't earn them playoffs, I don't know what will. Windsor has to pull out a miraculous effort going forward, and 5 of them in a row at that.
Yeah, that's tough. We haven't seen that really from Windsor this entire game, actually, this entire series. Cascade allowing some positioning here in mailroom, but honestly, like that has just kind of stalled them out just a little bit. They already had that control from the shadows. That's going to be a lot of information. That was over towards the A main position. And Yum pops back over, finds a kill. The opening pick, even.
Can't be allowed to find such kills. It's ridiculous. Lucan through the smoke, hoping for something. But you know what Yama's going to do? They are going to fight through their own smoke. It forces a retreat back into ropes. And that's where Lucan will head. Unfortunately, this is still a well-defended site.
And that is the problem, isn't it? 3 players left, but it's against 5, and Rochester still have great positioning themselves here.
Fernando hiding in the corner, hit with a beautiful guided light. He'll find entry and purchase on the site. We'll secure the spike plant. Gun realizes they don't need to fight this alone. They can wait for their teammates, and they'll do just that only after Heaven is cleared. But Jakey's not going to go down without a fight. Gon has to take initiative. Unfortunately, they'll only take a bullet to the face. And it just leaves Lazy Pig in the 1v3.
Jakey with a double kill there. Big delivery, but Lazy Pig still working with a chance and opportunity. Has a Trailblazer.
At this point, I think it's all about delaying and playing with their food. Expecting a second peek, and there will be one. Just not from the angle they were hoping for, and Lucan will shut down the hopes of a 13-7 score line. Finally, after, what is that, 8 rounds in a row? It will be a Windsor round instead.
7, but yeah, I mean, right close to it. And just one more required, but great round from Windsor. Got to give them props. They came back from what was a 3v5 deficit in that one as well, though. So, Jakey, I mentioned it before, but let me reiterate: 2 incredibly important kills there in Heaven. He was unkillable, and just continued to take time and time out of the hands of the defense. Lucan will manufacture the opening pick, and that's on to Yum.
And another one on Grim. This seems, well, I was about to say uncharacteristically aggressive from Grim. Not quite the case, but it does seem like an out-of-place push-up mid. It's not coordinated with anything else going on.
This is a great decision. One player here on the site.
Lazy Pig, they'll take one. Will they still survive? No, unfortunately, the shots will eventually reach them. Here comes the plant. I mean, it's gonna be a snake bite, but this time it's not a direct hit from the snake bite that kills. It's Hernando with the follow-up. And this seems like an impossibility for Gon to walk in. I mean, they've got an Odin. If you have any weapon that's going to be able to spray through this mess, it's gonna be this.
Oh man, just the information gathered by the Killjoy being hurt by the molly, that's tough. Absolutely tough situation there. Plenty still to buy, so a 3rd purchase in a row now for Rochester. Kind of goes to show how dominant those 7 rounds were, doesn't it? That they had max money, essentially.
Absolutely.
Windsor still need 3 more rounds before they force an overtime.
Showstopper here. Though that doesn't inspire any confidence, as we've seen how those go. Guiding Light to go beyond the Toxic Screen, but the Toxic Screen's actually dropped in order to potentially expose all of the players on Windsor, and it does just that. Yum and Grim, the dynamic duo, they've done it again, and Lazy Pig will put one to bed for good measure. And at the end of the day, Rochester, in the rematch, they will win again. This time with 1 map less needed.
Yeah, and you know, it kind of felt like Rochester were going to do this. Once we saw that first map, I kind of had that feeling that Rochester were looking very good. And once again, their defense was near perfection. 7 rounds in a row initially. They lose a couple, all good, and then close it out. That's all that it took. And despite a less than ideal attack side, it was just that. The defense showing that to be the better of the 2 sides for both Rochester and in general.
Yeah, and you know, we had some major moments. I want to say on the defensive side, that's where Hernando really started to shine. We were talking about those snakebite kills, but it was simply phenomenal in the defensive use. The utility out of this, as you said, not really seen as a lethal piece of utility. How many times did that convert a execute into a complete loss for Winter? It was a lot more than you'd think. So them stepping up along with the usual suspect of Yum being an absolute monster. Not to mention, I'm calling everybody out here who stepped up. Grim going in for the impossible inside of that Viper's Pit. All of these different factors, all of these different major clutch moments allowed them to propel themselves as Rochester University, taking the 2-0, taking the conference playoffs secured, and taking another victory against Windsor.
Yeah, unfortunately, that is going to mark the end of things for Windsor's chances in playoffs for right now. Of course, LCQ is still a thing. They can absolutely still go through those means, but as we've been discussing, those means are not the easier of the 2. That said, always possible that is going to end it for the series. We are going to get an interview, though. We're going to get things started and prepared with that. And we're going to come back with that in just a moment. See you then.
Welcome back to Nate Star League Valorant. We wrapped up the series. Rochester has won 2-0 and will be making their way into playoffs. And joining us again, you may see this familiar face if you've been following the Rochester journey. It's Hernando. Welcome back, my man. Congratulations on the victory. How are you feeling knowing you're making it into playoffs?
Feeling good. 2-0, definitely a good victory for tonight. Definitely proud.
Well, let's talk about exactly what that is going to look like and what it did look like compared to the last time you guys played Windsor. Obviously, they took a map the previous time, ended up still a victory for you guys. What was different between tonight and that? Because you played the same two maps, but a very different outcome.
Yeah, good question. So last time we actually lost Haven. I believe it was like a 13-5 there. They won. And that's when we were running the Raze and Fade comp. And we just realized it wasn't really working. They stomped us. And we just weren't doing good on it in Scrim. So, we just went to the standard comp with the Jet Sova Breach. And, we did our VOD review. We did some server work. And, it was looking good. And I think tonight proved that. So, and then we also versed them on Split last time as well, and we just did the same thing. Play slow, methodical on that T side, get what rounds we can, and win out. So,
speaking of that, number one, that comp, and also the Breach, Lazy Pick was playing that.
Yes,
if I'm correct, that's a player who's subbing in for this semester. Is that right?
Yeah. So our Sentinel gone, and then Lazy Pick, who's usually our flex or flashes, they are both our subs. Correct.
So, one of the things that I noticed, Lazy Pig doing a great job on that Breach, specifically on Haven, and the coordination between you guys was really fantastic. I mean, I remember a play specifically where you had the Blade Storm and then the fault line there in short to set up those blades. What has been the sort of conversation to get to where that coordination is so well set up, even with two subs on the team?
So, I mean, like I said, because before we were all doing comfort picks, like I was a Raze main, and I didn't really play Jet that much. Same with, Lazy Pig. He was once, he picked KO last time we were on Haven for just comfortability. And, we just want to switch things up because we weren't getting the first bloods on defense. We weren't getting that map control enough. And, we did some server work, we did some VOD review, and we wanted to find little trap plays. Like, we have a specific name for that short play you guys just talked about. We call it sushi. And that's when, we stun off the alarm bot, I swing short, and, I get who's ever there, and it's pretty much they can't do anything about it. But, we were also flash dashing down C, scaring them, pushing them into A. We were a lot more methodical and planned out. Instead of just, like, having everyone on their comfort picks, we actually put some thought into it and, got to action. So, yeah.
Speaking of putting some thought into it, I want to know, in that incredible play from Grim to double satchel into the back of the Viper's Pit on A site in Split, was that a plan? Did you guys communicate that, or was that something Grim just said, I'm gonna do this, watch me?
I mean, some individual plays do happen here and there, especially in Collegian. I will say that was probably an individual play, but Grim loves saying that he excels in an enemy Viper's Pit. As you guys saw that 1v1 towards one of, like, the last rounds, like, you know, it was like round 20 or something. He likes being in the Viper's pit, especially if it's the enemies. So I mean, you know, yeah.
Fantastic. Well, I'm sure there's going to be plenty more Viper's Pit now that you're making your way down the NACE playoffs pipeline. Well, congratulations to you, Hernando, and the rest of Rochester University. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you, guys. Appreciate the interview. Take care.
Well, folks, that's going to be it here for NACE Star League regular season. We're moving on into the playoffs. We're moving on into LCQ. It's also going to be the end of tonight's broadcast. Don't worry, we'll be back sooner than you think. But I'm Los, joined by Vincent. Thank you so much for watching us. Thank you to the teams for playing, and we'll see you next time.